the Mordian 50th, where courage remains. With lust and gleaming hearts of steel, they march into battle, with grim resolve to deal. For Mordian's honor, for Mordian's honor, they raise their cry against the Tsar's fury. They'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th
Infantry, sir. Good for you. Mobile infantry made me the man I am today.
Through the fire and smoke, until the dawn. With every volley, they hold the line.
Backbone to the guard, ready to serve.
Unbreakable sign. Unbreakable sign.
Infantry, sir. Good for you. Mobile infantry made me the man I am today.
Mordian spirit will never be silenced. With faith in the Emperor, they fight as one. Their bravery shone. Their bravery shining brighter than the sun. The night shining brighter than the sun.
Infantry, sir. Good for you. Mobile infantry made me the man I am today.
50th answering the Emperor's call. So let their story be told through the ages to come. Of the Mordian 50th rifles and of the wars that they have won.
Hello again and welcome to the Mordian Glory live stream. It's an ugly stream, a time zone different stream, a stream even more hostile than usual to me being on time if you're in America. It's time. How are we all doing, my little chickadees? It is time for another Mordian Glory live stream. And not only that, it's time for a Funday Monday! You see, some people see Monday as the worst day of the week, but I see Monday as the best day of the week because it means we get to talk about all the stuff that we have been working on over the weekend. Whether you've been playing games or doing hobby or participating in tournaments and events, we get to just talk about all the good stuff. And Monday streams are always like really busy and they're active and everyone's hyped to fucking. It's great. It's great. I've been doing loads of hobbying this weekend. I've been putting transfers on fucking everything. I finally transferred up my favorite mech, the linebacker. I need to name that one. That's after Solarius. That one is. I've transferred up my little Vogel spinner as well. Put some transfers on the on my Hornet. Been painting things. You know, fucking got. Basically got this this mud skipper done. Just needs the shading doing now. And yeah, so it's been a really great productive weekend, and I'm just fucking excited to show off what I've been working on. But more importantly, genuinely more importantly, I am just super excited to see what you guys have been working on. Oh my god! Oh my fucking god. It's popping up, baby! Alright, we're starting the week strong. We are starting the week fucking strong. We're starting the stream strong. New fucking record. Death Strike inside of 5 minutes. Holy shit, boys. It's popping up, baby. Oh, my days. Right. We're going to have to come back to the traditions and all that shit. When someone drops a death strike, you got to fucking go for it. You got to fucking go for it straight away. Everybody join me in spamming the 07s, spamming your favorite emojis if you're a channel member. Let's show our fucking love, appreciation, and gratitude to Fun Jacob for coming in and getting the stream started off right with the big death strike, chat. Yes. Oh, my days. Oh, my days. Mate, my man. Oh my fucking God. Let's have, dude, thank you so much for the $100 super chat, for fucking coming in here, nuking the entire stream from orbit. Holy shit, man. Time to nuke time zones. Also, message and pictures DM to Discord. Holy fuck, man. Holy fuck. Let's take a look. Oh my God. Okay. Let's have a look here. Holy shit, bro. By the way, before I forget, thank you from the bottom of my heart, man. Thank you. It's very, very kind, very, very generous. And honestly, I was not expecting a death strike to kick off the Monday stream, bro. So seriously, holy shit, man. Just a massive, massive thank you from the tip of my toes to the end of my big rubbery nose. Thank you, mate. Let's have a look what Fun Jacob's been throwing down. Let's have a look here. Okay, Mordian, I took the recon list to my buddy's tournament in SC. Is that like SoCal or something? And, oh my fucking God. Oh my God. Ah. It's gonna be a wild one tonight, boys. It's gonna be a wild one tonight. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Holy shit, man. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Cosmic coming in. With another death strike. Sir, another death strike has hit the stream. Oh, my. A second death strike has hit the stream. Oh, my days. Shit, man. Right, Cosmic, I'm going to get you wanking off in a moment. I got to wank off Fun Jacob first, though. Etiquette demands that I wank off one person at a time. But Cosmic, do not worry. You are gonna get a proper ball cradling, man. I'm not a GW ball washer. I'm a fucking Cosmic, and I'm a fucking Fun Jacob ball washer. There we go. Oh man. All right, let's have a look here. Getting back to Fun Jacob for the time being. Of course. Mordian, I took the recon list to my buddy's tournament in SC. The list was solid. The only thing I was worried about was fighting into salamanders. So I fought salamanders round 1. It's always the way, man. It's always the way. You know, you're like, oh, I really hope I don't face this one faction. I should be okay. There's not that many of them in my local area. And then fuck's sake, you know, like, it's the first thing you fucking face. It's a nightmare, isn't it? Yeah. Man, I cannot tell you the number of times that has happened to me at events. Is just like, and it's like it's not even meta, and there's normally no one in that local area that plays it. But then, for some reason, you know, it just that one day, someone from out of town there with the exact list that you hope not to face. Yeah. Holy shit. Fuck. Jenny! 50 messages. What's happened? What is happening? Jenny, look, I said to Cosmic, I'll say it to you. Thank you. I'll get to you and I'll give you a proper thank you in a moment. All right. Don't worry. Oh my God. It's gone mad. The whole stream's gone mad, and I love it. All right. I fought salamanders round 1. It was brutal. The player effectively tabled the army turn 3. The guy was a great player, though. Out of 38 players, he came in 5th overall. Overall, the tournament was really good. It was in South Carolina, so I had to leave Florida. The TO running the event is one of my best friends, and we hadn't seen each other in nearly 10 years. Wow. That's crazy, man. That's such typical male friendship. Not seeing each other in 10 years. Catch up like not a single day has passed. Yeah, mental, man. 2 of the Mordian Glory channel members were there. I never caught the name of one of them, but the other was Bob Hope 99. Really cool dude. Hey, that's cool, man. Overall, it's the Mordian Glory. We're everywhere. The Mordian Glory cult is everywhere. Overall, my list went 1 and 4. Granted, after I lost the second game, the focus became fun, not fight. Now, dude, sometimes you just gotta reassess the situation and be like, okay, what can I get out of it? Yeah. My last opponent was running Orcs. I had a Commissar on my list, so we joked saying this was on Armageddon. He was able to get a turn 1 charge with a Stomper at the bottom of turn 1 on a Sentinel, then consolidated into a Shock Squad. I spent all my orders on move to wrap all my infantry models around the Stomper. It took 2 dice, adopted my best friend Yarek's tone. I took 2 dice, adopted my best Yarek tone, and said, hearing the cries of their slain brothers, the Chadians run to the fight. The Commissar looks at the Castellan and quietly says, for the Emperor, and charges 9. The Castellan shouts to his men, charge, you're full 11, charge! The Castellan hears the call of the Vox and trips, shouting, charge, your command point rerolls, 5-inch charge! At the start of my opponent's second turn, he tossed a small handful of dice down, threw his balled fist to his side, and belted out a solid 15-second room silencing wah that stopped the whole tournament. Yes! Yes! This guy gets it! This guy gets it! In total, 149 Cadians entered combat with the Beast. After 4 rounds of combat and hundreds of slain guardsmen, the Stomper took 5 wounds! Literally bayonet charging a Stomper. Oh my god. It was grand. I've wanted this fight since 7th edition, and I finally got it. So yeah, tourney was great. Would go again. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? That's the thing. So I really want to highlight this for a moment. I really, really want to highlight this for a moment. I feel like these kind of moments just don't come up often enough in 40k. And when they do, you really have to cherish them. And I also feel like, you know, these kind of moments can only really come from 2 players kind of like gentlemen's agreementing it. Like, and I think there's definitely an element of that just not really being very common in 40k anymore. With this focus of everyone focused on winning, there's a lot less opportunities for gentlemen's agreements. There's a lot less opportunity for you to be like, look, I'm just going to bayonet charge this, and your opponent. And you can, the thing is, you can always do something on your side of the table. Of course. But it only becomes a truly epic, never forget, 20 years later, you're still talking about it moment when the person on the other side of the table also picks up what you're putting down. That's the big difference. Like, yeah, I can go around bayonet charging everything, but if I do that 5 games in a row and no one fucking reciprocates, I'm not even expecting someone to like play down their game necessarily, but at least to pick up the vibe of what I'm throwing down and just getting into it and be like, yeah, man, let's fucking go for it. Big charges, all that kind of stuff. Like that, you know, if people just look at you like you're fucking stupid for doing it, then it's a shame. So yeah, I think this really shows like what you can get out of a game of Warhammer 40k. And you know, you can still lose a game of Warhammer 40k. What you can really get out of a tabletop miniatures game, how the fact that you can still lose a game, but because both players were on the same wavelength, it becomes a game that you never forget about, win or lose. And so this is absolutely the right way to start Funday Monday. This is absolutely awesome. And Fun Jacob, this is fucking amazing, man. Yeah, and I love the fact that it's all like Halo Marines as well, and ODSTs. Oh my days, it's so cool, man. The Beast, bring it down, men, bring it down. So cool. So cool, man. Just fix bayonets. And I want to make something clear. This kind of matchup, there's never been an edition when this kind of matchup was like the tactically sound thing to do. But what I'm talking about is more of like a community mindset kind of thing, where like there's a lot, you know, now because everyone's playing to win, there's a lot less playing for vibes. And, you know, it is possible for both sides to be able to have a good game and for both sides to get what they want out of the game. But typically, you know, sort of in more modern Warhammer, for example, what you find is that you try and do this and people just, they don't get it. Do you know what I mean? And I think that's just an element of the fact that we're playing an edition which is all about winning and losing. So this is so cool and this is awesome. And like, honestly, it's these kind of, it's these kind of moments that, these kind of moments right here, even if you lose, will stick with you for years and years and years and years to come. And no one will really, and you won't remember, and no one else will really remember when, you went 4-1 or you went 3-2 again. No one, you won't remember it. No one's going to remember it. But you'll remember 20 years later about, that fucking game when the Stomp, when you bayonet charge Stomp with 100+ models. Yeah. So we need more, we need them vibes. We need them vibes. And it's awesome to see something like this. Perhaps nature is healing a little bit. Maybe Warhammer is healing a little bit. One bayonet charge at a time. Maybe. Fun Jacob. That is absolutely incredible, mate. So good that you had a great tournament. Well done for embracing the tournament and doing things your way. And well done for just setting, well done for making sure that you had a good fucking time. Yeah. 100%, man. 100%. Thank you so much, Fun Jacob, for your support. Thank you so much for the epic story. And I raise my glass to you. You're an officer, a gentleman, a scholar, a good sir, a kind sir, and a goddamn giga chad. There we go. Robots EU, I'll let new members in after tonight's stream. Don't worry. If I remember, I've got a few super chats to do first, so once I've done those, I might start letting new members in during the stream. But if in doubt, it'll be after the stream. All right, who we got next? It was Cosmic next. I know we're jumping around a little bit. I know there were some people that did earlier super chats, but I'm prioritizing the death strikes. So we've had one death strike for Fun Jacob, but what about second death strike from Cosmic Drew? Cosmic, my boy, Cosmic. It is the Cosmic Strike, baby. It is the Rift Buster, baby. Oh, I'm busting rifts, dude. I'm busting a rift in my pants right now, Cosmic. Holy shit. I'm busting a rift right now in my pants. I'm taking over the stream. First off, new Cosmic music video of the Flare. Trying a new technique out. Would appreciate a watch and a review. Remember our star game. Second, remember our star game. Second, 3 blocks of pictures and a battle report in stream discussion. Another glorious game. Also late. Yeah. All right, Cosmic. First, dude, I am so excited to find out about how this game went. Because I know you and Jenny were like dropping hints in the Discord, but bro, I'm so excited to find out how this game went. Because at first I thought that maybe you smashed it, but then the way Jenny was saying how that Rail Tiger killed like 2 or 3 units or something, I was like, okay, I gotta see how this game went. Yeah, I gotta see it. Okay, so this is Rise of the Flare, The Great Feast, a Cosmic the Flare AI music video. Let's have a look. So, quick background story here. For those of you that don't know, the whole meme of like Cosmic, Cosmec, I should say, and the Cult of the Flare, and the Cult of the Hungry Cog, and all that stuff is part of the deep channel lore of the Mordian Glory channel about when we did our very first playthrough of Stellaris on stream, and the community, it was a chat decides one, and via the choices made by chat, we basically we went from being basically the Adeptus Mechanicus to a cult of basically a cult that went around eating other people. We didn't reject the flesh. We ate the flesh. So I'm kind of curious to see what Cosmic's done here because it's part of the deep lore. Let's see. All right. Well, so far I love it. Man. I mean, that is Cosmic right there. Right there. Is that the rift busting fluid coming out of the staff? It's cool, man. Very grimdark. Wait, is that a ship with a church attached to it? Yes. That's kind of cool. Sacred oils. I'm gonna move myself up here so you guys can see the lyrics. That's cool. Oh, that's cool, man. It might be time for the Star game, you know. It might be time.
In crimson robes, they chant his name. The cog devours the stars aflame. Worlds are stripped to bone and
It's crazy what AI can do these days, man. It's crazy. That's kind of cool. Like a demon portal. That reminds me of the portal when we birthed the god and the god came out of the planet in the game. Yeah.
The galaxy burns. The cult of the heart. Their hunger divine. Feasting on the stars till the end of time. Cosmic ascent.
That's so cool, man. The hungry cog. That's a cool effect, man. That is a cool effect. The great feast begins. It's so cool. Oh, that's cool, man. Kind of reminds me of the Ravager in Knights of the Old Republic 2. Yeah.
The void ignites with crimson flame. Galaxies wail, calling his name. The cog turns slow, then screams alive. All that was dead shall be revived. Through steel and star, through bone and cold, the Slayer reigns on the ashen road. The great feast
That was kind of cool.
all that breathes, eternity choked in the
I still love the church just sat on top of the ship, man. It's so funny. In a good way.
only the cog turns. The feast goes on. Forever they chant. Forever they bleed. Cosmet the Slayer. The cog must
That's kind of cool.
The cog must feed.
The cog must feed. The Hungry Cog's such a good name for a cult, man.
The cog must The cog must
Yes! Praise be the Flayer! Praise be the cults of the Hungry Cog! That's cool, man. Ooh. Well, here we are, Cosmic. That's cool, man. Yeah. Dude, that's so cool. I like that. Proper dark, and I feel like it really captured that first Star game. It was grim, it was gritty, it was it really captured it, man. Very, very cool. Now, Cosmic, as much as I'm excited for the new Cosmic song, you'll know why I'm really excited. Why I'm really fucking ready for this. All right. It's time for the second battle of Cosmic and Jenny. So for those of you that don't know, quick catch up here. So, Cosmic and Jenny have got into Konflikt 47 recently. No idea why. Maybe someone just kept going on and on and on and on and on about it until subliminal messaging kicked in. I'm not sure. But but they've got into Konflikt 47 recently, and they've been having a blast. And obviously, and Cosmic's been painting up loads of models, and Jenny's been painting up loads of models. And last week they had their first game, and they both came away utterly addicted and fucking hyped up. And so they obviously arranged for their next game, as soon as possible. And this next game happened over the weekend, and all throughout the entire weekend, like just every so often, like Jenny and Cosmic, they just like drop like a hint, like, oh yeah, this game, the game happened. Oh yeah, here's like, oh, I really like King Tigers, or I really like Paragons, all this kind of stuff. And so I really wanted to spoil it for myself and ask how the game went, but I wanted to actually wait until today's stream so I could actually see it and like go through it and just, if you wait, sometimes when you wait for something, it makes you savor it. So I'm very, very excited to see how this game went, because Cosmic, I think, was taking quite a few Paragons this game, and Jenny was taking a King Tiger with a rail cannon. So that's kind of interesting. So let's have a look. Battle Report Part 1. Second game of Konflikt 47, Cosmic vs. Jenny. After the end, Cosmic and the US Reserve Forces had defeated the Axis troopers of Dr. Faust. They were able to follow them back to a temple located somewhere in Iceland. The temple had a heavy detection of rift energy, and the goal was to seize it before the Axis forces could collapse it, preventing the end. Preventing it. End of communication. Researchers discovering the truth of the Twisted Axis Doctor. Sorry, Cosmic, this isn't making a lot of sense. I'm going to be honest with you, bud. Researchers from discovering the truth of the Twisted Axis Doctor. The objective, the US side was led by the Garrison commander who attempted to take charge of the operation once he proved they were a sizable threat, and probably just seize glory and get transferred out of this shit outpost. Okay. Secure the middle of the map. King of the Hill. Okay, so you play, is it like hold until relieved? Okay, yeah. First turn, uneventful. All units move out and move up. Second turn, US armor engages the Axis spider tanks, earning nothing more than glances and stuns. The Axis transports advance, disembarking troopers. Squads of flamethrowers and officers position themselves forward, attempting to eliminate the US infantry. Paragon units with step 2 to run. Maybe snap 2. Snap 2 to run and then make use of guts to get their dice back in the bag. They would then go again and move into the woods to gun down the flamer. The linebacker would move in along with a scout car to clean up the officer and the other flamer team. The King Tiger with rail cannon managed to get a surging rift dice and delivered a critical blow, killing the linebacker. No! Cosmic, Jenny did that on purpose because she fucking knows how much you love your linebackers, and she was like, fuck you, Cosmic, bang. Just yes, there we go. Love that. Killing the linebacker and the scout car behind it. Wait, you got both? 1 shot, 2 kills? Oh my god. No fucking way. Okay. The Axis forces, that's so cool. The through and through of the double kill. That is so cool. Oh, that's so fucking cool, man. The Axis forces would then advance with the Vogel spinner while Style troopers follow close behind. US armor would attempt to engage the Vogel spinners, stunning them, and the troops are Paragons troops and Paragons attempt to engage the tank in close combat for multiple rounds, resulting in destruction for both sides as the Paragons gave their life to destroy the tank. In a desperate gamble to secure Temple, the Paragons would charge the enemy infantry, taking casualties but eliminating the group. Okay, let's have a look. So this is Cosmic's force. We've got 2 units of Paragons, and we've got the linebacker We've got a good old squad of US riflemen. We've got the Sherman, the platoon commander, and the 2 scout cars. All right. Moving up in armored column. Moving up in column against the Rail Tiger. Cosmic, no. Cosmic, please. All right. Yes. Is that the zombie boat bang bus? I'm so glad the zombie boat bang bus is in this game. Look at that tiger, man. It looks proper. Do you know what I mean? It looks like proper intimidating. Just a big fucking tiger just ready to snap necks and cash checks. Guys, the armies look great. And the board looks fucking unreal with that giant temple in the middle. That's actually peak. The board looks so good. The board, guys, just drink in that board for a moment. There's a giant fucking temple in the middle. There's ruins of the statue. It's great, man. Great use of like sci-fi, traditional terrain, and 40k stuff. You're bringing it all together to make the board be part of the story, not just something you're playing on. So cool. So cool. Yes. So that is, I'm guessing that is that Heinrich Gross with his mates like attending him, or is that like another squad? I love the paint scheme on those guys. They look fucking great. Holy moly. Oh shit. Paragon's coming in. Dealing damage. Ah. Linebacker coming in. It's ready to swing it. So I love how after that entire discussion, Cosmic never even got to use his fucking super bazookas because they just got blown up. The discussion from last week, I mean. Oh my god, look at it. Oh. Just an inexperienced officer? Fair enough. Fair enough. So cool, man. Okay, so the Americans took a big blow. They took a big blow from that rail cannon, but they're still pushing in. They're still, they're still embracing the tenets of the US, which is fire and maneuver, speed and momentum. Okay. Style troop, but then style troop supporting the Vogel's bit of supporting the style troop is going to be a tough nut to crack. For sure. It's going to be a tough nut. Okay, so that's the opening stages. What do we have for part 2? Battle Report Part 2. The Paragons would again use gung-ho to put their dice in the bag and charge a group of demon-possessed Style Troopers and face them down in melee combat, where the only casualty was 1 Style Trooper and no Paragons, winning the combat and eliminating the unit as a whole. Losing the 1 Paragon with the sword, did not realize he had a blessed blade, and he cut the head off the leader controlling the pack, banishing the demon pack and leaving the power arm to salvage. Yes, the imagery! I'm right there with you. I'm in the shit. I'm right there with you guys. Such a cool idea. It's like when you kill like the Thousand Suns sorcerer and all the Thousand Suns themselves sort of like power down a little bit. It's kind of like that. Yeah, he was like keeping the spirits bound onto the battlefield, and when he went down, they all left. Yeah. Cosmic, that means hopefully that means you'll get some power armor in your next game, lean into that. They would then take cover behind the temple. As the next turn started, the King Tiger that took pins from its overcharge was forced to do a down order and almost round the table, fearing the might of the Paragons. I love that. The Axis forces would advance on the other flank with the second unit of Style Troopers using rockets to blow up an additional scout car. Oh my god. So that's 3 units of armor down. Fuck, man. As the US Sherman was unable to kill the Vogel Spinner and just kept stunning it. The fact that's just kept like just not getting that 4 up on the fucking kill. You just need that 4 up on the fucking kill chart, The Paragon force will then charge into the objective through enemy fire and wipe out another unit of Germans before attempting to go gung-ho and attempt to charge down the German officer and bodyguard leading the assault. The Paragons suffered more losses in the gunfire and attempt to engage in the combat, but sadly, through all the fights, they were unable to come up in the last moment, wiping out the squad. So basically, the thing is, the Paragons, there's only 6 of them in the unit, so every time you lose one, the squad loses like 16% effectiveness, and I feel like when you get down to sort of the last couple, it's real like Hail Mary shit. Yeah. So just the Paragons, they just kept going and going and going. But there's only so much heavy lifting they can do. Yeah. Without the Paragons to engage the Style Trooper, Without the Paragons to engage, the Style Trooper would advance, wiping out the US infantry on the objective. The Sherman would attempt to engage, it was unsuccessful. With the realization of the US company commander's face, he attempted one last move, death before dishonor. Unable to bear the shame of his failure, he would charge the Style Trooper and one last act of valor. The commander's 2 bodyguards would manage to bring down one of the steel-clad warriors before falling himself. The remaining forces would advance on the temple to collapse it, as the one remaining Sherman was forced to withdraw from the front, ending this part of the battle with an Axis victory. Holy shit! So I thought Cosmic had, from what you guys have been, you played a good you played a good deception campaign. Because I thought from what Cosmic was saying that he was hinting that he had won the game over the weekend. But it's actually so fucking cool that it actually turned out that the Axis won the game. Excellent. 07 down in the chat to Jenny for her first Konflikt victory. 07 down in the chat to Cosmic for just playing a fucking fantastic game. Let's fucking do it, boys. Let's see what we've got here. Some pictures. The Paragons going in there. You got Ox and Big Dave going in. Nice. Just the Axis would not be denied this time. The Axis would not be denied. Oh, man. Look at that picture. It's so good. I fucking love this game, man. I fucking love this game. The Axis would not be denied. But Jenny, I told you last time. You want to think about bringing a Rail Panther, and obviously you got the Rail Tiger instead. But I tell you what, I bet when you fired that rail cannon for the first time and just were like, bam, bam, you were like, oh, yeah. No, see, here's the thing. This is why I love Konflikt, because it's a back and forth where both players have to try and figure out how to deal with each other's units. So last time that Cosmic and Jenny played, Cosmic's linebackers were dominating the situation. So Jenny had to go away, do some thinking, do some work down the beat lab, cooking up a new list, and she was like, okay, how do I deal with the linebackers? Well, you know what? The way I'm going to fucking deal with it is I'm going to bring a fucking rail cannon. And suddenly now Jenny's got ahead in the puzzle game, because that's what Konflikt is. It's a game of puzzles. You're trying to, the game of wits, as it were. And now it's Cosmic's turn. Now he has to go back to the beat lab. I'm like, okay, fuck, how do I deal with these fucking Rail Panthers? If this thing's going to be turning, or Rail Guns, whether it's Panther or Tiger, if this thing's going to be turning up quite a lot, then I need to have some way of being able to defeat it. Maybe that'll be Fireflies dropping in or something. Maybe that'll be, Recce on some of your armor, so you can maybe try and like dodge it and all that kind of stuff. There's, it's back and forth. And the thing is, like, because you're playing at 1500 points, you can never quite get everything that you want. That sort of game of cat and mouse will continue for a long time. It will continue. I also want this voyage discovery together, so no one really knows what the fuck they're doing. Maybe in like a few months' time, we're like, oh yeah, Panthers, rail cannons are shit. You take X, Y, Z, but we don't know yet. Now we're just learning. We're figuring things out. It's great, man. So cool. Yeah. Paragon's going in there. Take out the one. I love that dual wielding fucking Style Troop, and that's cool, man. That's very cool. And the giant combat blade on this guy's arm. I love the kit bash. You guys have been smashing it on the kit bashing. Absolutely smashing it on the kit bashing, man. Holy shit. Wow. Those Paragons cleaning, but they just couldn't quite finish the last unit. It's a close game, though. Holy shit. When you guys are really, we're down to one unit of Style Troop and one Tiger and one Vogel Spinner, and the Americans are down to just the Sherman. I mean, it's kind of reminds me of the game that like me and Johnny had, where both sides are absolutely beating the shit out of each other. Like both sides, it's a real close game, back and forth. Yeah. I thought that the Americans, when reading the account, I did think the Americans were going to win it because the Paragons were doing so much heavy lifting. But yeah, it's the rail cannons are such a force multiplier. They're such a force multiplier. They're such an asset, and they're very, very, very expensive. And if you roll a 1, it's painful. It's agonizing. But if you can get the hits, they are beautiful. Yeah. I'm doing this part of the stream because I'm taking over the stream, at least part of it. And just to cover my point from last stream, I was wrong on Super Zookers. Not because I was wrong, but because Warlord is confused. And I... It's not that Cosmic's wrong. It's that Warlord are wrong. Warlord are wrong. Warlord are confused. I love that. And I find it weird that Super Zookers are 80 points on the linebacker, when regular bazookas are just 5 points each on the Mud Skipper. For a difference of 1 penetration, that seems like a major gap in points for not having a reroll, but I will abide. And it's, as I always said, linebackers should use the auto cannon as standard, and flamers are fun and good and should definitely be considered and taken, especially for only 10 points on the linebacker. Yeah, I think I don't know why the linebacker super bazookas are so much more expensive. If they got the reroll from Arsenal, I think they would be worth it, but yeah. But have a look at this, man. It's so cool. The Style Trooper leading the advance. Yeah. I gotta get more Vogels finished done. I can't wait. I've literally got basically the equivalent of like one Mud Skipper to paint, because one Mud Skipper just needs washes and the other Mud Skipper has had about 50% of the colors done on it. So I've got basically to finish off 2 Mud Skippers, and then I get to start building my Axis stuff again. I'm so ready for it. I love the color scheme on that. Look at that thing. It just looks fucking intimidating, man. It's a beast. I love the boat tank. Boat tank! Boat tank just ripping forward. Oh, so cool. I love sighting down the barrel of the rail cannon. Yeah. Fuck, man. Cosmic's linebackers being humbled by goddamn rail tigers. But the thing is, rail cannons are really, really, really powerful, but they're totally manageable. They're totally manageable. Like, that rail tiger could potentially die if, Cosmic drops behind it with just like 6 fireflies with the ATRD. Just, maybe. I mean, what actually, would that work? Yeah, because you'd be pen plus 5 plus pen plus 7 because of hitting the rear armor. So you'd be doing 4 ups to damage it. Yeah. It'd be close. Well, we'll see. We'll see in the last game, I suppose. Well, not the last game. The next game. Well, the next game. Yeah. It's just this is what I love about Konflikt. So many ways to approach the puzzle. So many ways to approach the game. Cosmic, are you going to end up deep striking some stuff in? Are you going to end up, transitioning over to more K-47 stuff? Or are you like, well, those, because there's 2 ways to approach this. Do you try and take on the rail gun, or do you try and ignore it? Do you try and lean into more Konflikt 47 stuff so you've got higher quality stuff that might be able to have a better chance at dealing with the rail gun? Or do you go, actually, whatever that rail cannon shoots at, it's going to kill anyway. So rather than losing a 300-point linebacker, I'm going to lose like a 100-point scout car, and you go the other way with it. You go the other way with it. There's loads of ways to try it, loads of ways to engage it. Yeah. Oh, man. So cool. Cosmic, Jenny, fantastic game. So cool. And I cannot wait to see the next one. I cannot wait to the next one. Holy shit, that was a ton of fun. Speaking of Jenny, let us not forget that Jenny came in with not 1, not 2, but 50 gifted memberships, baby! Yeah, buddy! Woo! Oh, man. Oh, the chat box is missing. 1 minute, give me a second. There you go. Oh, my days. Can we once again, can we just spam 07s like there's no tomorrow down in the chat for Cosmic, for Jenny, for a fantastic game and for incredible support. Cosmic coming in with the Death Strike, Jenny coming in with the 50 gifted members. It's a whole goddamn company. Oh my God. Incredible. Thank you so much, Jenny, for just the awesome amount of gifted memberships. Like, just getting the stream started off right. Oh, my days. I raise my glass to you. You're an officer, a gentleman, a scholar, a good sir, a kind sir, and a goddamn Giga Chad. There we go. Holy shit. I love it. I love it. I am jacked. I'm jacked in the fucking tits. Holy shit. We're getting the stream started off right. It is popping off tonight. Wowzers, trousers. Okie croaky. Big shout out to Jenny Bratz, Cosmic Drew, and Fun Jacob for getting the stream started off right with 2 death strikes and 50 gifted memberships between them. Holy shit. All right. All righty, ho. My God. My God. Okay, we've got a few more super chat stuff coming in here. Let's have a look. I know we haven't done roll call yet. I think we're gonna have to do roll call. We might have to skip roll call this time. We might have to. People are like, no, Mordian, the traditions. We might have to. It's past the 30-minute mark now. It's past the 40-minute mark. I think that the statute of limitations on roll call are probably finished, and thank yous need to be said. By the way, you can have a roll call. Say my name, baby. There we are. All right. Maybe I tell you what. Why don't we do a late roll call after we've done the super chats, and that way people aren't missing out. All right. There we are. Russell W. I want to say a big thank you to Russell W. Russell W. Thank you for the gifted membership, mate. Thank you for the support. Thank you for doing your part. I also want to say a big thank you to Chris K. Chris K, thank you for the gifted membership and for the super chat, man. Hail Mordian, latest project in chat. Let's have a look. What is the latest project? Here we go. Here we fucking go. While viewing these photographs, I respectfully request his Mordianness and the Giga Chaz the chat to imagine Van Halen's Panama while admiring. Mate, it looks so cool, man. Daka Torox all da way. Yes. So cool, man. It's come out really nice. I really like the blue and the white. Very regal. Oh, nice. You've done the inside of the vehicle as well. You crazy bastard. I actually really like the rear door on the
Reporting for duty, sir.
I think it looks quite good. It's like a bank vault. Yeah. I think it's come out very nicely. But you did the lights on the inside. You crazy fuck, man. You actual crazy fuck. Holy shit. I can't believe you painted the interior. You mad lad. You mad lad. My God, sir. My God. All right. What have we got next? I want to say a big thank you to Chicken Detonator. Chicken Detonator, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, baby. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you for your support. Thank you for doing your part. I want to say also a big thank you to Samuel Phoenix for the 26th with Member Flex. X-Force, double X-Force, baby. Welly Wellington. Look who decided to show up. Hey, look, I was late by my own standards because I started at past. But, also I forgot to tell you guys that the clocks have gone back. But, you all made it, didn't you? You all made it. GHB, you find the Discord link on the members area on my YouTube page. If you go to the main Mordian Glory YouTube page, you'll find a members area there. Like, home, video, shorts, live, members. Click on the members bit, you'll find a Discord link there. We have it there because it's a members-only Discord link. I want to say a big thank you next to Meryl. Thank you for the gifted membership, mate. Thank you for the support. Thank you for doing your part. Good old Marold. Good old Marold. He always supports. He's our #1 Ursus infantry commander. Marold, I raise my glass to you. Thank you, buddy. Thank you. I also want to say a big thank you to Curtis Thompson. Thank you for the Giga Chad. How cooked am I? Lizardmen Army List for Old World in-stream discussion. Thank you. Let's have a look, mate. 2,000 points of Lizardmen for Old World. I found the person in Missouri that plays. Remember to check the affiliate links in description for all your Old World needs. Hey, thank you for the plug, Curtis Thompson. Old Blood on Carnosaur, Shield, Blade of the Revered, Zunki, and Talisman of Protection. So, I mean, having a killy character on a big I mean, having a big killy character is totally viable. So yeah, nothing wrong there. Scar Veteran A, BSB, Shield, Glyph Necklace, Burning Blade. I'm not sure what they do, but if that's like a bit of, you know, it's always good to have your BSB quite tanky. Would be my advice, because you don't want the battle standard to fall. Scar Veteran B, Shield, similar to the Summer Splendid, so more killy. Scar Veteran C. So you've got a lot. You have got a lot of Scar Veterans. I don't know if you need. I mean, it would if I could understand how expensive each of these characters were, it would help. But my gut instinct is you probably don't need this many Scar Veterans. 24 Swords Warriors with hand weapons and shield. 24 Swords Warriors with hand weapons and shield. 24 Swords Warriors with thrusting spears. And you have got basically 5 ranks of 5, joined by Scar Veteran, B, C, and A, and you got full command and all this kind of stuff. Okay, so I just think you're slightly character heavy. I think you're probably slightly character heavy. What I would probably do, Saurus are pretty heavy infantry though. Let me have a look. Let me have a look on my phone. Old World Builder. New list. Lizard Man. Create list. Saurus Warriors. 14 points per model. That's pretty hefty. They're only weapon skill 3, but they are strength 3, toughness 3. They are 2 attacks base. And the heavy armor and shield, and then there'll be a 3-up save because of having hand weapons. Okay. Okay. They're pretty good. What a yeah, shield wall. Shield wall's pretty good. Okay. How much are Scar Veterans? They are expensive, man. I mean, they're good, but they are expensive. What's the leadership of these motherfuckers? I still think you probably want... Temple Guard are meant to be very good. And Croxigors are meant to be very good. So, the issue you're going to have... basically, is that you don't have a lot of punch in the list. Let me get the chat on here as well. So I've been doing some recording today. You don't have a lot of punch in the list, apart from the one absolute mega punch character. I worried you don't have enough punch in the list. So what's kind of going through my head here is what you want to do is probably drop one of the units of Saurus and one of the Scar Veterans, okay? And then what you want to do is... And then what you probably want to do is have one of the unit of Saurus Warriors go down to 22, and then put the BSB and the other... Well, no, make both units... You don't want to be in 5x5. 5x5 is fine, but honestly, you probably want to be in like 8x3 to get as many attacks going as possible. Although you do have a lot of attacks. Or 6x4. I think you want to be in a 24 strong brick, and I think you either want to be in an 8x3 or a 6x4. Okay, I think that'll do very nicely for you. Now, what does Obsidian weapons do? I want to check that actually. Okay, so yeah, you know what you want to do, man? You basically want to sack off this unit here. You want to sack that off. And what you want to do is make this one 23 and this one 23. And you definitely want to go in an 8x3 formation. Because or a 6x4 formation, because the thing is, you get 2 attacks per guy at strength 4 with AP -1 inbuilt, so that's quite good for like taking a charge. And you probably want to go 8x3 so you can afford to take a few casualties and still hit back like a fucking train wreck. So I think 8x3, 23 Saurus Warriors in each one, character in each one is very nice. And then you have this guy running around like just battering stuff. Now, that's going to leave you a fair few points left over. Now, what I think you need is some punch in the list. And I also think you need something that's going to allow you to project force. Because you have to think, what's going to happen if you end up having to march across the board getting the shit shot out of you? It's not going to be good times. It's not going to be good times. Now, skinks and stuff can be helpful for that, but you say you don't like the little lizards. Well, you may want to consider some cavalry, Cold One Riders, for example. Or you may want to consider some Croxigors. Croxigors, I think, are actually... their movement's 6. They march 12 inches a turn, which is actually 33% more than your Saurus, I believe. So Croxigors are they're actually surprisingly fast. They're like trolls. I always find trolls get places quicker than people expect. So yeah, Croxigors are pretty good. Cold One Riders have got some potential. And I think that's kind of where you're at, man. Basically, Croxigors are going to be good, and having something with a bit more punch in it is going to allow you to be able to take on some big stuff. So yeah, two bricks of dead hard. My advice is overall, I think you want 2 bricks of dead hard infantry, a dude on a big, just choppy character, and then some like just punchier units. Whether that's Croxigors or Cold One Cavalry, something with a bit of something that can actually just go on the offensive and just attack something. Yeah. That's where I would go. I'm not an expert though, and we do have that rat bastard in the chat right now. He is our resident old world expert. I don't know if he knows anything about lizardmen though. He plays game, and so his advice would probably be take all the skinks because they're the small ones. But yeah, there we go. So that would be my advice, man. That'd be my advice. So, yeah, message brought to you by Clan Pestilence. Exactly. All right, so Kurtos, I hope that helps, man. And I hope that points you in the right direction. But bear in mind, I'm not a Lizardman expert. I'm just trying to suggest a slightly more well-rounded... Overall, I'm basically trying to suggest a slightly more well-rounded list. Yeah. Next, I'll say a big thank you to Sommerled. Sommerled, thank you for the gifted membership, mate. Thank you for the support. Thank you for doing your part. I also want to say a big thank you to Gathering Clouds. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, baby. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you for keeping us fresh up with new conscripts. Thank you for doing your part, sir. Fun Jacob. Fun Jacob. Well, that was your dash strike before, mate. Yeah. Then we've got Let's Go. Let's Go. Thank you so much, man. How have you been doing against AdMech? You like them? So I haven't played against the new AdMech yet. I haven't played 40k since the last balanced data slate, to be honest. My understanding that new AdMech are just like knockoff Space Marines, to be honest. Yeah, I tell you, I don't honestly. Sometimes I just I'm not gonna try and bullshit. I'm not gonna bullshit. I haven't played against them, so I don't know anything really about them, whether I like them or not. What I will say is this. On a general level, I think 10th edition has been a bit of a disaster for AdMech because Games Workshop just never got them right. They've tried to fix them now by making them very powerful. I understand that they are a very powerful army and they've started winning stuff left, right, and center, which is pretty good. But Games Workshop has stopped trying to make AdMech work and they've tried to start making AdMech dominate. So there you go. John Shepherd, thank you for the super chat, man. Pictures and stuff in stream discussion. So I went to Fiasco Wargaming Show at Leeds yesterday. I bought a pack of the Bolt Action Order dice and a pack of Rift dice. 2 Wargames Atlantic boxes for K47, 2 for Fantasy. I was talking to Athena Miniatures about the Pig Iron Productions line they have just bought. They should be up on the website hopefully mid-November. Nice! Pig Iron coming back. Pig Iron coming back is pretty big. Nice. I mean, they make for great K47 infantry. Yeah. Nice. Some good Shrek Wolfen. These guys are a bit smaller, but if you put them on the right size base, it should be fine. Nice. That's cool. That's cool. So you've got some old world. You're gonna have some old world and some K47 going on. Nice. These guys are pretty perfect for K47. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, they are pretty perfect. Nice, nice. That's cool. John, amazing effort, man. Sounds good to have you. Good to have the boots on the ground, as it were. And sounds like not only to have a blast, but you got some pretty useful information there, which is cool. I want to say a big thank you to Daniel Simpson. Daniel Simpson, thank you so much for the 28-month member flex. Double X Force, baby. Yes, thank you, man. Congrats to Darren Daggers for winning his first RTT. I'm not entirely certain who Darren Daggers is, but I will congratulate him. Well done. And well done. And well done. Victory is assured. There we go. Thank you for the support, man. To Krampus, thank you for the Giga Chat. Set the entire army up for the day. Hobby thus far. Pictures, in-stream discussion spread across a few posts. 3 years of progress feels good. Holy shit, man. Look at this. Look at this. Decided to get the whole army out for some photos. What started as a friend gifting me the Krieg half of his Octaris box has grown to this. 5,270 points of Krieg, all painted up and battle ready. Let's have a look. You've played his orcs a few times? Haven't played against orcs in a while. Oh, wait. Yeah. No, I know. Yeah, no. I know, Darren. Yes, of course. He's got WA2D2. Yes. So I've never noticed his second name. Yes. Oh my days. Yes. Very, 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 very big well done to him, Daniel Simpson. Very, 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 very big well done. Holy shit. I had to message him, man. Very, very good. Good job, Darren. Very good job. Yeah, he deserves the win. He is a true orc player. He absolutely deserves the win. Yeah, the WA2D2. Yeah. The Krampus, let's have a look at these models, man. God, your friend should cut you a check for the financial destitution he's caused. Yeah. Very impressive collection, sir. Very Oh, the fucking Krieg head on the knight is actually peak. Oh, that's so cool. Oh, I love it, man. This is a Krieg army. This is a Krieg army through and through. This is a guard army through and through. I love the mixture of models and designs and the cohesiveness of the paint scheme. So cool. Wow. I mean, what a model. What a model right there. So cool. So cool, man. I love it. I actually fucking love it. That's great. Holy shit, man. The Krampus, very impressive. Oh, we got some more pictures. Wait, we're not done yet. We're not done. We got some more pictures here. Daddy's bell. Plonk. Plink's around here somewhere. Oh. Dorothy. There's Plink. I knew Plink was around here somewhere. Nice. I remember naming those in the stream, man. Oh, so cool. All started with my first 3 minis in May of 2022. Holy shit, the Krampus. Holy shit, man. The bayonet on the flamer is actually brilliant. Wow. The Krampus, so cool, man. So cool. Big shout out next. Who have we got next? We've got a few more people coming in here. Let's have a look. Big shout out next to Metal Doom. Metal Doom, thank you for renewing your channel membership, sir. Thank you for continuing to do your part. We've also got Blackstone Chapter Master. Thank you for the super chat, bro. Val memes in stream discussion. Oh, we've got some Valrak memes here. Some Val memes and some context. JB is a Val fan with some very interesting jokes. He also doesn't like female custodies. Anyone who watches Val can tell more. I almost forgot he was a mod at one point because chat wanted that. Fucking hell. Fucking hell, man. That'd be me making Cosmic a mod. Oh wait. Any you dare challenge Mordy Mind? Any guard rumors? Oh yeah. Fuck's sake. GW CEO, tell me more about this martyrdom. Well, we almost have the knights done. I get that one. Oh man. Okay, you are going to lose all your games today. Okay, I can do that. I don't get that one. I have to be honest. I don't get that one. Maybe it's just is that because Death Guard are trash or something? I'm not sure. Is that a deep meme about like Death Guard being overpowered, so they make him throw all of his games so that they don't have to fix them? Some kind of like deep meta joke, or maybe I'm misreading it. JB on his deathbed and someone says female custodies. Fucking hell. Live footage of JB being a mod. Fuck's sake. Val's told JB to take care of a sex bot. Fuck's sake. Live footage of JB losing being a mod. JB becomes mod on Christmas. Fuck's sake. Fuck's sake. Brilliant. Let's have a look. GHB, they lost in the tournament this past weekend. That's all. What? Death Guard did. Did they not do very well? Every faction has up days and down days. Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes that's why, like, whenever I used to cover Meta Monday, I always used to be like, let's have a look at how many players there are. Oh, there's like half the players there are normally. It's a quiet weekend. Remember, guys, on quiet weekends, factions which don't normally do as well tend to do a little bit better because they've got a bit more breathing room and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. Varg and Daka played Death Guard and World Eaters. Ah. Wait. Varak played Warhammer 40k? Or is it Horus Heresy? Because Varak doesn't really... And Daka's Knights blew up and killed Varak's World Eater models? Wait, I need to know more about this. Because Varak never plays fucking Warhammer 40k anymore. That's actually... like that'd be like the... must be like his first game in like over a year. I'm not even kidding you, man. He just doesn't play the game anymore. That's crazy. $40k at Warhammer World? Oh man, wait. Varak played the marketing and legal guy from GW. They played at Warhammer against GW corporate people. Funny story. There's so much to unpack here. How can I find out more information about this? How can I find... Is it on his channel? I'm so confused. I don't see anything on it. There's a video about it on his channel. I mean, I don't see it. All I see is him wanking off plastic warhounds. Is it on his other channel? Is it on Varak on Sunday? Is it on a live stream? No, he unlists all his live streams. He unlists all of his live streams, so I can't see it. Yeah, he hasn't. Apparently, he hasn't streamed in like 2 months, which we all know isn't true. Yeah. He only keeps the good live streams up. He doesn't keep the regular ones. Yeah, I cannot believe Barak played Warhammer 40k. Was it a tournament or something? Was it a tournament? Or was he just like... What I'm trying to understand here is, did Barak just go down to Warhammer World and play in a tournament? Or did Barak go down to Warhammer World and organize games against all of these corporate people at Games Workshop? Like... Because I always suspected he was a GW spy, but that would literally be proof he was a GW spy. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, it was a doubles tournament. I've done a few double tournaments. Okay, I get it now. All right. Interesting. That honestly, that is. I feel like if that's a Matrix moment right there. They've changed something in the Matrix, and Val is playing Warhammer again. Actually insane. Actually insane, man. I can't believe it. I'm gonna have to ask him about this. I'm like, what the fuck were you doing? Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Like, how did they let him in? How did they let him in? Like, honestly, they must have recognized him. And they must have been, yeah. Jesus Christ, man. They must have, yeah. And they must have recognized him. And they must have been like, how, they must have been like, do we like poison his bugmans while we've got him? Like, that's like entering the belly of the beast. It's like entering the Temple of Doom. Yeah, for Barak, I mean, because he is well known. People know him, you know? Yeah. My claim to fame. I played back in 8th edition. I played a few of the Warhammer World doubles events, and I ended up playing against a guy that had written the Guard Codex, and I knew the Codex better than he did.
Backbone of the guard, ready to serve.
And I used the 8th edition Mordian stratagem, which said that each time you got a 6 to hit, you got to fire again with that model against him. And he was like, no, you get an extra shot. And I was like, no, you get to fire again. He was like, bro, I wrote the codex, you get an extra shot. And I went, okay, well, here's the stratagem. It says you get to fire again. It says it's the only good thing about this regimental doctrine. So, you know, everything else in my regiment is terrible. So I figured this was the one good thing. And he read it and was like, read it again. He went, oh, yeah, you do get to fire again. And I was like, he went, okay. And then guess what? No word of a lie. No word of a lie. Next FAQ, they nerfed that Mordian stratagem to say you get an extra shot if you hit on a 6. At the I beat the guy that wrote the codex, but at what cost? But at what cost? My claim to fame. Yeah. My claim to fame, man. Oh, man. Oh, fucking hell. One of the best Lorac stories. Ask him, mate. It was hilarious. I'm gonna, yeah. That's mad. They had to get their own back. Yeah, they did. Yeah. I got Mordians nerfed, yeah. That was a long time ago. It's back in 8th. It's like 6 years ago now. It's like 6 years ago, asshole. Yeah, people don't forget. That's mental, man. I honestly, the last, okay, not to put words in Barak's mouth, but the last time last time I spoke to him about this, which was a month or so ago, I was like, I said, because it was when we played, it might have been a bit longer than that actually. It's when we played against each other at the Bolt Action tournament, and he was just like, I was like, it's quite funny, you and I, both 40k content creators, playing against each other in Bolt Action. He was like, yeah, well, we're not going to play against each other in 40k, are we? Because it's shit. Oh man. No, I mean, wouldn't an extra free hit be better than an extra shot? No, dude, not an extra shot. You get to shoot again. So this was in 8th edition, when if you were in first rank, when you were in rapid fire range, you went from 1 to 2 shots, and first rank fire, second rank fire doubled that again. So if you're in rapid fire range, you got 4 shots from first rank fire, second rank fire. So it meant that every time you rolled a 6 to hit, you got to fire again. So if you had first rank fire, second rank fire, and you fired your 4 shots, and you hit, and you got, like, let's say, 2 6s, you got to fire another 8 shots. So this is how I once killed Magnus with a single squad of Imperial Guard veterans. Because I was like, I'm going to use first rank fire, second rank fire. And I'm going to be, and I'm going, was it veterans? I think it was veterans or something. But yeah, and I rolled I had 3 melter guns in the squad. And I rolled to hit, and I rolled 3 6s. So I rolled 3 more melter gun shots. Oh, yeah. It was good times. Good times on 8th edition. Good times. Yeah. I'm genuinely mind blown that Barak played Warhammer 40k. I'm actually going to, was that this weekend? I'm actually going to message him right now about it. Oh, sweet. Someone found the stream. Let me have a look. I'm going to message him, and I'm going to say, are you feeling all right? Somebody told me you decided to play Warhammer 40k this weekend, and I assumed they were lying. Someone in my stream told me you played 40k this weekend in Warhammer World, and I assumed they were lying. If they're telling the truth, then if they are telling the truth, then I can only conclude that the Skinwalkers finally got you. There you go. There you go. There you go. I'll see if he replies. Oh, let's have a look. Apparently, John Shepard just sent me the link to the stream because it's unlisted. Oh, a minute. Let's have a look. So I was trying to find get my headset and turn it on.
You just take it. I was just ready to go. I was just ready to go home, right?
Right, let's have a look.
Mate, I was fucking knackered as well, Daka. I was absolutely knackered. At least the games were quick. Mate, because we're doing everything.
Right, let's have a look.
Smiley for leaks are.
Listen, right? No, listen.
You've got 25 minutes till the F1 starts.
Ryan, demod. Right, do you know what? Where is it? Mate, he's been demodded. When he types in chat now, mate, he's been... Do you know what? I can just do it this way. He's gone, Ryan.
Demod the bastard.
Hang on, I can't
JB
demod him with
for
a super
mod
chat.
now.
I have to demod him when he types in chat. Right, I have to demod him when he types in chat. I'll do it, Ryan, as soon as he types, okay? I want him gone. I should be mod. So...
Right.
That's not the biggest thing that happened at the event.
Where's my crux box?
So-
Val, don't make me call my Italian cousins. Smiley
mate.
face emoji.
Mate, I'll be honest with you. Can anyone else get one? All the I
One
went
minute.
to go on to buy them, all
What's this?
they were fucking didn't get a single crux.
Smiley
Mate,
face emoji.
mate, I'll be honest with you. Didn't get a single crux box. Didn't get a single one. They were fucking
right.
gone like that. The sites that I went to go on to buy them all crashed. Did anyone else get one? All the sites that I went on to get one, it just instantly crashed.
Right, that's
Right.
correct.
13.
Launcher had 20 plus runes. To be fair with you though, everyone focused on Angron rather than Daka's Knight. And Daka's Knight still managed not to do anything. The World Eaters, the actual Corn Berserkers were doing everything.
You jinxed me as lol. Never got mine.
Veteran, mate, I'm so sorry. Separately in a couple of...
First wall protocol engaged.
Maybe January time.
I'm trying to find the
done.
deets here.
He's done. Unless we get to 100 members, then he's redone. Rob, 5. Rob, mate, I massively appreciate Ryan, Sneedler, Rob. Guys, I couldn't do this without you. There's one thing that we did do, and that is we had an incredible amount of fun. And for
Okay.
me, that's what it's
At
about.
least Doc is consistently.
I still
shit
can't
next to you.
believe.
That's what it's about, mate, right?
Did
It's
you
all
film
about
the
having fun.
humiliation?
Me and Daka went in with one objective, and that is, let's not focus on the objectives. And what we learned the hard way is Warhammer 40,000 is an objective-based game.
It's
not about killing. It's about who
Fuck's
holds
sake.
the most objective.
You can tell he hasn't played any 10th edition because that is such a 9th edition mindset. That is such a 9th edition mindset. You know, if we kill everyone, then we'll hold the objectives. Technically. Yeah, sounds good. Sounds good.
And what you can do on them said objectives, which I found utterly boring.
Yeah, man.
She wants me wallet. What
She
does
wants
check
me
with the
wallet.
April needs to check my wallet. Again, asking for your financial aid.
Once again, asking for yours. And once again, asking financial support.
Don't do this. She's stealing it. Oh no. What have you done? Mate, you got the crux box, mate. That's amazing. Again, did so far, guys. Thank you so much. Right, I'm explaining it,
Now there's a
Daka.
second release of
All
them
right.
coming. They are printing the ones for.
I'm
I
not
got two.
Australian or
Winged.
New firstborn child to get a box.
Not to mention he was 30 minutes late.
No,
They
hang
didn't turn up on day 2 but sent me a message asking me to sort out his army, dice,
No,
and
hang on.
everything
Hang
else
on.
left
He
behind.
turned up
Hang
30
on,
minutes
hang on,
late.
Hang on. Hang on.
He turned
more
up
to this
30
story.
minutes
All right, don't believe
late.
it.
Laugh at
Fuck's
Jonathan, get
sake.
ahead of yourself, mate. You're like the Arsenal fans. You've won it by Christmas, haven't you? Mate, it's going to be tears at the end, and I can't wait for it. Right, this is what happened.
Stop talking
So,
sports on my
I
wargaming
thought
stream.
The event kicked off at 10 a.m. Because what they normally do is open up Warhammer World at 10, so it normally finishes at 10. That was wrong. It started at 9:30. So I was half an hour late, arriving to game 1. But that's not the best thing. So
Fucking
the
fuck's
opponent
sake.
I was fighting, the first team I was fighting was an official Games Workshop team. Made
Oh
up
my
of, do you know that guy on
God.
Warhammer TV, Ed with a beard, who does all of the Warhammer Live
Yeah.
TV shows? Do you know him?
Oh
It was
my
him.
God.
I was going against. And Andy Smiler, who, if I'm not mistaken, is the head of GWU licensing and marketing.
Oh my God.
He couldn't make it up. So I turned up half an hour late, Sunglasses
Oh
on.
my
All
fuck.
right, boys. Are we up?
So this motherfucker who Games Workshop genuinely fucking hate, not only has he gone down to Warhammer World and basically kind of refused to play the game, he's refused to play the game properly. Not only that, he's playing against the marketing team, but then he turns up 30 minutes late. They must have thought he did it on purpose. They must have thought that he did it on purpose. They must have thought, this guy, he's just taking the absolute piss out of us. They must have thought he did it on purpose, man.
It's me, your boy Valrak. Mate, you couldn't make it up, right? This is why I'm blacklisted. I understand now. So that was a...
Or maybe it goes the other way. Maybe that's how he that's how he gets his leaks. You know when they shake hands at the beginning of the game? Good luck. They slip a note into his hand. And then at the end of the game, Varak shakes their hand and he slips, the fucking cash into their hands. That's how he does it. That's how he gets the leaks.
Right? That was a fun game. The people who literally blacklisted me. I'm playing against them. Hey.
Fucking hell,
that was
man.
funny. Yeah, it was a laugh.
You didn't
it was
even
fun.
resist when they demanded the wallet.
Take it out of the car park.
Like Dory in an iron cage.
Didn't even resist and demanded the wallet.
Take
mate.
it outside in the
You
car
can't.
park.
Listen, are you telling me that you would say no to your partner, War Child? Mate, you would crumple faster than Arsenal's title hopes in the past.
Sport.
I got to you. My foot started to swell up because you don't know.
The
I fell off my
excuses.
roof and I nearly died. And I was more or less nearly stuck.
Oh, you can't, Valrak. It's been like 2 years, asshole. You can't get. Oh, I fell off the roof. I nearly died. Change the fucking record. Fuck, come on.
For around 12 hours because mate, it ended at 8 p.m. So we was there from 10 to like 8.
It's fucking milking that one, isn't he?
And mate, I woke up the next morning, my foot was swelled, and I'm like fucking driving back with like my foot like that. So I was like, oh no. Dako, do you mind? He's like, no, I don't mind. So yeah, we just called it. Like we weren't in it to win it anyway, so there was no problem with it. And don't forget, after that 8 p.m., I had like a 2.5 hour drive home, so I didn't get in till like 10:30, 11ish because of the traffic.
I don't even start streaming till then. I start streaming at 9.
And I just fucking crashed out.
Right, bastard. That's dark,
out,
man.
Guys.
That's dark. But I've read your message, man. I'm going to get back to you. Don't worry.
Wah. Shut up, Al.
And then
Tournament
some.
player is savage. More than one game is hard work, let alone free, mate. It's especially when you got Daka on your team as well. You paid it. I was playing against 4 people.
I'm weak, brother. Be stronger than me.
Do you
Avenge
mean
me,
3
brother.
people?
Avenge me,
Unless you
brother.
play
Avenge
against
me.
yourself.
Mate, I was fucking knackered as well, Daka. I was absolutely knackered. At least the games were quick. Mate, do you know what? They actually weren't quick.
Yeah.
Like, each game was what? 2? Is it 2.5 hours you get? And more or less all our games lasted towards the end. Because I had a lot of guys, of course, right? And, we're just charging forward. And these guys, these guys are moving around the board to not engage us, kind of thing.
So,
do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, mate, like, game 3 was just, like, I think it went down to, like, the last minute.
Yeah.
And I literally just said to the guys, you win it. You just take it. I was just ready to go. I was just ready to go home, right?
I legit gave up halfway through game 3.
Oh my God, Kevo, that is not real. Right, I've seen this. Mate, I did a video about this months ago, Kevo. Okay?
So
that is AI. Do you know what, mate? Do you know what, James? Do you know what? I'll give you this one for free. 4. So
I think that's it, probably.
yeah, I was very surprised because those events normally is stay over the night. I'm not driving back to Manchester again. I'd get an hotel and stay over because that drive home that night, it was just
There you go. There you go. So basically, we've got the full story now. So basically, now we've got the full story. Despite Valrak's attempts to hide the evidence, hide the history, we have the full story. So what happened is Valrak went down to Warhammer World, having played 0 games of 10th edition, basically. Turned up 30 minutes late. Played against the people that actually fucking hate him, the marketing team at GW. Refused to play the game properly because he was like, I'm just going to run at you and ignore the objectives, basically making it a non-game. And then proceeded to get absolutely fisted 3 games in a row. And then basically called it halfway through game number 3 because his foot was swelling up. And fucking left. Right, fair enough. Right, fair enough. That's partly how you do it these days. I love the fact that Val decided to go to a tournament. I love the fact that Val decided to go to a tournament. Like, he's avoided playing 10th edition all fucking edition, and he finally turns up to a fucking and decides to go to a 10th edition tournament at literally the worst possible time, because the only people still playing tournaments are the fucking tryhards right now. That's not even like shitting on anybody. That's just the general natural nature of end of edition 40k. The last 8-9 months, it's just tryhards, because they're the people that still give a fuck about playing the game, and everyone else is just waiting until the new edition comes along. Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah. So, there you go. All right. Yeah, it was quite hilarious as we recount the story. Yeah, I really wish I could be a fly on the wall when he turned, because they probably don't know his real name. They probably just know his Chapter Master Valrak. So I just can't wait to see. I would have loved to have seen their faces when they recognized him and were like, wait, you're so-and-so? Yeah. Oh, my God. You know what? Val, I love you, buddy, but I really wish you'd won that first game. I really, really wish you'd won that first game, mate. That would have been even funnier. All right, what do we got next? Leggett Chansey, thank you so much for the Giga Chat. Yes, thank you so much, man. Post-tournament clarity in DMs. I survived Winehammer and even got a win. Let's have a look, mate. Ooh, okay. Let's have a look. Let's have a look here. So Chansey went down to the last of the summer Winehammer event this weekend, which is a shame. I really wanted to go to it. I normally go to it every single year. This is the first year that I've missed it in like 5 years because it happened to be on the same day as Mrs. Mordian's birthday. But I don't have too many regrets, because yesterday, me and Mrs. Mordian spent the entire day at a spa. It was one of her birthday presents, and so woe is me. I had to lie there and get a massage and all sorts of other spa-like treatments and all that kind of stuff. So yeah. So Chansey, be strong for me. Okay. Good evening, sir. A dear message time, as I don't want to drown the stream discussion with a long message. I mean, You absolutely can, mate. There's no drama with doing that whatsoever. We don't stand on ceremony around here. I shall open for my tidings of my uphill battle at the last of the summer Winehammer. I went in with the ever-reliable guard, of course, and in an effort to subvert everyone's expectations, I took a mixed combined arms regiment with one silly twist. That being, I took 2 basilisks. This, as it turns out, was perhaps a slight error. Okay, interesting. Game 1 was against Chaos Knights, running 2 big knights and a bunch of small knights with Terraform as the primary. With Terraform as the primary. My Chaos Knights opponent got first turn, and the first round went as you would expect. The knights started blasting, quickly eliminating my half of my primary armor within short order. But why wasn't your armor hidden, Chansey? How, he shouldn't have been able to see it, Chansey. Anyway, my own return fire failed to realistically cause any issues for my opponent. This trend proceeded to continue into rounds 2 and 3. My remaining armor cooking my remaining armor before I could realistically resist. Effectively tabled by the end of turn 3. Game 2 ended much worse. Bottom table, here I come, baby. This time, getting into a brawl was as a battle. The valiant women at arms of the ecclesiarchy teaching me the errors of my ways by charging me down the centre with Morven Val and her bodyguards, creating a situation where I either engaged her and expended a huge amount of firepower, or just ran away and go for the rest of the army. I tried the second option. However, our friend, the Chansey effect, came in swinging and punching, creating an opening on the other flank for the sisters player to smack me with a, so to speak, unholy amount of melters, turning our Lehman Russes to tens of melter guns. Oh, turns out Lehman Russes die to tens of melter guns. The game was decided in round 4, effectively after Sisters melee units came in and battered my surviving soldiers. Game 3 is where I somehow did the unthinkable. I managed to win, fighting the foul zealots of the Elder. I was matched against Tess. Tess is a lovely person to play against. Tess is one of the best people you will play. He is an old school Warhammer player. He has played forever, and he is the reason why I don't completely hate Eldar, because he's just a solid bloke who always plays a good game. I'm going to say a good game, like a nice game. Tess is a lovely person to play against. These Eldar were not so fun to play against. I never knew Warp Spies were Torrent. This was a terrifying discovery. To add to this, the Chansey effect was in full swing. However, I had brought enough guns to blast the Eldar off the board. It was this game I discovered the true usage and form of the Basilisk. It turns out it's not artillery, it's an assault gun. Oh my fucking god. No. Why do you do this to me, Chansey? Why do you vex me terribly? Charging the Eldar... Fucking hell. Charging the Eldar formations with Basilisk turned out to be very effective. Managed to turn what was going to be defeat into victory. I was able to force my way onto the objective and hold them just long enough that the Eldar lost their momentum, allowing me to secure my win. Well, fair play, actually. Fair play. Yeah. It turns out that the Basilisk is not a Basilisk, but a Stug. Game 4, I won't go into much detail, as it was basically a ton of Scab Cult Terminators bullying their way through me and refusing to die. -1 to wound is massive when combined with the fact their basic guns are AP2. Yes. I mean, Scab Cults and Thousand Suns are not dead. They're still very good. Yeah. The final game was against Tunneling Tyranids. The points are deceptive and was honestly neck and neck all the way to round 5. However, what decided it was the objectives. Tyranids going Mario on you is extremely hard to contain up and down, especially when a small swarm charges your flank. This flank charge I was able to stop. However, the cost was great and arguably won my opponent the game, not through the damage but by forcing me to move my armor back to get rid of them. It was a brilliant game nonetheless, and it's given me ideas on how to use my own Tyranids going forward. In all, my first singles where I've managed a win, now to bring those losses to draws. I would love it if you gave our boy Marcus a shout out for running Winehammer. It was great fun and looking forward to going to the successor to Winehammer. Yeah, Marcus is a great TO, lot of time for him. He's a good lad. And yeah, it's a shame I couldn't go to the last one, but I will definitely go to the first of the new ones. In repayment of my rather long message, I've also attached a tease of my new Shrek Wolfen that I'm working on. Giant peptide / roid fueled superhumans with Gladius count right? I think they do. Yeah. Nice. I think I know. If Craig is the same Craig that I know, then yeah. Craig is great. Yeah, I got a lot of time for Craig. Nice. They look, dude, they are very, very, very cool choices for Shrek Wolfen. Yeah. Good Shrek Wolfen / Ogrin. Ogrin choice. Oh, Bolgrin, I should say. Yeah, 100%, man. Brilliant. Absolutely fantastic, bro. Nice. Chansey. Sounds like even though you had some thorough beatings, that you were able to at least come out with some good times. Yeah, Northern Warlords Craig. Yeah, Northern Warlords Craig's really, really good lad, and I have a lot of time for him. Yeah, a lot of time for him. Chansey, that was kind of cool. Yeah, well done, mate. Sounds like you had fun in the face of terrible adversity. So there we are. What have we got next? Josh Crosby, thank you for the 27-month member flex, baby. X-Force, double X-Force. Clippity Clop in Discord. Let's have a look. Hey, dude, these guys look great, man. Let's have a look here. First unit completed of these guys after working on them since the start of the year. I'm so glad I have painted over the new plastics. I'm so glad I have them painted over the new plastics. Yeah, I don't mind the new plastics. Don't get me wrong. But I don't mind. Both I think look good, but I think these guys are probably Both sculpts are good in their own ways. But I am well known for and still truly believe in a lot of the old sculpts. And I really do like these. And you know what? Even though they're probably Forge World resin, I probably would prefer building and painting these motherfuckers just because they're probably only they're probably 2-piece models. If that. The horses are all going to be 1 bit. The riders will probably be in 2 or 3 bits. Maybe. Yeah. I'm actually not sure. I'd love to know. How many bits they came in. But dude, the color scheme of these guys is phenomenal. Doing all the little lines and stuff on the horse flesh, the little flags, man. Yeah, the old sculpts are great. No issues with the new sculpts whatsoever, personally. But I really do like the old sculpts. Yeah, man. Very, 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 very cool. Very cool. Yeah. I remember seeing, I bet the channel doesn't exist anymore. I remember seeing, so there was this Warhammer channel back in the day. This was before I did it full time. And it really got me to fall in love with the Death of Krieg. And I hadn't really paid much attention to them up until that point. But it was this, the whole channel was basically, it was this girl, and she played Warhammer against her boyfriend. I think they were Swedish or Norwegian. I'm pretty certain they were Scandinavian, maybe German. And the boyfriend played Death of Krieg, and she played Chaos Demons. And there was this, and it was all, and they always used to make quite nice looking boards. And there was this moment when these demons were coming down the flank, and they were tearing apart a lot of the guard stuff on that flank. And this guy just had 20 Kriegers, led by a commissar, and there was this piece of terrain where the demons were coming. It's like a hill or a ruined Aquila kind of thing, and the piece of terrain was, and the demons were started coming over the top of the piece of terrain. And I remember this guy just telling his Kriegers to fix bayonets, and he charged into the demons, and against all odds he actually swept them away. And it was a really, 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 really immersive and cinematic moment, because back in the day there were different there were different kinds of, because the Krieg models were Forge World, so they were like single piece. There were different poses, and so they would sell the Kriegers like at ease, like the rifles slung, or they'd have them like aiming and shooting. And then there was one pose they had, which was the Kriegers advancing. And that's when they had like the bayonets fixed, and they were like advancing with like the rifles almost held like spears almost. And he had this squad, and they were 20. There was a squad of 20 in the advancing pose, and just the image, like just seeing all those Kriegers like with like bayonets fixed, actually in the advancing bayonets pose, just charge like up charge up this piece of terrain, like sweep the demons away. So that's obviously it's an epic moment, and it's still stuck with me in my head. And I'd love to be able to find. That game. I'm sure it might have been in 7th edition. It might not have even been an 8th edition thing. It was a long time ago. Yeah. But it's really, and I bet going back and look at it now, like the camera work would be shitty and all, because that was when everything was just amateurs in 40k, including myself. Do you know what I mean? But it was a really, really epic moment. It didn't matter about the quality it mattered about the moment. Yeah. But yeah, Josh Crosby. I know we went off on one there a little bit, mate. But seriously, bro, your models look absolutely fucking phenomenal. And yeah, the old resin Kriegers. It's funny at the time, I didn't like them, but looking back now, I don't think we realized what we had. Yeah. Just because we have those advancing guys painted too. Yeah, man. Yeah. There's. I love the old Kriegers all looked great. Yeah. Defo Pre-8, it was a golden time. I mean, to be fair, not all of them. Not all of Pre-8th was good. I mean, Moses 6th and 7th was pretty fucking dire. But I think it was just one of those. I think it just, again, as always, it came down to competitive play versus casual play. I personally believe the core rules of 7th edition were fine. I think it was the army rules and the codex creep and stuff and the balance which was an issue. I do wonder if we went back to. I genuinely wonder. I genuinely wonder if we went back to old Hammer with new balancing policies, if that would be some kind of golden age. I do wonder. It would certainly be interesting. We can only hope. Truly. I really do. And it sounds crazy. I pray. But I really believe, I really hope, I really want Games Workshop to release a classic Hammer. If they released a Warhammer 40k classic edition, like Old World, and they updated it in the same way they approach Warhammer the Old World, with FAQs that actually just answer questions, and once a year getting some kind of like 1.5 update or something like that. I think that would be the version of 40k I would play. Yeah. I hope one day. I really do hope they're working on it. Because
reporting for duty.
I really do hope they work on it. Yeah. But we'll see. Let's have a look here. Oh, 1 minute. I've realised that I've maybe missed 1 or 2 super chats. Fucking OBS being a knobhead. 1 second. Let's have a look. I think we're okay. Metal Doom, that was it. Metal Doom, sorry I missed your thing, man. It didn't come through on the back end for some reason. Metal Doom, thank you for the 1 month member flex. Just ordered my K47 starter. Thanks, Mordian. Hey! The revolution spreads, brother. The fire rises. K47. It's such a good game. It's such a fucking good game, man. Yes. Dude, you're not going to regret it. It's a ton of fun. It's a ton of fucking fun, man. Fantastic. I want to say a big thank you next to Jared Mann. Thank you for the Giga Chat. Second to last day in the UK. Still no free Rhino, but visited Element Games London today. Konflikt 47 has me. Any tips for the army builder on the app? So firstly, Jared Mann, thank you so much for your support. Secondly, great to hear that your holiday's still going really well. Shame about the free Rhino. And thirdly, K47 has you. Yes, the revolution spreads. We got my vote. We got two more. We got two more, man. Any tips for the army builder on the app? Depends what you mean. The army builder is one of you'll get used to it. It's like if you're used to like it's like anything. You get used to new recruit at first. You get used to battle squad back in the day. If you've got any tip, I don't know what you mean by any tips for the army builder on the app, but it's one of those where if you what I find is sometimes I do find the army builder app does kind of like you do an update and it doesn't look like it's done it, but it has done it. Just refresh it and then it works. Sometimes you have to go back and then forward again, but generally speaking, it's pretty solid. I guess the big question, Joe Man, is if Konflikt 47 has got you, what factions have you gone for? And if so, I feel like I've asked this one before, Joe Man, so apologies if I have done. But if you need any advice on what units to buy for which factions, please, I'm happy to help. I want to say a big thank you next to Summerled. Thank you for the 3-month member flex, man. Just got my British pre-order in on K47. Yes! The revolution spreads. The fire rises, brothers. Fuck yeah, man. Honestly, I need to check something. You reminded me of something, Summerled. 1 minute. I've not had a reply yet. Okay, that's fine. I should be playing quite a bit of Konflikt 47 soon because my brother's going to be free. He's going to be free soon for a bit of time, and so hopefully going to get like 2 or 3 games in a week, which would be kind of cool. So that's you saying got your Konflikt 47 British pre-order on. Got me thinking about that. Yeah. Holy shit, man. Yeah. Dude, fucking. I am waiting for the British Mark II infantry because I want to build a British army for a battle report, but I want to make sure that I can show off the vibes of the British. So I've got all the mechs that I need built and painted because I've got 3 of the little mechs, and then I've got how many big mechs do I have? I'm gonna have 3 little mechs, 2 medium mechs, and 1 heavy mech. So I've got 3 Guardians, 1 Hornet, 1 Mud Skipper, and then I've got 1 Merlin, and then I've got 2 Tesla Cromwells as well. So I've got all the British armor done. British armor's done. But in terms of infantry, I've only got 1 squad of Mark 1 robots and 1 squad of the Galahad power armored infantry guys. And what I really need is some dogs and some more robots. I want 2 squads of Mark 2s and at least 2 squads of Mark 1s. In fact, I'm having a moment of heresy. I'm having a moment. I don't know if I'm mental. But I might buy another box of the metal ones. I know, chat. I know. The metal tin men are bad. But I want more HMGs. And Wayland Games has the metal ones with HMGs available now for 20% off. And I'm pretty certain I'm pretty certain the ones that are going to come from Warlord are going to have MMGs. And I'm kind of like, want HMGs. So, you know, and then also, to be fair, I'll have 3 squads. The crazy thing is, I'll then have 3 squads of Mark 1s. And then I'll have, because I'm going to get the starter box, of course. So I'm going to have 3 squads of Mark 1s. And then I'm going to have 1 squad of Mark 2s. And I might end up getting 2 squads of Mark 2s. And that's all the tin men I could ever need. Yeah. Got to put Outward and Glory. Can you confirm this for me, maybe? Does the old British starter have to be built as 4 LMGs and 1 HMG? Only because obviously now it's not a legal squad. It's MMGs. They come with the robots come with MMGs. So I have the old British robots, and they come with it from the starter set, and they come with 1 HMG and 4 MMGs. I'm pretty certain that's still legal. I heard people talking about this in the Discord, and I think it was just people saying LMGs when they didn't realize they meant MMGs. Must be applied to the entire squad. Interesting. Okay, so yeah, no, that is interesting. So, that's interesting. Wonder why they've done that. So it's under squad upgrades rather than under options. I think that's a mistake. Personally, I think that is a mistake. I don't know why they've put that under squad upgrades. That's very obviously should be an option, not a squad upgrade. Maybe they've done it for some kind of like balancing reasons, but that's not, it's, squad upgrades are like ATRDs and anti-tank grenades and stuff like that, and stubborn. So that feels like a mistake to me. Truth be told, unless there's some obvious balancing reason, that feels like a mistake to me, because obviously it's just a weapon choice, and weapon choices aren't squad upgrades. That would be like if you look down the Mark IIs, it's like their weapon things are under options. Yeah, that's got to be a mistake. Yeah. It's about the strength of the overcharge hit. Nah, the Mark 1 fucking automated infantry active enhancement is a Hail Mary. Yeah. Honestly, I would personally just play it as weapon choices. That's it. I wouldn't play. I wouldn't play it as squad upgrades. But yeah, there we go. We'll see. We know Warlord are working on an FAQ and stuff, so hopefully that's something that'll get changed. Yeah, that doesn't make a lot of sense to be fair. All right, let's have a look here. Someone I just got my British pre-order. You were asking about units, maybe. Which bot action units are you bringing, if any? For the British, I feel like me personally, I'd bring Matilda 2s. Not because they're good or meta in any way, shape, or form, but because I fucking love the Matilda 2. I would convert Matilda 2s to be Tesla Matildas. I fucking love the Matilda. Tesla Matildas would go fucking hard, actually. Yeah. C.R. Smith, is this one of the only errors you've seen in the bolt action / Konflikt 47 rules? Yeah. I haven't seen many others. There's one or two here and there, but I haven't seen many others. Some stuff it's not about it, like that's the only error that I remember seeing. But there's things like where are the shock troopers and stuff like that, It might not be. Look, guys, it might not be a mistake. there's been a lot of things where I've been like, oh, Warlord, why have you done that? That's stupid. And then I've looked a bit deeper, played with it, and gone, oh, yeah, that's been done with purpose and thought. So sometimes they're not mistakes. Sometimes it's just I didn't know. I couldn't appreciate why that change had been made until I sort of encountered the situation and was like, now I understand. So yeah, so that's the it might not be a mistake, but it feels a bit weird that the MMGs to HMGs would be considered a squad upgrade rather than a weapon choice. Because I was thinking of getting a squad of the old Mark 1s all with HMGs and then being like, I can put, then I'll have 10 robots with 4 MMGs and 6 HMGs, and I can run a squad where it's like I can have 3 HMGs and 2 MMGs in each unit. And then if I go up to 15, then I can actually go the other way, and I can have 3 squads with 3 MMGs and 2 HMGs in each squad. But I don't know if I'd ever run that many, to be honest. Yeah. Odin, will you remember to go up to K47 like GW if they need lambastering, as well as when they take over the world? Odin, firstly, chance to be a fine thing for them to take over the world. There's that. Secondly, absolutely. Of course. Of course. All right? Like, I treat everybody fairly, and I treat every company fairly. Like, if a company does something that I like, I support it. If a company does something that I don't like, I call them out on it. It's that simple. Okay? Right now, Games Workshop's doing a lot of stuff that gives me cause to lambast them. Right now, Warlord Games is doing lots of stuff that gives me cause to wash their balls. But if Warlord Games came out with an update or did some horribly predatory practice, I would say, look, I'm not okay with this. I wouldn't. This is how I would. This is my approach. Okay, and this is the approach I had with Games Workshop as well. The first, if it's a blip, if it's a one, like a one-off, then I will call it out, but I won't completely lose my fucking shit over it, because no one is perfect. No one should be put on a pedestal. Everyone could make mistakes. Everyone could make bad calls. Bad call, Ripley. A bad call. But if there's a pattern of behavior where it's like, okay, this isn't a one-off. This isn't a mistake.
Forward, you dogs, to victory!
This is actively a mindset and a policy. And this is something that this is not a mistake, but this is something that's been done on purpose with malice aforethought, as it were. Then I'm going to get very upset about that continuously and not shut the fuck up about it until people are very, very bored of me. So that's why when Warlord Games makes a mistake or does something that I don't agree with, it's very few and far between. They do make mistakes, though, and they do things I don't agree with. But I'm not afraid to be like, okay, yeah, I don't like that. I think that might be a mistake, or I don't agree with that kind of thing. But I don't go fucking ape because it's, occasional. It's here and there. Whereas with Games Workshop, it's like, well, let's put it this way, guys. There's been some of you may not realize this, but there's been a lot over the last week. There's been a lot of chit chat about Blood Bowl. Blood Bowl was a game that is beloved by its community. Games Workshop came out with a new season, aka edition for Blood Bowl, and yep, if they don't make models for it, you don't get rules for it. And let me tell you, when Blood Bowl has been pootling along for nearly a decade without that policy being implemented, and then overnight GW implements that policy, yeah, that's like throwing dynamite into a pond. Yeah, that's it's not gone well. It's not gone over well. So when Games Workshop is doing it systematically, I'm gonna be very ruthless about it, and I'm gonna continue to shit on them about it. But they still when they do something good, they still get the praise. Yeah. They still get the praise. Because the whole point of this policy of mine is in some small way, it's probably never going to happen. It's probably a fucking joke that I even think like this. But in some small way, I hope that when they see people react positively to something they do, they take that on board. And when they see people reacting negatively to what they do, they take that on board. Because because you have to be fair, because otherwise, what's the fucking point in them even giving what's the point in them even potentially taking on board feedback? But yeah, I don't know. There was a time when Games Workshop took on feedback. I think that time is long gone. Yeah. So yeah, that's why it's not biases. I'm very equals with this mindset, which is why. And if you want an example of a middle ground, look at my attitude towards Old World. I have been very, very, very positive towards Old World, but I've also not been a game which I absolutely love, and you could happily call me an Old World shill, and people have done, but a game which I have not shied away from when I think they've gone in the wrong direction. A good example of that being Cathay. And a good example of that being the Match Play Guide. I truly, truly believe that both of these products are things that should not exist right now. Controversial. Absolutely controversial. But I truly believe neither of these products should exist right now. I think before any Match Play Guide and before any new factions are introduced into the game, I truly believe that the old legacy factions need to be restored to their former glory. There needs to be Dark Elves. Games Workshop's got the Forces of Fantasy and the Ravening Hordes books. Well, there should have been a third book that came out. A third, not an arcane journal, a third meaty book, and it should have contained the all of the lost factions. Or if they want to split them down into good and bad, they could release 2 books. Do you know what I mean? And I don't give if they want to milk it, that's fine. But they should, before we got any new factions, before we got any Match Play Guide, we should have got 2 new books with all of those things in, and then we should have got the arcane journals for those, and then maybe we start bringing in new factions. But I am very, very, very fair with this policy. Very fair. I apply it to all companies equally. To all game systems I play equally. 100%. Yeah, if you want an example of me criticizing Warlord, whilst I really like the new Armies of Soviet Union book, I think the way they've done Hammer and Sickle, which is how you basically upgrade units to be part of different branches of the military, airborne, Navy, and NKVD, I think is really limited. Really limiting. I actually see almost nobody taking advantage of it. No point in having a fanatical MMG team. And then you compare that to how they've implemented it for the British and for the Germans, where it can be extremely widespread, and you're like, oh, especially for the British with how Guards works, and you're like, right. Yeah, some of the way that Warlord Games has been implementing the optional army rules for the bot action armies has been very hit and miss. I think very good for British. I think very good for Germans. I think particularly weak for the Soviets, and a bit mid for the Americans. So I am, and I have said this from the beginning. I've been very open about this. So yeah, I'm not a GW shill, or I'm not a GW hater or Warlord shill. I try my very, very best to be fair. And I'm not perfect, and I do make mistakes myself, but I try and stick to my code, my code, whatever it may be. I'm like Quark, I'm like Quark. I have my own code, my own rules, and once you understand them, you probably still don't understand me because I'm a bit weird. Yeah, but there you go. All right, what have we got here? Let's have a look here. John Shepherd, thank you for the super chat, man. I put the Varric video in stream. You did, mate. Very, very helpful. Thank you, man. Thank you. I want to say a big thank you to Godlike Poet. Godlike Poet, thank you for the super chat, man. Val progress in stream discussion. Gribblies and Steel Storm. Yes. I saw these, man. Holy shit, man. Let's have a look. Closer and closer now. Pretty pleased with how these lads came out. Can't wait to have the final 9 done and be done with Val 5. Fucking hell, they look good, don't they? Yeah, man. You know what? Nactal Ben are one of those units which I know many people which didn't like them at first, and then the moment they've actually built and painted their own ones or seen how the community have built and painted them, they've completely switched around. If there's any unit which could change people's opinions, it's this one. Yeah. Oh, wow. All the LMGs, all the light ATs. Yes, yes, yes. Holy fuck, man. That looks great. That actually looks great, man. Shit. Godlike Barrett. Shit, man. I gotta get these 2 fucking mud skippers finished painting. I've got so much K47 infantry I want to work on. I've been smashing out armor. I've got so much K47 infantry I want to work on. Yeah. I'm sick of painting these fucking vehicles, man. I want to paint infantry. All right, let's have a look. Evolution of Gaming, thank you for the 33-month member flex, man. Xmas, baby. Hope you're well. Time for more Krieg at Xmas. Indeed. More Krieg coming out. Evolution of Gaming. And despite what everyone else thinks, I'm a big fan of the Krieg Artillery Platoon. All killer, no filler. Good box. Yeah. CR Smith, thank you for the 17-month member flex. X-Force, baby! I posted in stream discussion a list for both Old World and 40k. Let's have a look here. 40k list. Or a better all-infantry list than what Mordian made. Okay, let's have a look. 3 times Catachan Recon Squad, 3 times Death Corps Command Squad, 5 times 20 Catachans, 5 times 20 Death Corps, 3 times artillery teams. Certainly a list. I worry your lack of orders may haunt you, sir. But we'll see, I suppose. It's a lot of infantry. What's that? 136. Well, that's 200. That's 33. 233 infantry and 3 artillery teams. Nice. And the old list, you're a wazard, Harry. Okay, let's have a look. 4 Orc Weird. Oh, 4 Orc Weird Boys, 1 Black Orc Big Boss, 1 Orc Weird Knob, 4 times 24 Orc Mobs, 1 times 18 Black Orc Mob, 2 times Goblin Rock Lobbers. Weird Boys, 1 per Orc Mob to make even 25. Weird Knob and BSB with Black Orcs for even 20. No, these would be for VTT. VTT? Virtual Tabletop? I only collect Space Marines IRL. For duty, sir. So the problem you're going to have with the second list is probably a lack of damage output. Orc Boys are only strength 3. So they're T4, but they're only strength 3. So you will actually struggle a little bit to do any damage with them. But it's a lot of infantry. It's pure Orc. It is pure Orc. Yeah. Which is more orcs than I've been taking recently. but I'm working my way towards pure orc. I am. Let's have a look. I've got 12 Shrek Wolfen. I'm desperate to start on, so I'm using that as motivation. Yeah, man. Shrek Wolfen are great. 12 Shrek Wolfen. Oh, but I struggle dealing with fucking 6 of them. I've no idea what I'm gonna do against 12. Someone's gonna run 24 of them. I have no idea what I'd do. Well, I kind of know what I'd do against that, but 24 Shrek Wolfen. I mean, how many points would that be? It would be 1,000 points. How about this for a tournament list? 24 Schreckwolfen, 1 inexperienced platoon commander, 1 Zeus, 6 order dice. No. Wait. Oh my god. The thing is, it wouldn't actually be impossible to beat. It wouldn't, because of terrain. It sounds like that would be really, really OP, but the problem is, if the Schreckwolf can only move 8 inches through rough terrain. And typically, if you use terrain well, they'll always be charging over it because they have to go through like a direct route and stuff. So as long as you stay just over 8 inches away from them, they can't charge you. And bear in mind, you can run 12 inches kind of thing in some situations. Well, especially with flight. Yeah, I think it's surprisingly Americans would probably deal with that pretty easily. Yeah. Yeah, interesting. But yeah, I think lots of Schreckwolfen are going to be a thing. Double Schreckwolfen, double Totem Core. It's certainly something that we'll be looking into. Certainly. But no matter if for me, if that ends up being super overpowered, it's just like multiple. It's just like, do you know what? I'm going to treat Schreckwolfen just like I treat multiple launchers in bot action. Everybody gets one. Everybody gets one. If you take more than one, if everyone gets one, if they're really, really busted and you end up spamming them, then that's okay. You know, we just won't play each other. Yeah. But I don't think. But truth be told, I don't think that's going to be a problem. I don't, because the thing is, there's a lot of ways that you can counter Schreckwolf, and you just have to learn how to beat them. Every Firefly squad gets a flamer. Every Paragon squad gets Tesla. These are all cheap upgrades, you know. Fireflies with flamethrowers very well may be the answer to Schreckwolfen, because you can get within 6, shoot them, and then as long as you roll above a 3 on the 2d6, you can get out of their charge range if they're in rough terrain. So you're just like, and then jump back, and then jump back. Yeah, I think flamers are going to be good. CR Smith. So both of your lists, from a fun point of view, I like both of your lists, but the first list, both lists are going to have a problem with dealing with tough units. Chicken Detonator, thank you for the super chat, man. Fresh Desert AT gun in stream discussion, sir. Let's have a look. Finally got back to clearing the painting table. Just polished up these 2 French 47mm medium anti-tank guns. Need the artillery to at least have a decent AT on the board. Yeah, man, I like those. That's cool. Are they the Warlord models or are they 3D printed ones? Both are fine. Do you know what I mean? I have no problems with either. I love the color scheme, mate. Desert French is kind of cool. Yeah. Desert French is kind of cool. Yeah. I quite like that. I love the basing, mate. Your basing is always on top form, sir. Top form indeed. The Warlord metal models. Ooh. Oh, maybe. I think I'm used to the light anti-tank guns. I think that's what I was thinking of. Well, I like both. I think the basing is very, very well done. And I haven't seen a lot of Desert French, so it's always a treat when you get to see something new and interesting. Cool as fuck, mate. Like, awesome. Desert is just cool in general. Yeah, I agree with that, for sure. Tabletop Commandos. Good time in the stream, mate. ATRDs work on Schreckwolfen. If they're not in cover. If they're not in cover. That's a large qualifier. A very large qualifier, sir. What have we got next? But yes, you are right. But yeah, as long as they're not in cover. Ubermax, thank you so much for the super chat, man. GW Shill, or are you a hater this week? I can't remember. I'm neither. I am not a shill or a hater. I'm just always honest with my opinion. There you go. And my opinions are liable to change depending on the evidence that is and how informed they are at the time. Yeah. Ubermax, thank you for the support, man. I love it. Trench Rat, thank you for the super chat, man. Imitation beef and Konflikt 47 question in stream discussions, sir. Let's have a look. First off, I mean this as much love possible. Fuck you for getting me into another game. Yes! The revolution spreads. The fire rises, brothers. So I have a K-47 US starter army almost all painted. I'm playing my first game in a couple of weeks. Very excited. Now I have the bug. Oh. It's going to be good. It's going to be... Oh, yes, mate. The M2 gets... Let me have a look. The M2 gets make harder than one-legged ass-kicking competition. 1 minute. Is that the linebacker? I would like to incorporate some 50s in my list apart from the linebacker option. With the pinning mechanic, I feel like MMGs and HMGs could punch above their weight on tabletop. My question is, do you think HMG and MMG teams can be viable on the tabletop in K47? Given that I have the US starter army, what should I buy next? How would you build 1,500 points of US list using what I have and adding in the DACA? Okay, so HMG and MMG teams absolutely have a place in Konflikt 47, but you have to accept that they're probably going to die, especially if taken it regular. So MMG teams are... What I love about K47 is how it flips the script. In bolt action, anti-tank rifles aren't that useful. In K47, they're very useful. In bolt action, light anti-tank guns aren't very useful. In K47, they're very useful. In bolt action, HMG teams are often seen as overcosted. In Konflikt 47, HMG teams are seen as a really good way of getting cheap AP onto the board. So HMG, when you think about it, an HMG team is 70 points. Give or take 70 points. When you compare that to something like a linebacker, you can actually get an entire platoon of HMGs for less than the cost of a linebacker. I mean, you're looking at 280 points plus a cheap platoon commander, 20 points. That's like 300 points for a full HMG platoon. And the thing is, you don't want to go for a full HMG platoon. It's probably too much. As with anything in Konflikt 47, I think that moderation is key. Going for a balanced list is key. I think that spam will lead to diminishing returns and make you vulnerable. Like if someone goes and spams loads of Schreckwolfen, I think they are going to find themselves actually struggling and surprisingly into mechs, because Schreckwolfen, if they charge mechs, get hit first and those hits are automatic. And they're also going to not have the fire support they need to back it up. And so I think you can spam HMGs, but I think that like anything in Konflikt 47, you end up if you skew, you end up opening up gaps. So what I like about HMG teams is I think they could be a really good home field objective holder if you're playing something like that. Or they can just be a unit that you can just stick on a flank and dacker away with, and you really don't care if they die all that much. Because remember, most missions aren't killing each other. Like, that's one mission out of 12, I think, if you include the story missions. So, they're fairly good for they're fairly good because you can get pen at range for cheap. So I do think HMG teams have got a lot of play. MMG teams, I'm not so sure about. It very much depends, I think, on who you're playing and what you're playing. So if you're playing against someone who is likely to go full send on K47 units, then there's a real chance that they're going to be taking a lot of power armor. They're going to be taking a lot of damage 6 and damage 7 units. And as a result, they're going to be struggling against those. But they are very cheap. An MMG team is 50 points. So they are very cheap. But I think that it's funny. In bolt action, MMG teams are a good take-all-comers unit. In Konflikt 47, they're much more niche. And I think, likewise, finishing what I was going to say on MMGs, actually, if you end up playing against the Japanese, I think you're absolutely fine with MMG teams because a lot of the Japanese stuff is damage value 5 and damage value 6. And I think if you're playing against someone who likes to, just season stuff with Konflikt, season the list with some K47, but they're mostly taking bolt action and bolt action adjacent stuff, then again, I think MMG teams are fine there. But for me, it's funny because I think that HMG teams are now the take-all-comers choice. HMG teams are the take-all-comers choice. And MMG teams are now the sort of more niche choice. So I think, but I wouldn't overspec into them. I would truly, my instinct would be if you took a heavy weapons platoon of 2 HMG teams and an inexperienced platoon commander, that comes into 160 points. And don't forget, you do get points of guts with that platoon commander, so he's not a tax. And I think how I would use that is I'd set them, on an objective-based mission, I'd set them up on objectives, on my home objective, and I just use them as a little fire base. And the reason I would use that is, the reason why that would work is because unlike in bolt action, unlike in Warhammer 40k, where your home objective is hidden behind an L-shaped ruin, typically in Konflikt 47 and bolt action, it's not. And HMGs have got 48-inch range, so they've really got that long range to be able to support an advance very nicely. And they've got that pen where they can sling rounds down range and actually hurt pretty much anything in the game. So yeah, I think HMG teams are viable, but I wouldn't spam them. I think 2 HMGs with a platoon commander, 160 points, nice little platoon, definitely something to consider adding to a list if that's the direction you want to go in. So there you go. There you go. I hope that helps, Trencher, and I am not sorry you got into Konflikt 47. What would I add? So you've got the starter army for the US, right? So the starter army for the US comes to about 1,100 points. You're gonna have all the armor you need. You've got the 2 linebackers and the Tesla Stewart. What you need is more infantry. And I think Paragons are an amazing unit. I really, really like Paragons. So I would definitely consider... I mean, I almost think 1 squad of 6 Paragons feels mandatory. And truth be told, you could take 2 squads of 6 Paragons and do very well. 2 squads of Fireflies, 2 squads of Paragons, I think. And then double linebacker and a Tesla Stewart would be very, very good. In fact, that would be an insane list. The only thing with Paragons is right now, the ones available from Warlord Games are great, great sculpts, but there's only 1 squad available. And they're all... So if you bought 2 squads, you'd have 2 squads of identical poses. And some of the poses are very iconic, so it would look a bit strange. So what I would probably do is buy... I do think the Paragon models look great, though. I do think they do. So I'd probably... I'd either buy a squad of the Warlord Paragons, and then maybe like... I mean, you know what you could do? If you like HMG teams, I'd say... if you like HMG teams, I'd say buy 1 squad of Paragons and then get that little platoon we just spoke about. 2 HMGs and a platoon commander. If you are open to the idea, I'd say 2 squads of Paragons and buy the official Warlord ones and then convert some, which is what I'm doing right now. I'm converting some Paragons up. I'm putting some funky backpacks and shoulder pads on some Rangers, so they should look pretty good. Or if you want plastic models, you can absolutely get the War Games Atlantic Space Nam models, which look quite good for Paragons as well. Yeah. So yeah, that would be my advice, Trench Rat. But yeah, Paragons are good. Paragons are really good, mate. Really good. So John Davies, thank you so much for the Giga Chad. I've decided to share my coming Crusade games. The starting band list posted in starting band list. I'm guessing starting army list posted in stream discussion. Expect descriptions through the week, dude. I am so ready for it. Let's have a look. The Orny Vurig Salvage Prospect. A salvage operation of the Barak Ore Industry Kindred. This band is led by Ornivurig Bronzefusser, the Memnir. The Oath Band kin crews are Sana Einheer's Hearthguard, 40 Hearthkin led by Thanes, Durnis, Ignir Nori, and Cornavir, with 12 Kothian miners of Olaf's and Thorbin's mole crews. Finally, a fleet of 4 Sagittarius transports to both cargo and response force. The campaign starts next week. Dude, I fucking love it. Yes. Yes. Marinade in the juices. Marinade in the flavor. Yes. Yes. Oh my God. Yes, mate. Yes. 1,000 times. Yes. Absolutely 10 out of 10. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Dude, that's cool, man. So, John, forge that narrative, sir. Forge it well. There we are. Let's have a look. What have we got here? MH, started watching you from the K47 content. If I'm just starting out the Soviet start, should I stick to K47 models or spring this about action, like Portable Inbox? But honestly, mate, whatever you prefer. I don't know. That's not a cop-out answer. Konflikt 47 and bolt action, I tend to find, unlike Warhammer 40k, you end up with more than you need anyway. Because like the bolt action stuff is, if you buy a Konflikt 47 Soviet starter army and you buy a bolt action Soviet starter army like Fort to Berlin, you're going to end up with over 2,000 points worth of models. And so, you know, that's two army. That's you sorted on Konflikt and bolt action. So yeah, I mean, like, truthfully, it's whatever you want. I suspect at some point, mate, you'll go pure K47, and I expect you'll probably explore going like masses of bolt action stuff. Really is personal preference. The thing to remember is with bolt action stuff, it dies really easily in Konflikt 47. So, but it's much cheaper. So bolt action is really quantity and K47 is really quality when everything is being used inside the game of Konflikt 47, to be clear. Bolt action, when played just as bolt action, is a very, very different game to what we're talking about. Everything I've said so far has been through the lens of K47. So it really comes down to what you want. Do you want to have more quality or do you want to have more quantity? And bear in mind, at some point, you'll probably end up with both because the game's fucking addictive. Yeah, the game is fucking addictive, man. So yeah, if you want me to give you a solid answer, the Forward to Berlin box I think is a very, very good box, and I don't think you'll be disappointed going for it. There you go. I don't think you'll be disappointed at all. Okay, so what do we got next? Entropy, Decay, and eventually Death. K47 progress in stream discussion under Old Gamer Vader. Oh my God. He's gone ape. He's gone absolutely ape. King Tiger with Railgun, 21 Style Trooper, Totem Core, Nachtjäger, and Italian Paratroopers. Oh my God. He's got, look how much he's got. He's got a big fucking... look at that. So many Style Trooping. And that's not a bad thing. That's not a bad thing at all. Wow. I think I would shit myself if I had to face that many Style Trooping. Fucking hell. Oh, man. Oh, wow. Dude. So cool. So cool. And you've got the little VW bug in the back as well. Nice. That's great, man. Mate, I love it. Gott in Himmel! Bro. I love it. That's it's so fucking well done, man. Shit. 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 All right. Oh, my days. Oh, my God, man. 3 times 6 star through from 800 points ish. Yeah. That would be really, well, that expensive. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, but that's still 700 points. I mean, you could take that full platoon of Style Trooper and you took the officer, you're looking at, and then you took the King Tiger, and that's not far off a 1,500 point list. Probably enough points left over to squeeze in one of these 3 choices as well. Yeah. Yeah, man. So good. Holy shit. Holy shit, old Vader, man. I absolutely love how much you guys are taking to this game. I love how much you've taken this game, and I also love how everyone who's tried it has been like, yes, this is good. I like it. Like it's so fucking good, man. Yeah. Cornate Gains. How is the routine going, King? Yeah. I mean, we've been scheduling our time well, color coding things, lots of blue sky thinking. We've had some real dynamic energy, and we've been workshopping stuff too. And I think we've had a real synergy around the entire on the ground situation. That's my business-like and professional assessment of the situation. I mean, does getting a massage at a spa resort count? I mean, I felt, invigorated afterwards. And I feel like it's good for the muscles, right? I mean, yesterday, it was Mrs. Mordian's birthday, and we went to a spa. I feel like that counts. That's health. That's health and management. I mean, I had a soup with chestnuts in it. That's got to be healthy, right? I ate chicken with beans. I actually ate quite well yesterday. And that's all part of it. Yeah. What did I do on Saturday, though? What's my excuse for Saturday? I mean, I was working Saturday. Does that get me out of it? He's baffling us with bullshit as he can't bedazzle us with brilliance. That's true. I haven't, honestly, Connor Gaines, I haven't had a chance. I mean, obviously, there's always chances and you make time and all that kind of stuff. But I haven't genuinely had a chance to really... get into it. I work out like once a week, I work out once a week, and, it's only day 1 of this current week. And I worked out last week. So, once a week, it's enough. I mean, and I also, if you count walking down to the takeaway, that's also exercise. That's like a 10-minute walk there, 10-minute walk back. That's like 20 minutes of walking, And I went up and down the stairs half a dozen times today. All of this adds into the equation. Day 2 for me, it's Tuesday. That's true, Connor Gaines, day 2. Was this the Mordian Glory PLC annual general meeting tax write-off? Pretty much. No, I do need to get on it a bit better. But just so if, hey, look, it's happening. Once a week is better than nonce a week. Wait, what? Call it, guys. Thank you for the support, man. I haven't started the routine yet, but I've still got it and I still appreciate it. Yeah. L337 Hapozai. Thank you for the super chat, man. Ran Annihilation Legion Crons for the first time yesterday. No idea why people say it sucks. Almost tabled my buddy's Dark Angels turn 4. Never felt more powerful in 2 years of playing. Any chance of Simon trying it? I mean, I can ask him to try it out. But I can ask him to try it out. But Simon likes Silver Tide and he likes Star Shatter. So he tends to run Awakened Dynasty or Star Shatter. But I can ask him to have a look at it. It just depends on the army, the units that Simon has available to make it work. It depends on what works well in it, because he obviously only has the units that he has. Yeah. Also, it's Simon. Simon is fully addicted to Old World right now. So you guys who watch the Saltcasts know how much Simon has been hyped up for his Emperor's Children. He's been very hyped up for them. Do you know what he said to me last week? He said he's going to sell his Emperor's Children. And he's going to buy Tomb Kings instead. And I was like, I thought you were really hyped. And he went, yeah, I am. But the thing is, I already have Guard, Necrons, Grey Knights, Imperial Knights. I'm sure there's one more army, but at least 4. He's already got 4 Warhammer armies. And he struggles to keep them up to date. So he was like, rather than getting another 40k army, which I've got to try and keep up to date, I'd rather get an old world army, which I know is going to be more likely to, like, if he's like, I think the way he was basically more likely to stay the same, because the way he's thinking about it is, obviously he's got his high elves done now, and he's got loads and loads of high elves, and he can look away from the high elves for like 6 to 12 months, and when he comes back to them, they'll still be there and they'll still be valid and still be relevant. Whereas if he gets his Emperor's Children up and running when 11th edition comes out, which, you know, it takes, he's got his Raven Guard, so that's his 5 armies, and it took him a year to get his Raven Guard where he wanted them, and he's just thinking by the time he paints his Emperor's Children up, he's probably going to have to rebuy a bunch of shit for them because 11th edition is going to come out. Yeah, I think that's what he's basically not buying any more 40k until 11th edition comes out, because he's worried about if he has 6 armies with Emperor's Children, and then 11th comes out and he has to do a whole load of adapting, then it's a lot. So I think he's thinking, put a hold on the Emperor's Children for now, probably sell them, use that to fund the Tomb Kings, which he really, really wants a Tomb Kings army. And then when 11th edition comes out, adapt the armies he's got in for 40k. That's kind of what he's thinking. Yeah. So there you go. So yeah, it's one of those where I can try to, and Simon and I are both, honestly, it's not even I don't want to put the blame on Simon. I like Old World as well. And we both like playing Old World. So we both just play Old World together. Now, that's all we like to play, you know? So yeah, there we go. Jenny Bratt. So yeah, I don't want people thinking like, oh, I can try and get Simon to play 40k. No, I mean, come on, like I'm also equally not bothered about 40k right now, and I'm very much into Old World right now. Yeah. Jenny Bratt, thank you for the super chat, man. Just a girl and her dog in stream discussion. Yes, sick. All right. So cool. God damn. Hey, I like the, I didn't know it had like a vial coming out of it. That's kind of cool. Oh, shit, sorry. Nice. Oh, so good. So good for like a platoon commander model. Yeah. So good for a platoon commander. I really hope, it would be so cool if you could have like, it'd be so cool if they made this like a special character for the Axis to take in Konflikt 47. Just have her basically as like a platoon commander. I mean, they could literally make it So it's just a platoon commander with a Schreckwolfen. And that's just it as a platoon commander. That's it. That'd be really, really cool. I might, we need to start making, you know what? I'm going to start this document now. I'm going to start making this document now. Okay. Okay. Suggestions and feedback for Warlord. Okay. Number one. Make the weird war character with the werewolf a named character platoon commander. Could simply be a veteran platoon commander with a Schreckwolfen. Doesn't need to be super OP. Just a cool option to take. There you go. Yeah. So there's that. What other options do we want to... What other feedback and suggestions do we want to have for Warlord? I mean... 2. Make the Brit robot giant bayonets do something in melee. They look so cool. It's a shame they don't do anything. Give me a raise. 3. Give Luke a raise. 4. It's in the list. It's officially on the list. It's officially on the list. Acquire the old world IP from GW so it's safe for all time. Yeah. Japanese assault armor company commander with war fan order pose. I don't know what that means to John Davies. I don't know what that means. You'll have to give me a bit more. Give me a bit more. If I know what it means, I can put it in. Linebacker super bazooka points cost. Linebacker bazooka points cost seems... I don't want to put that in. Okay? I'm not going to put that in because I haven't tried it myself yet. And it might be the super bazookas are good. We just haven't figured out how to use them. Right? Yeah. Tone down Tesla bit. It's OP right now. But Mountain, there's very few people that would agree with you on that one. Power armor Gurkhas. That's an idea. Power armor Gurkhas. 5. Give Axis shock trooper models a unit entry. No, seriously. Give Axis structure models a unit entry. Let the Brits take the grizzly. I know in the AMA on Reddit, you said it would be cool amongst friends, but let's make that shit. Let's make that shit official, yo. I would defo get a big... I'd definitely get a grizzly for me Brits if I could. Hey. And Mark 1 Soviet Platoon Commander. Ah, that's a good choice. Mark 1 Soviet Platoon Commander. Frankly, the Mark 1 Soviet armor is just cooler than the Mark 2. There we go. What else we got? War fans like a samurai thing. Think like command rod. Oh, you want war fans? War fans pose for the Japanese power armor commanders. There you go. You can have it. Grizzly with a Mark 1 bot sticking out the top. That's cool. Make a... I'm fat. Also... Oh, wait. I've got it. Automated infantry. Automated infantry. Tank commander. Would be so cool to see this poke out of the top of a tank. And you could make it represent the computational systems in game. Yeah, so have like the tank hatch open and then like the Mark 1 guy sticking out the top, and he's got like, like holding like binoculars to like his vision or something, or have him like leaning forward like that. Do you know what I mean? It'd be kind of cool. But yeah, that's cool as fuck. What else we got? Power armored Gurkhas. Japanese Ronin Samurai Light Walker. Oh, that would be cool. IJA Samurai / Ronin style Light Walker. Think it would be like it would be similar to the Guardian for the Allies, but looking samurai as fuck. Give it a cool katana in one hand and a wrist and the optional upgrade for a wrist mounted light compression cannon should be optional, cause sometimes I might want to run cheap, but if it needs running cheap and choppy. 12. That's cool. Power armored emus. I mean, Zamat, if you want to run power armored emus, you need to be like taking the Cerberus squads and then just like take, instead of the war dogs, have war emus. That's basically a thing already. That's a thing already. That's just you need to convert that. Yeah. Big flag for the Doors of the Motherland. They can't give morale bonus without a big flag. Well, that'll probably come with an updated kit, to be fair. But yes. Clearpot Ambush actually works with multi-model squads. I've never had an issue with Ambush on multi-model squads. Vigor the Butch. That's probably one you need to expand on a little bit. Minefields are a thing. You can just, the rules are in the bot action book, but you can just translate them perfectly over to K47, no problems. Cavalry. You can bring cavalry over. Some kind of cav for each army. I don't know exactly what, but chat was pretty into the idea. This is going to make a lot of sense. Soviet ice ray weapons. Oh, yeah. Soviet ice ray weapons. 14. French Foreign Legion, which are possessed by spirits or rift entities, and Mech de Gaulle. So basically, what you want, Dustin Polos, is the Legion of the Damned, but in 1947. Okay. French Very Foreign Legion. They're so foreign, they're not even from this world. Oh, man. Are we up for that? That seems pretty good. That seems good so far. It's an ongoing list. It's an ongoing list, okay? We'll add to it as and when things come up. Okay, I'm gonna save it. And we'll add to it as and when it comes up. There you go. There we go. All right. Okay, yeah, I get it's a John now, yeah. Like the war fans. Yeah, I remember it in Last Samurai. I was like, yikes! Like waving the fans around, and the men came over the hill and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. Let's have a look. Give Fireflies heavy test rifle option. Interesting. Maybe. For ambush, it's unclear how to determine the position of the infantry that get interrupted. Line of sight, cover, and template hits all depend on this positioning, but there's no instructions on how to do this. I'm pretty certain on ambush, your opponent moves the models, and then at some point. So you've got to think, like, obviously you move the models like one at a time, but the squad is basically like moving as one. No, the models sort of, yeah. So I don't know. I've never really had an issue with it. It sounds like you're kind of getting too much into the weeds of like rules as written versus rules as intended. The way ambush works is your opponent moves his units, and at some point your opponent's move, you interrupt them. So what you have to do is basically, your opponent moves out like half the squad, and then you go, I'm going to ambush you now. And then what you do is your opponent basically moves the rest of the models so that they're in coherency, and then you trigger your ambush. I've never had an issue with it before, to be honest. So I'm surprised. Yeah, I've never had an issue with it before. I guess if someone wanted to, you could trigger the ambush and then they could like, if it's like a template weapon, they could like spread out, I guess. But I don't think it's not a huge thing. Yeah. They'd be trying to spread out anyway, wouldn't they? So, yeah. I see what you mean, but it's one of those things where I've never actually encountered a problem with it, and I've been playing bot action. I've done many ambushes in my time. There's not a lot of times you ambush with template weapons. The only times I can really think of it in K47 is like with like the gravity pulse weapons. So it could be an issue then. How I've always played it. It keeps going around here. Okay. This is my take. Your opponent, you have to sort of play it as intended, right? So let's use the magic of paint to explain a potential situation, right? So let's say you've got like a building here, and you've got no. And you've got like a forest here. And then let's say we've got a unit on ambush here. So we'll put A for ambusher there. All right. And then you've got a unit here. We'll put like, 5 models or something. You've got a unit here hiding behind this line of sight, hiding behind line of sight. What you would do is, let's say these guys want to run. Let's say that's not a great color for it. Let's say these guys want to run. We'll use can we get a thicker pencil for this? I want a big, thick pencil. How do I make my pencil thicker? Yes, I know how that sounded. We'll use this instead. Let's say we wanted a unit that wanted to run from this piece of cover to this piece of cover, right? I think realistically, how that would probably pan out is you would start moving. Basically, what you do is you say to your opponent, and again, you kind of have to like talk it out and be reasonable about it. And you say to your opponent, look, I obviously want to ambush you before you make it to this piece of cover here, right? So the first model that you move out, I'm going to ambush it when it's about here, right? Now, that's the first model you move. So obviously the others have to get into coherency. So you finish your move whilst you do your move, getting the models all in coherency. So let's say your opponent does something like that, and tries to spread them out a little bit, and you set up there. Then I'll trigger my ambush. Let's say I'm using like a gravity pulse. I'll trigger my ambush. I can get like 3 of you guys on my template. Okay, we'll resolve against those 3. And then any survivors, let's say you kill 3 of them. The remaining 2 survivors would just, you'd move them over to here. That's how I would do it. You explain to you explain to your opponent, like, look, I'm ambushing the first model before he clears the gap. You obviously need to have your squad in coherency. So finish your move, set up it, spread out. Obviously you're trying to avoid the template. I get it. That's cool. So spread out as best as you can, but obviously stay in your coherency. Then we'll whack the fucking template down, kill what we can kill, and then whoever survives, obviously you get to pick which casualties are going to die. And then whoever survives, you finish their movement. That's how I would do it. That's not only how I would do it, that's how I have done it recently. So yeah, Viggo, I hope that I hope that helps. That's how I would expect any sort of reason. That's a reasonable interpretation of it, because you're not like that's give and take to both sides, because you're not like your opponent's. Obviously, best case scenario for your opponent is they move the first model out, and then you go, okay, ambush, and they go, wow, I've only got one model exposed at the moment, so you only can kill a maximum of one model. And you're like, yeah, but obviously that's shit, right? That's dog shit. So it's like, it's give and take. You are ambushing. Your opponent gets to spread their models out, but they don't get to try and like diddle you on like one on that way. And I you know what? That's just fair. That's fair. Makes sense. Gives and takes to both players. And I think that's the best way of doing it. That's the way it should be done. And honestly, I would be surprised if that wasn't covered in the book, because truth be told, it does feel because truth be told, I feel like normally when I look in the book, I find the answers. So in fact, you know what I'm going to fucking do? I'm going to look in the fucking book. I'm going to look in the book. Yeah, don't be that guy. Exactly. I'm going to look in the book. And if I find the answer very clearly, then if I find the answer very clearly, then I'm expecting some kind of parade to acknowledge my rightness. Ambush. Page 52. Page 52. '87 and 72. Okay, so 52 first.
When it comes to fighting crime,
ambush unit does not move or fire. Instead, the unit takes positions and waits for a target to defend itself. A unit on ambush can interrupt an enemy unit's movement to shoot at them when in line of sight and range, or infantry can charge into close combat with them if they move within 6. Okay, let's go to the next one. Resolving ambush fire 72 seems like a good way to proceed. When a unit has been placed in ambush, it is scanning the field waiting for a target of opportunity. Units that are in ambush can interrupt any move made by any enemy unit to shoot at it. The ambushers can interrupt at any point during the move, so long as they can see the target at that point. See that target at that point before, during, or as soon as movement is complete. The player whose units are in ambush declares when they want their troops to open fire, usually so as to maximize the impact of the ambush. All right. The ambushing player flips the unit's ambush order to fire and resolve the shooting as normal, except that the target can never react to ambush fire by going down, escaping, or other voluntary reactions. If the target is not destroyed as a result, then it completes its move with whatever troops remain. Okay, so I mean that sounds to me like, if your opponent's trying to diddle, that thing's saying so as to maximize the impact on the ambush. That sounds to me like, you're trying to, you're trying to maximize the impact. You're waiting until the whole squad has exposed itself as it's moving across the, the open ground. You know what? This might actually be covered by move, but I'm going to have a look in a moment. 87. I believe it was. No, that's resolving ambush charges. I actually want to look at. I want to look at movement. So I see what you mean. No, but I've not technically moved some of those models yet. But I think it's bollocks, basically. I think it is covered here. Advance and run orders. Unless otherwise stated, infantry units have a basic movement rate of 6 inches. Infantry units executing an advance order can move up to their basic movement rate in any direction, remaining in formation and maintaining the 1-inch gap. See? It's covered. It's covered. Because you remain in formation. So you don't actually move one model at a time. You technically move the whole squad at once, remaining in formation and maintaining the 1-inch gap. An infantry unit executing a run order can move up to double its basic move rate, usually 12 inches. In the case of a change direction, any number of times during that move so long as the maximum rate of movement is not exceeded. There you go. Then page 48 for remaining in formation. Formation. If a unit consists of more than one model, its members must remain in formation. When the unit is deployed at the start of the game, and each time the unit moves the models, and the unit must remain in a group, with each model being no more than 1 inch away from at least one of the model in the same unit. If a model should ever become separated from the unit, for example, because of the unit taking casualties, then this must be corrected whenever the unit is next issued an order. So there you go. It is actually covered. It is actually covered. You move in, obviously the physical practicalities. So the physical practicalities are you move one model at a time, but it's kind of like how dice rolling works in 40k. Technically each attack is rolled one at a time, but actually the reality is that you fast roll dice, right? It's like that in, it's almost like the reverse situation with Konflikt 47 movement. You move one model at a time, but the reality is the whole squad is moving as one at once. It's not like one guy runs out across the gap, then the next guy runs out across the gap, then the next. So that's why see, if you read the rules, it's covered in the rules. You have to remain in formation as part of your movement. So whilst the real life practicalities are you're moving like one infantry guy at a time, the reality of the situation is they're all moving at the same time, remaining in formation. So my diagram was perfect. My diagram is perfect. When the first model moves, your opponent, you get to go, when you say I'm interrupting your movement there, your opponent then puts the rest of the models in formation, and then you resolve your ambush, inflict casualties, and then they complete their move in formation. You got to remain it. There you go. Yeah. So basically, it's like I said, you're moving one model at a time in real life, but in game they're basically moving it as one. There you go. So the way I described it is the fairest way of doing it. You get to trigger your ambush. Your opponent gets to place their models in formation. They may do that in a way that minimizes your minimizes your ambush rather than like grouping them all up base to base. They may choose their formation to be 1 inch apart, to minimize the template, and then you resolve the ambush, and then they continue their move remaining in formation. It's that simple. It's that simple, man. Yeah. So okay. So place all your guys' bases in base to base in a template shape. I mean, if someone wanted to do that, that would be their choice to adopt that formation, but I don't think that would be a sensible thing. All right. I still just needs a few more sentences to answer out, but thanks for being the best answer so far. Dude, it's one of those. Look, Vigo, remember, right? And remember, you say this to the people you're encountering, right? Say it to the people and be like, look, we're not playing 40k. We're playing K47. Let's do this in a manner where no one's getting fucked over. You get to, when I trigger my ambush with a template, you have to bring all your guys into formation. But of course, you're going to try and attempt to spread out. So you do that. That's fine. And then I'll trigger my ambush, do my casualties, and you finish your move. That way, and also, frankly, Vigo, I think it's actually pretty fucking clear. I think it's pretty fucking clear, man. Models move in formation. They move within 1 inch of each other. It's that simple. I honestly, man, I'm trying to be nice, but I'm just gonna be honest, I don't agree with you. I don't know. That sounds like I'm being a dickhead, but I don't mean it that way. I don't think it needs any more sentences to iron out. I think it's very, very straightforward. Your models move in formation. They must stay within 1 inch of each other. It's that simple. So, but the practicalities of moving them one at a time are irrelevant to the rules as written, which are right there. The question's frequent. It should be in the FAQ. I mean, it could be in an FAQ if you want, but the FAQ should say, read the fucking rules. Read the rules, Vigo. Read the rules. I told you, man, I fucking love this book, man. If you look in the book, you will find the answer. The answer to your question is very simply on page 48. Formation. It's very clear. If a unit consists of more than one model, its members must remain in formation. When the unit is deployed at the start of the game, and each time the unit moves, the models in it must remain in a group, with each model being no more than 1 inch away from at least one of the model in the same unit. It's that it. It's that simple, man. It's right there. Page 48. It's right there. There you go. That's it, man. I honestly love that book. I honestly love it. Like, because if you just it's one of those where it's like if you just look through the book, you will find the answer. Yeah. I did read them, and you inserted some gentlemanly logic. I'm only busting your balls a little bit, Vigo. Do you know what, man? I've been operating on the assumption that Vigo's the one who's getting fucked over because people are trying to diddle his ambushes. I'm getting the distinct feeling that Vigo has tried to argue some pretty gnarly shit, some pretty janky shit at the table. He's been like, oh, well, no, technically that model's not finished. That model's not moved yet. So, Vigo, you're the one that's arguing the shit, aren't you, man? You're the one that's being the fucking shit. I got your ass. I got your name. I'm only taking the piss. I'm literally busting his balls, man. I bet it's not. I bet it's not. I bet he's like, God damn it. I came on here expecting Mordian to side with me, but actually he's not. I know that's not the case, mate. Don't worry. We've got some super chats coming in here. Let's have a look. I tell you what, before we get super chats, I'm gonna. Before we get to the super chats, I'm gonna grab a drink and have a piss. So Cosmic, T-Bane, Cosmic, Bad Rabbit, Fun Jacob, and Sir John Davies. Thank you so much for your support, and I will get to all of you in a moment. But let me grab a refill, have a piss, and then we'll be back. All right. Talk amongst yourselves for a moment.
Day in the Corps. Day in the Marine Corps is like a day on the farm. Every meal's a banquet. Every paycheck a fortune. Every formation a parade. I love the Corps.
comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping the streets safe, while keeping it real. Indeed.
I'm back. I just had my had a peanut butter sandwich. I thought if I ate bread in front of Cornet Gaines, he might actually die or flip out at me, so I did it off camera. Figure of the Butch. Whilst I was down there, I had a good think, and I had a thought, and what I thought Warlord Games should do is they should release a diagram. To show how Ambush sort of, I think that would clarify a lot. And the diagram that I was thinking of was like an adaptation of like this one here. So you show where the unit starts its move, then where the ambush would happen, and then where they'd finish the move. That's what I would. I think that I actually thought that would be, rather than having like sentences trying to explain it, a picture says 1,000 words. I think that would be a really good way of doing it. Yeah. Let's have a look. So, got some super chats coming in here. Let's have a look. Cosmic, my boy. Thank you for the super chat, man. Just got back from a movie, Truth and Treason. Pretty good. About World War II. About World War II, Rogue Press. Decent watch. Now I'm ready to build more Congo 47. What did I miss? I mean, we talked a bit about Ambush. We came up with some ideas for Congo 47. We looked at everyone's a lot of people's hobbying progress, like Jenny, Chicken Detonator, Godlike Poet, Josh Crosby, and the Krampus, and that was about it, basically. So not much. You've been alright, Cosmic. Glad you enjoyed the movie, and looking forward to seeing what you're building. What are you building next, Cosmic? Are we on? You've built all your linebackers, haven't you? What is next for Cosmec's workshop? That's the question. T-Bane, thank you for the super chat, man. Ideas for Warlord in stream discussion. Tesla Kukris. British augmented armor could be named Arthur or Mordred, because the normal is Galahad. Wait, who's Galahad's dad's again? Okay, so it's Lancelot. Arthur is probably going to be saved for a super heavy mech. Yeah. Yeah. I know that they are getting augmented armor. I've no idea what they're going to call it. I know every faction will get grade 2 augmented armor. That's for sure. For show. What that is going to mean, what that is going to end up looking like, we don't know. But I know that every faction will eventually get Mark 2 armor. Yeah, or grade 2 armor is a better way of putting it. So yeah, there you go. But those are some kind of, yeah. Tesla Kukris is kind of a cool idea. I like that. Yeah. Cosmic Drew. Cosmic, thank you for the second super chat. It seems to be a double doozy. So I will just say thank you for the double support, mate. 007, you magnificent mental bastard. I have a third linebacker painted, one to go. I can't believe you. Dude, you guys, you know what? You guys are putting me to shame on this hobby in front, man. I really need, you know what I need to do? Do you know what I need to do? I need to take a week off, but actually just spend the entire week painting. TV, I'm gonna that was Bad Rabbit. Oh, sorry. Sorry, man. I see it here. Yeah. For ideas to give Warlord about K-47, the augmented armor for America should be paragons and suits like Spartans and Halo. Very, very cool. Meaning that, like the Mjolnir suit in the game, the arm would kill a normal man, so the wearer has to be enhanced. They could be big and expensive, but then the Americans could have some infantry to match the wolves and bears. Pardon me. Also, that flying Lee tank with the 2 Tesla cannons you saw at Warlord needs to be a thing. It would be good to have more options for Tesla units, like giving power armored guys get 1 or 2 heavy Tesla rifles. I know I'd buy 2 of each. CB Cooper. 1 minute, CB Cooper. 1 minute. Like giving power armored guys 1 or 2 heavy Tesla rifles. I know I'd buy 2 of each. You also got me to pre-order the British data box where I seconded the power armored Gurkhas, but they should be melee only and have something that makes them really good at it. Ao Gorkali, the Gurkhas are upon you. So, I can tell you this. The Tesla Lee was just a conversion. It was just a conversion. But there's nothing stopping you from converting a Lee to be Tesla-y. So, if you look at the Lee, man, I have one here. No, it's a bit difficult to get to. 1 minute. Oh, it's all gone wrong. No. 1 minute. So we've got the Lee here. I reckon if you converted the side gun to being a Tesla cannon, and then you converted this one to being you could convert this one to being an HMG and this one to be an MMG, and that would be a pretty good way to go about it. Yeah. I think it's probably a conversion thing, but also, it would be really cool to have a Tesla Lee. And maybe it gets... How would you convert it? Would you give it double Tesla? Maybe you give it 2 light Tesla cannons. 1 on the side, 1 on the top. And then you give it an MMG as well. Or do you just swap over one of the guns? Or do you swap over one of the guns and maybe you go... Maybe the forward-facing... Maybe the forward-facing and the sponsored weapon. Maybe that just becomes a medium Tesla cannon. So it gets medium Tesla cannon, light Tesla cannon, medium Tesla cannon, light anti-tank gun, and then a medium machine gun. Or do you just go? Or I mean, it would be an expensive unit. It would be so spenny. But do you go? Medium Tesla, light Tesla, MMG on top. That's going to be like a 300-point tank. Probably more. Probably fucking more, man. But I'm telling you, if they made double Tesla Lee, I'd fucking buy it. I wouldn't even hesitate. I'd fucking buy it. That. Now that's an anti-Shrek Wolfen unit. Shrek Wolfen start bothering you. Just call it the Tesla Lee. The M3X Lee. Yeah, the M3X Lee. Is it M3 for the... It is M3 for the Lee, isn't it? And it's M4 for the Sherman. Yeah. Yeah, double Tesla Lee would be great. And then you could swap out the weapons to give it its old loadout back like you can with the Sherman. Yeah, that would be cool. Bad Rabbit, thank you for the super chat, man. K47 demands and a request in stream discussion. 07, sir, I hope that Mrs. Mordy had a lovely birthday and you had a good time doting on her. Please wish her very many happy returns of the day from the Rabbit Homestead. Mrs. Mordy had a lovely birthday, and we spent all day in the spa, getting various like treatments and massages and eating lots of lovely food and drinking lots of lovely drinks. And then afterwards, I took her. We were there until, there from like 9 or 10 in the morning, and then we left about 6 o'clock, and then we went to one of our favorite restaurants for some dinner. And obviously, I was driving, so Mrs. Mordian could enjoy some alcoholic beverages. And so she had some nice alcoholic beverages. I had some non-alcoholic beverages. We had some lovely dinner. She had one of her favorite meals, and I had something that I really enjoyed as well. And then we got home in time to watch one of Mrs. Mordian's favorite things, which is the Formula One. So we got home in time to watch the Formula One on the sofa, on the big TV, all curled up in comfy pajamas and everything. And it was just very nice. And she had lots of presents from lots of people. Everyone had been very thoughtful and everything. And it was just, it was a very good day overall. Ideas for additions to what I've thought of so far. US anti-tanks rifle sniper team inclusion. We pioneered the doctrine. It makes no sense not to have it. Okay. M1X2 Thompsons for power guns. Normal SMGs are superfluous and a high tax to give them for tough fighter. I've done the math. It's 4 points per man. Gyro stabilizers on walkers. 4 pipe dream. Hover Shermans in answer to the Panzer IV walkers. To whomever suggested heavy tester rifles for Fireflies, the Marine version called Dragonflies got one, and a grenade launcher in version 1. To the Soviets, exception made for daughters with the Heroes of the Motherland rule. After you get that in, please help Orcs, Squigs, Oh My get in Discord. I don't recall how to do it. Also, Bonos, Tortoise, and Birds. Okay, I'm just going to basically copy these in to my idea document. Thing is, they might have had a very good reason not to give the power guns the M1X2 Thompsons, because it might have been that it might have been too powerful. Units should have weaknesses. It would be like saying you should give the Shrek Wolfen shooting weapons, because, well, they've got hands. Why can't they have like shooting weapons? And the answer is that's because they would be really broken if they had it. So yeah. Also, we do know that the Dragonflies are coming back, but not exactly as they once were. We do know in some capacity Dragonflies are coming back. As for the Tesla rifle things, I think they are, the new heavy infantry are going to have all Tesla rifles. Yeah. Thank you. My bears to Kai HMGs. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. The bears Do you know what's funny? The bears getting HMGs I could actually see because it would make them like Ogrins. Ogrins versus Volgrins kind of thing. But yeah. Do you think K47 will stay a smaller scale game? So I think it will do as long as the players don't go, I want to take 2,000 points so I can take all the fun things. And it's like, yeah, this is kind of what led us to where we are with 40k. We have to resist that. No. 1,500 points. 1,500 points is fine. Thank you. This is a sensible game. It's how is Konflikt 47 a sensible game? But you know what I mean? It's a grown-up game for grown-up people with fucking robots and shit. Yeah. A lot of the like dragonflies and stuff people are asking about where they're from. They're from version 1. They don't exist right now, but in version 1, yeah. So there you go. All right, let's have a look. I'm not against them getting the Tesla Thompsons, but they can get a flamethrower. And I think it's like, if you want these guys to do pen at range, you should be taking a flamethrower. And they do get the best flamethrower in the game, Bad Rabbit, because they can use guts to make sure it doesn't run out of fuel and get more shots and stuff like that. The Paragons with flamethrowers, I think it's really slept on. Yeah. Fun Jacob, thank you for the super chat, man. I went on a date. What happened? Well, firstly, well done for going on a date. Hope it all went well. Secondly, what happened? Not much. Just chilling out. Talking about ambush rules. Coming up with a list of things we want for K47. Yeah. There you go. Nothing much, to be honest. What happened with you? No, don't answer that. It probably got graphic and messy. T-Bane, let's agree to disagree on the K47 game size. Truth be told, play whatever game size you fucking want. Yeah, whatever game size you want. Now, I just realized something. I want to say a big thank you to CB Cooper! CB Cooper, thank you so much for the 50 gifted memberships, baby! You know what that means. You know what that means. It's happening. It's happening. I'm not sorry. It's happening. Let's turn the fuck up. Turn the fuck up. Full screen it. Get it on now. Here we go. CB Cooper, thank you so much for the 50 gifted memberships. Thank you for the support. Thank you for keeping us fresh up with new concepts. Thank you for being an absolute mega boss, an absolute giga chad, an absolute motherfucking dick swinging, giga chadding fucking hero. There we go, baby. Whenever CB Cooper comes in with the big old Cooper's Company, we gotta play the song. We gotta play the song, man. Everyone, spam 07 down in the chat. Spam 07 down in the chat as if your name was Spriggs. And show your gratitude, your appreciation, and your awe at CB Cooper for coming in with the big 50 gifted memberships. Look, this motherfucker has got a song named after him for good reasons. Let's show some goddamn respect. Some goddamn respect to the man, the myth, the Cooper. Seriously though, dude, thank you so much for the incredible support. I'll be honest, I was in the middle of that other super chat, and then I was like, wait, there's something I have to remember. And I looked at the support list and went, oh yeah, CB Cooper! Ah! I'm so sorry, but I bet you were like, why the fuck is he like not getting to like the 50? It's because I'm an idiot. That's why. That's why. That's why. Oh my god. CB Cooper, thank you so much for the massive, massive support. Thank you for going above and beyond the Call of Duty. Thank you for being the leader of Cooper's Company. From the tip of my toes to the end of my big rubbery nose, thank you, sir, for more than doing your part. And on a serious note, thank you for not only supporting the channel, but also for supporting the community. Because I know a lot of people are very grateful for the gifted memberships that the community in general are very generous with, and you are a big part of that, mate. So, big thank you. 07 gang, 07. There we go. Always have the voice. You are, CB Cooper, you are always have the voice. Absolutely. Yeah. From the company. Chills. Every time. Chills, man. Haven't seen Kappa Eagle in a while. He was the guy that made the song. Hope he's doing alright. Hopefully he'll pop by. Pop by with some. If we can get Kappa Eagle on the K47 train, that would be cool.
Cooper's company will conquer all. Battle halfway done, did Lord Tyrus
I do love this
survive?
fucking
Who
music video,
knows?
man.
He was still alive. I'm doing my part.
Don't give me too much credit. I'm trying to start a cult. Hey, consider me indoctrinated. There you go. Consider me indoctrinated, sir. There we are. It would be cool to see some, like those red, blue, and orange uniforms. It'd be cool to see a Guard Army or a K47 Army in that colour scheme, man. An army of sprigs. Oh, man. So good. CB Cooper, on a serious note, man, a massive thank you for all of your support. Really appreciate it, bud. You're a good lad. There we are. All right. All right. I'm fucking jacked, man. I'm jacked to the tits. I'm ready. I'm fucking ready. Okay, what do we got next? What do we got next? Who wants some? Who fucking wants some? What do we got next? We got Butt Mountain. No, wait, we haven't. We got Sir John Davies. Butt Mountain's next. Sir John Davies, first in stream discussion, what unit you want next for tomorrow? Let's have a look, mate. Oni Verrig. Oevereg, Bronze Fuser, Memnir Strategist. This Iron King has long managed the kindred's smelter and metallurgy works. His surname, given by his kin from the meticulous standards of alloy mixtures, coming with multiple sub-alloy classifications for particular uses. After the opening of the rift, the kindred was forced to migrate their barrack from the traditional space of the megaship graveyard asteroid cluster Rolf's Alluvium. Now forced to go abroad, Own Ivereg Bronzefusser has led this small band into the war zone to raid supply caches and salvage parts of the ruined hive structure. Dude, that's cool, man. That's cool. What unit do I want next? It'd be cool if you had a name for Hecaton Land Fortress. You know, if you're going down that route, if you're going to name the big things. Or if not, then a name for some of the new big kin like models, you know, the ones that are like the robot dudes. If you haven't got any of those, then maybe some of the Votan Terminator guys, the Hearthguard, something like that. Yeah. So anything like that. But honestly, John, I'm loving the little names and the fucking lore behind the Crusade stuff, man. It's cool as fuck, mate. But Mountain, thank you for the Giga Chat. Stretching my hobby dollar in stream discussion. I built the first... Let's have a look, mate. I built the first 3x3 squads from the kit. I got 6 more 3D printed torsos for free and used up the extra legs. Raiding the bits box to try and use up arms and heads, lol. Might have 21 to 20 Troop de Akeo style trooping when I am done. Ooh. I mean, dude, it makes sense, right? Yeah. So I believe there are already STLs of the... I believe there are already STLs of the Star Troop and Torsos out there, which is great. You know, any way you can make your hobby kits go further, not a problem whatsoever. I honestly think Warlord Games should produce some like Warlord resin or even 3D printed files themselves for them. I think that would be really cool. Because look, people are going to make the Star Troop and people are going to make the Star Troop and kits go further. Either they're going to do it via Warlord or they're going to do it via themselves, right? It would be very cool to see Warlord Games be like, hey, look, here's some... We know 3D printers are going to do this anyway, so here's an STL file for it. Yeah. It would be cool if they did that, but we'll see. That it's not really their way of doing things. But I apply the same logic to to Games Workshop as I do to Warlord Games. Look, the people who are going to 3D print are going to 3D print, and you can either take their money or not. And Games Workshop stoically refuses to engage with 3D printers, and it's like, okay, well, I know for a fact that it's a bit like Netflix, it's a bit like Steam. Most people would rather get the stuff legit, and most people would rather get it. Most people would rather get legit, and will be happy to pay if there's a fair price. But if you don't provide it to them, they're not going to go, well, can't get it, so I won't do it. Instead, they're going to find someone who will provide it for them. It's that simple. So yeah, dude, I fully encourage you to make your Style Trooper and kit go as far as possible. Obviously, to make something clear here, I don't, and this is a personal take. All right, this is a personal take, and I want to make something very clear. You do you, and you follow your own moral compass. All right. I personally won't be mass 3D printing stuff for Konflikt 47 because I want the game to succeed. So I want to buy the models from Warlord Games because I have a policy of, if someone does right by me, I want to do right by them. And Warlord Games is obviously putting their best foot forward with this, and they've done a lot to try and do this the right way. And I know a lot of people look at like the price of the Style Trooper and say they're going like GWA, but I don't think that's the case whatsoever. When you buy a box of when you buy a box Style Trooper, you're getting 600 points, and that's a big deal. And same with the. You're actually getting more bang for buck than you are with a lot of bot action kits, because a lot of bot action kits, you buy 30 infantry. I mean, even if you unless you massively stat pad them. No, you're not getting. Sorry, not 600 points. You're getting 300 points plus reasonable upgrades. You probably want some anti-tank guns in there. You're probably getting about 400 points worth of models. And just looking at not including like Style Trooper commanders and stuff. And if you look at bot action units, you're getting about the same. 30 infantry, reasonably at like 10 points per model plus some weapon upgrades. So it's pretty equals to be fair. So I want to support the game. I think that Warlord Games is being absolutely fine with the way that they're more than fine with the way they're presenting it. So I'm not going to wholesale 3D print stuff. However, I think there's absolutely nothing wrong in any way, shape, or form of making your kits go further. There are spare legs in the Style Trooper box. There are spare arms in the Style Trooper box. If you buy a plastic kit and then 3D print loads of extra torsos, fucking hell yeah, man. Absolutely. But I mean, there's no difference between doing that and kit bashing yourself a bunch of torsos. There's no difference whatsoever. If you've got a bunch of spare Space Marine torsos running around from like old, using those, absolutely fine. So yeah, I think that's that. I think that's the happy middle ground. Yeah. I think that's the happy middle ground. And I think that's the reasonable middle ground. Making your kits go further is something that hobbyists have been doing forever and ever and ever, and it's a time-honored tradition, and it's something that should be welcomed and embraced. But wholesaling 3D printing stuff for a game like this is, I think, a step too far. But that's just me. You might be in a very different position, and that's fair enough. Exactly. I agree with Gulium P. GP. I agree with GP. Yeah. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. There we go. What we got next? T-Bane. Thank you so much for Super Chat, man. I returned from the discussion and find Tim became Gunnery Sergeant Hartman. I fucking love Gunnery Sergeant Hartman. He's an absolute fucking mental bastard. Yeah. Just Gil. There you go. But yeah, T-Bane. Oh my god. I mean, Gunnery Sergeant Hartman was an absolutely mad. Get the fuck off of my obstacle. Who we got next? Nocturne Owl. Nocturne Owl, mate. Thank you very much for renewing your channel membership. Thank you for doing your part, mate. I also want to say a big thank you to Cosmic Drew. Thank you for the super chat, bro. No way. We're going 2K points, then maybe 4 or 5K standard. No. Stop it. Stop it. I mean, if you guys want to play a 5K game of K47, be my guest. Don't. I won't stop you. In fact, I'll encourage it because I bet it'll look cool as fuck. I want to say a big thank you to Yordi Boy. Yordi Boy, thank you for becoming a channel member. Yordi Boy, thank you for becoming a channel member, mate. Thank you for your support. Thank you for doing your part. Amazing, man. Bad Rabbit, you didn't finish me chat. Oh, sorry. Oh, yes, very good. 1 minute. So, Orc Squigs, oh my. I should have sent them I should have atted them, saying they needed to send me, because they probably didn't have the same name in the Discord as they did. If they can just if Orc Squigs oh my can just message in the welcome station and say, hey, it's me, Orc Squigs oh my, then I can let them in, because I'll be able to do it that way. There you go. As for the other thing, buddies! There we go. Buddies! Buddies! Oh, cute little birds. Cheeseburger! God, I could murder a cheeseburger right now. I'm so hungry. Yes. Oh my God. I'm actually dying of cuteness. So cool. Its little legs stretched out behind him, his little fluffy tail. Oh my days. I love the long man. But I also love the bun. The bunny bun, when it's just like in a little ball. The bun ball. There you go. I like long bunny. And I like compressed bunny. I like all the floof. Yeah, he's spreading out now. He's spreading. He was in a ball. Now he's spreading. So cute. There you are. All right. I want to say a big thank you next to Wilkie Shitpost. Wilkie Shitpost, thank you so much for the super chat, man. Good evening, Mordy. I came to annoy you again about the custom attachment. My friend and I have been waiting with anticipation. Dude, I was thinking about this the other day. I think I'm going to record the video tomorrow. It probably won't come out for a little bit, but I think I'm going to record the video tomorrow. I just need to remember what I wrote down. Yeah, I've got to finish off a tournament after action report tomorrow, then do the corresponding video, army list video, and then do the custom detachment. But I need to remember where I wrote the stuff down for it. Because I remember making a list, but I don't remember where I put it. Maybe I made it as a... I can bring it up from Discord again? Yes, please. But I remember distinctly writing it down, but maybe I typed it down. That's why I like writing notes rather than typing notes, because I always lose the typing ones. I'm going to have a look. It's not there. I definitely wrote... I definitely wrote it down, man. Maybe I did it as a stream highlight. That'll be the note. Okay, I know what I'm looking for now. I'm not going to do it as a stream highlight. I'm going to do it as a proper video. Aha! Thursday the 2nd of October. Okay. That's cool. I'll be able to find it. I'll be able to find it then. Okay. So yeah, I'll probably get that done at some point this week. Because I really want to do it. But I'm just thinking either I'll just talk about it or I want to actually like write things down a little bit. But yeah. It'd be cool to play that as a
Glory for the first man to die!
it would be cool to play that as a custom detachment. I don't think it'd be OP in any way, shape, or form. But I remember some cool things in it now. Yeah. I remember like planting the flag and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. I'm going to look into it. I think it'd be cool. I'd love to play with it as well. Yeah. Well, thank you for the super chat and thank you for reminding me, mate. Yeah. Definitely something I need to crack on with. Definitely going to record it this week for sure. I've been thinking about it. Yeah. I want to say a big thank you to Yordi Boy! Yordi Boy coming in with the double Baneblade jab, baby! Yeah, buddy! Yeah, buddy! Yeah, buddy! Oh my god! Oh my god! It's been popping off! It's popping off, boys! Holy shit, man! Woo! Oh my days. Yordi Boy, thank you for the very generous super chat, man. The academic Warhammer conference is back on. Can we enjoy 40k as a safe place for neurodivergent communities, or the terror of androgyny, or the legacy of colonization in Warhammer Fantasy universe? JK, don't you fucking dare. Wait. I'm confused, Yordi Boy. Can you eat 40k is a safe place for neurodivergent communities? The terror of androgyny or the legacy of colonization in the Warhammer Fantasy universe? Wait, can you watch these seminars? Wait. I mean, I'm not going. I mean, I might have a look. Warhammer Academic Conference. Can you watch the seminars online? They're on YouTube. Oh. Wonder how you find. Is it if I so? You do realize that it's probably, how to put this? The very idea of talking about Warhammer in an academic way is itself quite funny. So I wouldn't, and I think you have to be quite aware. I have to be quite aware of that as a thing. Yeah. Nothing, it definitely shouldn't be taken too seriously. Let's have a look. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. I can't look at this. Some of these are really good. And some are definitely going to upset some people. No, upset's not the right... upset's not the right word. I personally will have no problem with watching any of these. But some of these are definitely triggering for some members of our Warhammer community. Like, I think the ones about the economics of Warhammer is kind of like the in-life Warhammer is kind of cool. the linguistic landscape of Warhammer, very, very cool. But I think some of them are definitely gonna have a barrage of people knocking down the comments on both sides, talking about, woke this and all that kind of shit. And, as we said last week, we you know what? We're sick of that shit. We're sick of that shit, Yordi boy. We're not talking about it. We're not talking about it. This is, we're not getting drawn in. That's it. Look, it's so easy to get drawn into this kind of stuff, and this is not what it's about. We're not going to get drawn in. We're not going to get drawn into it. No matter how much we want to. Oh man, let's have a look at which one do we think would be good? Like, actually good. The Deathcore of Krieg and the Cultural Memory of War. That looks pretty relevant to this channel. There's some in here that are No. Resist. Resist. Regret. 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 Catchy. What does it mean? I think that one. Yeah. Let's go for the Deathcore Krieg one. That one should be legit, right?
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Michal. I'm Prague, doing my PhD in the military history, but I also already work in Military History Institute in Prague.
Let's have a look.
In my talk, I'll show you that something became like an experiment for me because I'm very happy being here, and I asked myself, like, how can I look in some part of Warhammer lore from point of view of historian and military historian. Don't worry, we won't be counting the tanks or which strategy is the best. We'll look more onto the cultural side of things. And my topic are the Deathcore of Krieg. Before I give some theory and Fragestellung, I'll make my liberty to start with the sources.
This is
for me.
This is so cool, man. Like talking about the 4th edition codex as like source material, crazy, man.
Basically, you can even call it a start of my research into this paper. It just happened 20 years ago. It's from the second Codex Imperial Guard for 3rd edition, where there are these various editions. And various armies presented, and I still think, I hope you can read it behind me, that this is like the concentrated form of what the Deathcore are. And also, the first reaction was, wow, that's a cool soldier. You have the visual side, gas mask.
I do like that.
You have the basic lore.
It's interesting, because that guy does actually look quite different to how the Deathcore of Krieg are today. Obviously, the Deathcore Krieg, their gas mask comes down around to the their gas mask comes down around to the side now, and the helmet design is a little different. Or that might just be artistic license, But the way the greatcoat sort of buttons up like that rather than being pinned out to the side is also kind of different. And obviously, the lasgun design is a little different as well. Overall, I think this is is actually a really cool design for Deathcore Creek, and I would be interested in it.
500 years of civil war, atomic cleansing, fighting in the trenches and razor wire, grim determination.
Bad
We
Rabbit,
also
it is a
have
channel.
rules
I'll put a
aspect,
link to it
which
down in
was
the
fun at the
chat in a
time.
moment.
Deathcore got the Imperial Guard got a set of so-called regimental doctrines. So the Rough Rider squadrons, but they were hardened fighters, die-hard. They were super iron discipline. This was like my first taking off point. It's also part of what I would like to call the first generation of the Krieg lore.
Yeah.
From my
Look at this shit, man. Some people won't even be aware of the Fanatic magazine. Fanatic was crazy, man. Look at that. That was so before, or well, not even before. Around the same time as when White Dwarf was really taken off, there was also another magazine that Games Workshop produced called Fanatic. And the thing is, I never ever knew where to get it from. But my understanding is that, like, 'cause it wasn't as widely available as White Dwarf was. But from my understanding is Fanatic was actually very, very popular with the people that had it. But if you look at the games that I think it's because White Dwarf covered the main games and Fanatic covered the side games. It's kind of like if you had a magazine that like SDS produced and a magazine that Main Studio produced, kind of thing. So Fanatic covers Blood Bowl, Battlefleet Gothic, Epic, Inquisitor, Mordheim, Necromunda, and Warmaster. In this issue, you've got the Baron Siege Masters for Epic. You got Street Bowl, Necromunda Blind Fighting, Mordheim After the Cataclysm, Warmaster Continuance, and an Inquisitor Battle Ball. Inquisitor is a game that not a lot of people know about. It's a game that Games Workshop made that wasn't 28 mil. It wasn't smaller; it was larger. So Inquisitor was it was kind of like imagine like Necromunda. But it's Inquisition warbands, like Inquisition warbands like fighting chaos cults or various cults, I should say. And the models are quite big. I think the models were 54 mil scale. They were large, like really noticeably a lot bigger. And it was such a cool game, and obviously it got discontinued. But there was some very, very interesting models for that game. Yeah. And then you've got you've got some extra fluff here for Deathcore Krieg and stuff in different codexes. I think this is the actually original 3rd edition Chaos Guard Codex.
In the third edition Imperial Guard Codex. It's the picture in the middle, and they are presented among like dozens and dozens character concepts. They were further expanded during the for Armageddon campaign, and you can see on one side image from the chapter approved 2003, which further expanded their lore, and also in the army list and background of Siege Masters regiments, which were present in the specialist game Epic Armageddon. Since then, their background and sources evolved.
They've come a long way.
Most important part was publication of Imperial Armor series Siege of Rax, which established them as like more fleshed out army with their own character. Important lore is also a series of novels and short stories by Steve Lance, which I think are still like something like get together for many people into the Kriegs, especially his Dead Man Walking. This is never mentioned.
Yeah,
through
that's probably the book that got most people into the Krieg.
But current, what I would like to call 3rd generation of their word for war is their name.
It's blurred out the fucking armbands. It's probably a good idea.
Very, very strong German World War I, World War II identity.
Yeah.
But 100 years later, they did the same thing. So,
it's cool how he's saying how if you look, they're not actually German. They're drawn from many different locations. So you can see the greatcoat. The uniform is actually from France. The helmet is actually a combination of 3 different helmets, 2 German and 1 French. The gas mask and rebreather system are more based on the British gas mask, and then you've got the rifle being similar to the BAR. That's really interesting. I never thought of that before, but yeah, the rifle is pretty similar to the BAR. That's kind of cool. Death Core of Greek reflections of collective memories of World War I, World War II, fears of atomic war, and anxiety to civil wars in ways of who and why they have to die, and how we lose control over our lives. Interesting. I mean, this is one of the most iconic pictures of World War One, isn't it? Yeah, the Lancer with the gas mask on, and then you've got the lobster armor and all that kind of stuff. Let me just read this bit here. The Krieg would advance in 3 waves over 2 days. Between them comprised some 500,000 foot soldiers once, and if only they gained perch in the traitor's first defense line, then the 61st Tank Regiment would roll forwards to blast through it. Nice. And then you've got some drawings from some inspirations from the Second World War. We've got the classic Krieg text from the 5th edition codex. How I like that, how the Gorgon is like the landing craft from World War II. Yeah, visions of nuclear war. Yeah, and then you've got Civil War as well, which is very, very interesting actually. Yeah, the Krieg do bear the scars of Civil War and how that still affects them. Yeah. Yeah. This is actually pretty good. Yeah, this is actually pretty good. So I think that's actually that. Now that I think is a good academic paper / presentation on the Death Core of Krieg. I'm going to share this one down in the chat. Recommend you check it out. I will say that this is from the Warhammer Conference YouTube channel. There are some presentations here which will definitely raise some eyebrows, shall we say. So, if just be aware of that. Just be aware of that. Yeah. Anyway, all right. There we go. But that was a good one. That was a good one, and I'm glad that we looked into that one. And I bet most of them are like that. Let's not let a few interesting presentations spoil what is probably the majority. Very good, well thought out things like that. All right, there we go. There we are. All right. It's one of those things where if you go looking for the rage, you'll find the rage. That's it. If you go looking for the rage, you'll find the rage. But you know what? There's an old saying on the internet. Don't feed the trolls. If you pay attention to a lot of this, if you pay attention to stuff that's going to enrage you, then all that's happened is that you have become enraged. And by getting enraged, you are giving life to it. But the reality situation is if you sometimes, not always, but sometimes, not paying attention to that can starve it of the oxygen that it needs to survive. Yeah. There you go. Best thing you can do if you see, if you're looking at some of those presentations, you see some of them which are definitely a bit ragey, then don't click on those ones, because by clicking on them and interacting with them, you are supporting them. And then you go to the other ones and you support those ones instead, and then you will be supporting. Then you'll be actually supporting the content and the topics that you think should be supported. There you go. That's how they get you. That's the thing. People don't realize this. Going on a YouTube video and disliking it supports that YouTube video. That's why things that are absolutely ratioed into oblivion go viral. Because the YouTube algorithm does not see any difference between likes and dislikes. And it can't tell your comment is angry at the video or not. All it sees is you clicked on this video, and it can't even really tell the difference between subscribing and unsubscribing. It's like all it sees is you clicked on this video in several different ways. You watched this video in some capacity, and you left a comment on this video. So that's all it sees, and that's what will feed it. Yeah. Honestly, on YouTube, this goes both ways. By the way, I want to make something clear. Whatever you believe in, this goes both ways. If you see something that you know is going to upset you, then sometimes the best thing you can do is not interact with it, because you're just giving it the oxygen it needs to survive. However, it's important to caveat that with you shouldn't bury your head in the sand, and you shouldn't live in an echo chamber. It can be good to seek out, in fact, not only good, it should almost be encouraged to seek out opinions and beliefs that contradict your own, or are contrary to your own, so that you are having an informed position. Even if you go, even though if you watch that and go, yep, I definitely disagree with that. Well, then you've actually gone and looked into it, and then you know that you disagree with it because you've looked into it rather than because someone told you to disagree with it. That is one aspect of it. But there's a difference between looking into something and knowing that you're going to be untriggered looking into it, and then looking into something and knowing that all it's going to do is rage bait you. Yeah. That's the big difference. Seeking out things that are the opposite of your own beliefs can be important if you're going to do it in a productive way, but just getting rage baited is not good. It's not going to help you. Yeah. There you are. Yeah. Jocelyn Francis, the not interested and don't recommend stuff like this buttons are really useful. Yeah, agreed. Yeah. There we are. Oh, that was interesting though. It is, to me, in a general sense, fucking wild that that Warhammer 40k even gets talked about in an academic way. But I think it's wild because it's wild because I've grown up with it. So the concept of like studying Warhammer is pretty alien. But there's some people which it's in the same way. I think it is a bit of a prejudice on my end though, because I apply the same thing as like studying video games. But there is actually there's a big video game industry out there, and studying video games, if you plan to work in the video game industry, even if you're self-employed as an indie creator or something, studying video games is very important. And I think it's one of the things that I think a lot of it's one of those things which you have to remember not to like lambast too much, because when you were growing up with it, it was a hobby, or if it was niche, and there wasn't that much point to studying it, doesn't mean that's still the way it is now. Yeah. And also, it's one of the things where it doesn't apply to everything, but often if someone is very, very passionate about something, encouraging that passion can actually lead to them achieving great things. Whereas discouraging them might end up leading to them missing out on a life-changing opportunity. Yeah. I know. I have a good joke with my parents these days. Because I used to love Warhammer I still do. I love Warhammer growing up, fantasy, 40k, and I loved video games growing up. And my parents always used to chastise me. They always used to chastise me for playing video games. They always used to chastise me for playing too many video games, doing too much Warhammer. And they always say, you won't get a job in that.
Forward, you dogs, to victory!
You won't get a job in that. Well, look at me now. But my parents are very proud of me, which is interesting. For people that discouraged it a lot, my parents are very proud of me because they're proud of me because of the, I think my dad's always been I've said this before, the deep Mordian law, the deep MG law. My dad's always been a self-made man. He's almost never worked, not never, but he's very rarely worked for somebody else. He's always worked for himself. And, successfully or unsuccessfully, he's always, he's always been a self-employed, self-made man. And so for me, it was kind of funny. People in general are very interesting in their almost contradictions of beliefs that they hold. Because my dad always said, you need to study in school and you need to, get these qualifications so you can get a good job. But then when I did all my studying, did all my qualifications and everything, he said, he said to me, you should, you sure you want to get a job? You should work for yourself. And I was like, well, if I was going to work for myself, why the fuck did I bother getting all of I didn't swear at him, obviously. If I'm going to work for myself, why the fuck would I have bothered spending all this time getting all these qualifications? Because I don't need any of these to employ my fucking self. I'm not going to not pass myself on my own fucking interview. You know what I mean? So it's one of those where people do hold contradictory beliefs. But I don't regret any of the stuff that I did because I think if I'd left school early, I would have probably not have gained a lot of the experience that I had going out there and working in the world. Like, I worked in the corporate world for 10 years. I say this all the time. I worked in the corporate world for 10 years. And working in the corporate world for 10 years has been unbelievably valuable for doing this. For doing this right here. Because you do learn a lot. Mostly you learn how not to fucking do things. Mostly you learn how not to do things. And mostly you learn that, the first thing obviously it's not always true. Not everything you do is going to be perfect. Don't get me wrong. But the first thing that I learned becoming self-employed was that everyone that I had previously worked with had been wrong. And all the ideas that I had when working with the people had been right. And that basically that I knew how to do what I wanted to do. That's it. I'm not going on a rant. I'm not going to rant. But, I think back and I'm like, fuck you, Ian. And I think back and I think like, fuck you, Andy. And I think back and I'm like, so I'm not gonna say everyone, but Steve, fuck you, Steve. And I think back and I'm like, I knew what I was doing and you didn't know what you were doing, but for some reason I had to follow your fucking orders. Fuck you. Why, it's one of those. Yeah. And that sounds very, very arrogant. And no, and you'll notice I'm not saying, no. And there's a lot of stuff that I did learn. There's a lot of very, very valuable stuff that I did learn. Like, thank God for Kev. Thank God for Nigel. Thank God for Owen. Thank God for Dom. Thank God for... what the fuck was that guy called, man? He was a great... Thank God for Ewan. Yeah. So many... good guys and good lads that taught me so many good things. Yeah, 100%. 100%. Yeah. Definitely, I wasn't born into this world with knowledge. I had some very, very, that's what I mean. Like, I went and worked for a lot of other people. And I've worked for 3 companies. Did an average about 3 years for each company. And, I learned a lot of good stuff from different managers and team leaders that I had. But I learned a lot of how not to do things from bad managers. This is the thing. Good managers and bad managers, it doesn't matter. You're still going to learn a lot from them. Yeah. Like how I learned that you shouldn't take all of the company profits and then the emergency reserve and set it up to try and do a fucking crypto scam. I learned that in my second job. I learned in the second job. If you want to hear that story, I've said it on stream before, but it was a couple of years ago, so a lot of people won't be aware. They won't be aware of it at all. But I worked for some wild fucking people. Wild people. Yeah. Man. This was, by the way, when I say crypto scam, this was before anyone else was doing it. This guy was like first in. This guy was first into the fucking breach with this. This was like, crypto. This was when you could buy Ethereum for like £3, and I have no idea how much it is now, but it's probably a lot more. This is when you could buy Bitcoin. For hundreds, not thousands. Yeah, I wonder how much Ethereum is now. £3,095, and this is when you could buy Ethereum for single digits. So it was a little while ago. Yeah. It would have been, what are we in, 2025 now? I've been doing this since 2022. 3 years before that. It would have been about 2018. 2018, 2019, something like that. Yeah. Right, that happened. Oh, yeah, dude. Oh, yeah. Like I said, if chat wants to hear about it, I can tell you about it, but I've been meaning to make a video about it. I've been doing a lot. You know what? I did the Tale of a Tournament Gamer series. I really feel like I should do a Tale of a Corporate Drone series, because I've got like 3, 4, 5, maybe more videos, and I think it would go along. It's not 40k related, so it might not do very well on my channel, but I feel like it would go a long way to explaining why I get so triggered by GW's behavior. And I think it would provide a lot of people with a lot of perspective on why certain things that GW does triggers me so fucking badly. I think it would, man. But we're not getting into that now. Yeah. We can post it on my channel. That's true, Cosmic. Yeah. Marshall, my boy! Marshall, thank you for the super chat, man. Just bought a 3-litre variety pack of Elegoo resin. Clear, grey, and black. A litre of Anycubic tough resin and a 2-gallon jug. I'm about to make an evil concoction. Marshall, did you never learn the lesson as a kid? Don't make potions? Because it feels like you're making a potion. Did anyone else go through this experience when they were a kid? Right? Did anyone else go through the experience when they were a kid? Maybe this was just me. I got really, really ill one time because under the kitchen sink is where all the cleaning products were, right? And me and my mate, this is when I was very young. I was like 4 or 5. I was about 4 or 5 years old, and me and the neighbor kid, the next door neighbor's kid, Thomas, we got an old bucket and we poured everything into it from under the kitchen sink when we got home from school, and my mum was out, and my mum came out and caught us, and she was like, "What are you doing?" And we were like, "Nothing," and then she told me off and spanked me. And she didn't spank Thomas. She was like, "Go home." And then Thomas's mum spanked him. And then the next day, I was so fucking ill. I was really, and it was really annoying because we did this on the Friday after school, and I spent the whole weekend properly. I got poisoned. I don't know what. I've no idea what we made, but it must have been some kind of gas, fumes. We didn't drink anything. Must have been, but we were pouring stuff in, and the things were like, you know, things were fizzing. Some stuff was fizzing. Some stuff was foaming. Yeah. Yeah. And then I was really ill for like the next day. I think it was just one day I was unwell. Yeah. So I don't know what it was that I made. It could have been chloride gas. I was very, very unwell for a full day, maybe 2. So Marshall, please do not make potions. Please. Please do not make potions. Yeah. So Taylor, dude, you're lucky to be alive. Bro, I've almost died loads of times in my life. I've been electrocuted. I've been electrocuted via main voltage a couple of times. Proper mains voltage, properly electrocuted, hair standing on air, end of the whole thing. Fallen off scaffolding, not once but twice. So fell off scaffolding from in American terms in British terms first floor, in American terms second floor, and survived. It was quite high up. It might have been higher than that anyway. Also fell off scaffolding on from 4th floor and only survived because my foot got stuck in the scaffolding. Otherwise, I definitely would have died. Had a car accident. That one I wouldn't have died in though. Car got written off though. Woman brake checked me on the roundabout, which is unfortunate. I, to this day, maintain that was a scam, though. I maintain to this day that was a scam because it was so, like... Right, let me tell you this. Right. Chat. Right? I want your take on this, and I'm going to say this totally truthfully, totally objectively, and I want you guys to let me know what you think. All right? And I'm not going to leave out any details. I'm not going to exaggerate anything or embellish anything. All right? All right. So, was going around a large roundabout. It was 3 lanes on the roundabout, and 2 of those lanes came off the roundabout. One of those lanes, and then 3 more went round, right? And I was in the left-hand lane, the far left-hand lane, and there was a woman who was driving in front of me, and as we were coming off the roundabout, so when you're coming, it's different, when you're coming on the roundabout, when you're entering a roundabout, obviously you have to look to see if you have to pause. If there's no traffic, you can keep going, but if there is traffic, you pause. When you're coming off a roundabout, you don't stop. Do you know what I mean? Because you're coming off the fucking roundabout, right? So I was coming off the roundabout, and this woman just fucking slams the brakes on, right? Slams the brakes on. No warning whatsoever, comes to a dead fucking halt. Now, I leave a fair amount of space, but unfortunately, I don't leave enough space. And I go into the back of her. She's driving quite a big, she's driving like quite a big 4x4. And I go into the back. I'm just in a little shitty hatchback. So I drive into the back, right? Now, all of that's fine. Obviously it's not fine. The slamming, the full, coming to a dead stop on a roundabout is unheard of. Right? Now, this is where it gets fucky. So, obviously, I'm a mess because I've never been in a car accident before and I'm a delicate flower. So, I'm like, what the fuck? I'm all over the place. The adrenaline's going, all that kind of stuff because the front of my car is fucking gone. You know what I mean? I think I did the classic. Anyone who's ever done a road safety course will know this is a very, very true fact. People who get brake checked often speed up; they don't slow down. Now, I can't remember if I did this. Like, truth be told, I can't remember if I did this. But the reason is because they go to put their foot on the brake and slam it down, but they sort of miss a step and they end up just putting their foot on the fucking accelerator. Very, very, very common. If you've ever done any kind of like driver. It's covered in all like theory exams and all sorts of stuff and road safety courses and all that kind of stuff. People actually typically speed up when they go into the back of someone because they're trying to put their foot on the brake and they panic and they accidentally slam the fucking accelerator. So basically, I don't remember, but I feel like, considering we weren't going that fast, well, maybe it's just she had a shitty car, who knows. But anyway, front of my car gets fucking crumpled, so I'm like, fuck. Anyway, this is the suspicious part, all right? This is the suspicious part. She gets out of the car, and straight away she's like, okay, what's your insurance information? And I'm like, oh, I don't know, man. I'm going to have to, like, look it up on my phone because I've got it on, like, an email. And she's like, okay. She gives me a piece of paper, and it's, like, a handwritten note, and it's got all of her insurance stuff on it already. See, I didn't think about this at the time, but she had it ready. No lie, no bullshit. She went back to her car, got it, and gave it to me. And then she called her husband, who turned up inside of 2 or 3 minutes before the police got there. Okay, I'm ringing the fucking police. This bitch rings her husband. All right, the husband and his mate turn up in a van 2 minutes later. Basically, wrap the exhaust was hanging down from the back of the car. Wrap the exhaust back up, and they go, we've given you the insurance information. We're going to take this to the garage to get it fixed, get it sorted out. If you're happy to wait for the police, that's fine. And then they drive off, and they leave before the police get here. And the police turn up and go, where's the other person in the accident? I'm like, they said they were going to go and get the car fixed. I took pictures and everything. Did I take pictures? I don't know if I didn't have time to take pictures. I took a picture of my car. I took pictures of my car. And yeah, the police were like, well, the police were like, we think you should obviously like take a moment to like calm down and everything. The police were really nice, genuinely very, very helpful. Lady policeman, man policeman, and they were like, they could tell that was my first accident, and they took the time to like explain, like look after me and everything. They were already there for like 5 minutes, and they were like, okay, you're a man, fucking deal with it, grow up. And they didn't say that to me, but in essence, they were like, well, you're not dead, so you should go to the hospital because you obviously shook up. But if you want to, but we basically have more important things to. Oh no, that wasn't it. No, the police did stay because the police had to organize. One of the policemen drove off, and the other policeman stayed with the car because they were going to get the. Like the police recovery vehicle to basically a recovery service the police use to basically get the car off the road. And then that was it. But it always struck me as odd that they had the insurance information ready to go and they were gone in like 2 minutes. I was like, how the fuck would you turn up so quickly and be gone so quickly? Yeah. But how is it a scam? Because in the UK, no matter what happens, no matter the circumstances, no matter what happens, if you go into the back of somebody, the person that went into the back of them is the one that is at fault. And it's the one who they claim off your insurance. Because even though she basically brake checked me and came to a dead stop, that doesn't matter because in the UK, the law is basically you should always be leaving enough room so that can never happen, essentially. So because I went into the back of her, that's she basically claims off my insurance and gets the insurance payout. And and then obviously the you get to know what they're gonna claim. And she claimed like the classic like whiplash and a bunch of other stuff as well. So I reckon it was a scam. I reckon it's a scam because it was very, very unusual place to stop, and they were in and out of there in like 30 seconds. But I mean, it is what it is at the end of the day. It is what it is. So what do you think? What do you scam or no scam? Yeah. T-Bane, I'm in Glory. That's a scam. I had the same thing years ago. The student, they were targeting college kids because it was in front of the school. I made them stay till the cop showed up and he called it. See, they, yeah. Yeah. I had a dash cam. And it was recording. And I said to the insurance company, because obviously after I've had time to process it, I rang my insurance company and said, I think this is a scam. And they were like, and I said, I've got the dash cam footage. And the insurance company said it wouldn't make a difference. They said it wouldn't make a difference, realistically. And I was like, okay, fine. It's your fucking money. Yeah. So there you go. Everyone's saying it's a scam. Damnation scam, scammers, Just a Miller scam. Welky shitpost, it's a scam. I would report it, but say they left without handing me any info. Other than I'm lying. Yeah, I used to do that one all the time. Easy money. Wait, don't admit that. Commando HHL. Type it into YouTube, plenty of it there. Alessi Weber, I think you should rebel against the oppressive driving laws, yeah. Rowan Strainley, most definitely a scam. T-Bane, we have the same thing in the US when turning right on a red light, which is they were aiming for that intersection, yeah. Yeah, definitely probably a scam. I would have claimed a hit and run since they fled the scene, because that is a crime not to say. Yeah, but I hit them. So, you know, yeah. I've had thoughts about getting dashcam for this reason. Well, actually, I wonder how it could have gone if you didn't report the stuff. Did your rates go up? Yes, but not badly. So basically, it's the only accident I've ever had. And how it works is basically, it's kind of interesting. So, how it works is, I had like the maxed out. So you get what in the UK, what's called a no claims bonus. And it can go up to like 7 years or something. And so I'd had that. And then basically what happened is my no claims bonus, I obviously assumed I'd just get wiped out and lose all 7 years because I now have claimed in, but it didn't. It took like 2 or 3 years off, which is kind of interesting. So it didn't really affect me all that much. Yeah. It didn't affect me, but it did a little bit. It did a little bit, but not that much. Yeah. Anyway, the riveting story of Mordian's driving life. This was years and years and years ago, by the way. I mean, yeah, I can't remember. Years and years ago. Cosmic Drew, even if he hit someone else, they still left the scene and probably had drugs in their car. Tell me he spent alcohol in their breath. Yeah, Cosmic, at that point, I'm just lying. And I feel like that is bad. Do you know what I mean? I feel like that is bad. So yeah, anyway, long story short, I'm pretty certain it was a scam. But it all got resolved by the proper channels. And at the end of the day, it hasn't massively affected me. So there you go. I'm now just, I now just leave a little bit extra room. There you are. There you are. Did you enjoy that story, chat? And that was story time with Tim. Chair approved. Exactly. Yeah. Cosmic's talking about getting revenge on a tree. I think someone needs to go and check on him. Fuck's sake. Right. I'll tell you what, I'll give you one more story time with Tim. Just a quick one. I'll give you the quick version. And then basically you guys can decide whether you want the full version. So the summary is the second place that I worked for was an asset management company an asset management company for renewable energy. And the company one day decided that the core business wasn't making enough money. So they decided to take all of the money that the company, all the profit the company was making, and make their own cryptocurrency, which they called Green Coin. And they tried to make it like the first renewable energy, like NFT. It was like NFT shit, like renewable energy, like non-fungible token, like cryptocurrency kind of thing, with like the assets that were being managed. They tried to get like the client stuff to buy into it, and no one bought it. They spent fucking millions on this. No one bought it, and then to keep it, they tried to get they made this big thing about having Chinese investors, and then, well, if we've learned anything from the War Machine saga, Chinese investors can be risky indeed. And then they basically scammed themselves and took half of the emergency reserve that the company had and put it into that to try and put it into that. And then they gave out Christmas bonuses to everyone of this green token instead of actual Christmas bonuses, so that it looked like it was a really, really successful currency. And well, it didn't go great. So that's the short version. And like I said, if people want to hear the long version, they can hear the long version. It's something I do feel like I should make this is what I mean. I should make a Tale of a Corporate Drone series, because this is one of quite a few stories that I have. Quite a few stories. I got I mean, I've got some classics. But yeah, they basically rug pulled themselves. Yeah, they basically scammed themselves at Esky. Yeah, exactly. They rug pulled / scammed themselves, and it was quite hilarious. But they were the first to do it. They were the trailblazers to do it. Yeah. That's good. Yeah, that's enough. Mako, what faction would you say is the guard's opposite? Custodies. Custodies, everyone gets an invulnerable save. Everyone's really tough. Everyone's really capable. Guard, no one gets an invulnerable save. No one's tough. And no one's capable without leaders. Yeah. When's the part of the story when you went rogue and fought your way to the top of the corporate tower? I mean, I left, which is basically the equivalent of doing that, Cosmic. It's basically the equivalent of doing it. Yeah. There you are. It's called Green Coin, Cosmic. Yeah. Crossbow story. I mean, I've told crossbow stories so many times. It's at this point, it really feels like when you ask your dad to tell you, like, Dad, tell us a story again. Tell us a story again. He's like, oh, I've told it many times. Are you sure you want to hear it again? Yeah. It's our favorite, Dad. And it's like, okay, well, there was this guy called Bill the Bastard, and he was a nonce, and he was a cheater. You know what I mean? Like, I've made a video about the fucking story. If you guys want, I mean, I can tell you again. You know, but I've said it 1,000 times. Yeah. I don't think I've got any more. Think about, do you know what? Some of the worst games and worst experiences I ever had were in 8th edition. 7th edition come 8th edition. But you know what? Everyone's just so damn sporting now that you don't get any of the really gnarly shit anymore, which is good, but also means I haven't got any more fun stories to tell you. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I do have one more. The thing is, it's too recent. It's too recent. I like to leave some of my stories. I like to leave some of my stories a few years, so the statute of limitations runs out. Also, so people can't go back, and because I like to try and like, I don't like to expose people. Does that make sense? The stories are meant to be for fun, and obviously there's always a risk that people could take the stories and work out, you know, the gaps and everything. And this one was quite recent, like in the last year or so. So I do like to leave things because people could very easily work out what was going on in this. Yeah, they could very easily work it out. And I don't want anyone to do the investigative journalism, as it were. But yeah, there we go. I have one more. I have one more that deserves to be its own Tales of a Tournament Gamer, and it's a recent one as well. I really want to make a video about that one. Yeah, but there we go. Oh, it's such a good one. It's only a quick one though. It's like a 20-minute, if that. 20-minute, but yeah. Is a story about how you got in a fight with Cosmic over Super Zookers? It's not that story. It's not that story. Look, if people really want to hear it, they can spam it. If people really want to hear it, they can spam it in chat. If they do, if they really want to hear it. Okay, I want to say a big thank you to Last Draken. Last Draken, thank you for super chat, man. Hobby update in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Let's have a look, man. Ooh. Russell W wants to hear about the $5 hooker. Fuck for a $5. Great story. Fuck for a $5. Yeah. We want the story. Okay. Right. I'll do the super chat. And then I'll think about it. If you've been good, I'll think about it. All right. So let's have a look at this first. Right. Have done some more kit bashes as voted units have been hard to find or just too pricey. Kit bash 2 Arcanist evaluators and 2 Memnir strategists out of Hearthkin warriors and other bits from various kits. Not pretty, but they will do. I had Bury and I'm redoing it from a warrior body to an on here Hearthguard body to beef him up. My LGS had a swap meet and I managed managed to haul a nice little trove. Walked in with 200 but spent 210. Used engine sear $10, 10 Terminators $80, Blade Guard Ancient $10, 6 Centurions $50. My best score on my Unicorn Storm Raven Gunter that's normally $120 for $40. Wow, that is nice. JJ showed up and he started his third armies, the Emperor's other finest Marines, specifically Dark Angels. For 150 he got Redemptor, Azrael, Belial, 5 Assault Terminators, 15 Deathwing Terminators, 5 Deathwing Knights, 3 Blade Guard Veterans, Blade Guard Ancient, Captain or Lieutenant with Shield, Brutalis. Wow, that's a fucking haul, that, isn't it? Me and JJ are still practicing for our 2K Horde list, which I may now alter my list to add Gaunt Scopes by dropping some Attillans, as we have one of the brick of 10 plus some Zonothropes with Neurotyrant as heavy punch. The RTT where I would have gone solo Horde was a bust as there wasn't enough signups, big sad, but I'm looking at December to try it as is the last game of the Escalation League. A lot of tournaments are finding this. Yeah, we're in the end of edition drought, boys. We're in the end of edition drought. A lot of tournaments are struggling to get signups at the moment, especially smaller ones. Yeah. That aside, I believe I'm a nose hair away from starting my 4th official army, as to be honest, branching to Blood Angels and Wolves don't count as Marine as Marine as Marine, right? Here's a hint of what army with the last picture edited. Evaluator back. Evaluator front. Okay, yeah, I like that. That works. Yeah. Memnir back. Remember near front? Yep, that totally works. The holy sacred markers of old editions. A relic of an ancient time. You should have bought those. Bury first attempt. Dude, like it. Yeah, yeah. Oh, well, what? I wonder what possibly you could be collecting. I'm going to assume it's orcs. Sounds like you guys got some good deals. Sounds like you guys got some good fucking deals. All right. Nice. Nice. Okay. You guys want the story. You want the truth. You want the truth. You can't handle the truth. All right. There's the long version and there's the short version. I think we need to begin at the beginning. And we need to begin at the beginning. And you guys need to let me know if you think this is worthy of a Tale of a Tournament Gamer separate video. All right. It was a warm summer's evening in ancient Greece. No, can't do it properly. So it's been a long time since I did a Tale of a Tournament Gamer video. But I do have a new one. And this happened over a year ago. Normally, my Tale of a Tournament Gamer series is based around Warhammer 40k and some of the crazy stuff that I have encountered in that game. But this one was not for Warhammer 40k. This one was actually for Warhammer the Old World. So when Warhammer the Old World came out, there were a lot of people who were getting back into the game. And there were a lot of people who were just happy to be there. But obviously, there are also a few grognards coming back in. Some of these were people that were coming in from other adjacent game systems, like Age of Sigmar. And some of these were people who were like Warhammer 40k players who were trying out Warhammer Fantasy. And this is where, and I'm not entirely certain where our antagonist for this tale fits into this. But if I was to make a guess, if I were a betting man, I would say that he was the classic that guy of a bygone era. Now, in my mind, there are two kinds of that guy. You've got the that guys who are win at all costs. They'll do anything to win, including cheating. But then you've got the other that guy, more of a neckbeard type, who will always brag about what their army can do and lambast you for your army choice. And then they will, and when things go sideways, they start moaning. And they're the kind of people that will make very bold statements with great confidence. And if you didn't really know what they were talking about, then you would think that they were right. But if you have a little bit of knowledge, you understand that they are very wrong and they have no fucking clue. And actually, all they're really doing is telegraphing to more experienced players that this guy, he doesn't really know what the fuck's going on. So that guy, you know, someone who thinks they're right but is wrong, someone who is a bit smug. Always a good sign when you're boasting about what your army can do and not what you can do as a player. Exactly. So this was keep in mind, this is a story of that kind of guy. Now, I turn up to so Old World launches, and I'm very excited for Old World, and I've been on a massive Gotrek and Felix binge. Even the ones that everyone else thinks are rubbish, I've been enjoying and all that kind of stuff. Really, really deep into it. And I absolutely love the character of Gotrek in Gotrek and Felix. And because of this, the first Old World army that I actually printed, because I 3D printed at the time because they weren't available, were dwarves. And this tournament was... so I've 3D printed my dwarves, and I really just... You know me. Dwarves are very natural for me because I like infantry. And I'm coming over to Old World and I'm looking at my dwarves and I'm like, I'm just going to take big bricks of infantry. I'm not going to take too many war machines. I'm not going to like spam cannons or anything like that. I'm just going to take some infantry. So what I ended up turning up with was essentially 2 large units of Longbeards and then a cannon and an organ gun. And that was my entire army because it was like an intro tournament. So people were still finding their feet with like what points level they wanted to play at and stuff like that. And so that was my dwarf army, and I printed it and I painted it and I based it all, and I was really, really proud of it. And I then toddled along to one of my first Old World tournaments. Now, the first couple of games, this is... the first game I play at this tournament, I get resoundingly beaten. But it was a very, very, very close game. Very close game. And it came down to my opponent rolling very well on his regeneration saves. You know, regen is my bane in Old World. So the first game that I played was a loss, but it was a close loss. The points didn't really reflect it, but it was a very, very close loss. A couple of regen saves my opponent hadn't made, and I probably would have won it, and that would have been a very, very different game. So I end up playing. Going to the losers bracket, and in my second game, in our second game we meet the antagonist of the story. We need a name. We need a name for our antagonist. I'm thinking Bert. Beardy Bert. Because he was pretty beardy. Yeah. Beardy Bert. Now, Bob. Beardy Bob. But Bob's a nice name. Bert's not a bad name either. Yeah. Larkin, fuck's sake, I was been doing. Bob. People want Bob. Okay, Beardy Bob. Bob the Beard. Okay. So Bob had orcs and goblins. And obviously, orcs and goblins are, typically, they're an army which you think are going to be collected by orky, fun-loving players. But unfortunately, every so often, you do come across someone who has orcs and goblins, but they're not a great orc and goblin player. They don't embody the vibes. And so, straight away, Bob's already at the table, and I can see that he's moved all the terrain off the table. And I'm like, oh, that's unusual. I thought, because, you know, the terrain had all been set up by the tournament organizers, and he'd moved all the terrain off the table. And I go, hi, you know, I'm Mordian. And he goes, hi, I'm Bob, and all that kind of stuff. And I say, okay, you know, he's like, what have you got in your list? And I say, okay, I got 2 units of Longbeards, I got a king, I got a thane, I got a cannon, I got an organ gun. And he was like, oh, that's it sort of, at the time I thought it was a bit of an innocuous comment, but, well, I didn't, but I brushed it off. He sort of snorted a little bit and was like, Longbeards, who takes Longbeards? You know, he's like, no hammerers. And I was like, well, I don't have any hammerers, and I really like Longbeards. He was like, well, you should have taken hammerers. And I was like, yeah, maybe. I think they're good, but they're very expensive, and it's a low point tournament. So I thought, you know, I got Longbeards. I said, this is what I've got built and painted. This is what I brought. And he was like, and I looked over at his army, and his army was basically unpainted. And considering this guy was giving me shit for not taking hammerers, and when I say he was giving me shit, it wasn't you should have taken hammerers because they're really good. Oh yeah, I know, mate, but I got, oh, fair enough. It was more of a, you should have taken, you've not taken hammerers. That kind of, you know, a snort, more than one snort of derision was inserted as part of our dialogue from the other side of the table. And my reasonings for only wanting to bring stuff that I had built and painted were met with more snorts, and were clearly not taken with those arguments clearly didn't hold very much weight. And it was clear why those arguments didn't hold much weight when you look down at my opponent's army, which was universally unpainted. Now, at the time, I didn't hold any grudge against my opponent because there was no painting requirement for this tournament. And also, there was no painting requirement for this tournament. And at the same time, everyone was just getting started. So a lot of people hadn't had, you know, time and effort to get their armies painted up and everything. But as will be revealed later, it would not matter how much time had passed. It would make no difference. I guarantee you, to this day, even though this happened 2 or 3 years ago, would any of those models be painted? So we proceed to play the game. And my opponent's army, considering he's giving me shit for not bringing hammerers, his army really does just look like a random collection of units. But again, I don't hold it against my opponent because we're all starting out, and he's very clearly just kind of brought what he has. And I've just brought what I've had, but I've tried to get it painted up in time. So we play out the game. And straight away, the thing is, I've encountered so many of these people in my time of playing Warhammer 40k. The classic, if a dice roll goes their way, it is their genius. If a dice roll does not go their way, it's the end of the world. And, you know, there's much exasperation and huffing and puffing. Now, and they do this. I've talked about this before. This is called the BMW technique. It's a soft form of cheating, in my mind, where someone will BMW. They'll bitch, moan, and whine because they want you to take sympathy on them so that you will start pulling your punches so that they will then have a chance of getting back into the game and then eventually take the win. Now, there are many times when I have pulled my punches in games, but that was because my opponent was an absolute gent, was an absolute legend, and so I wanted the game to go on longer. So I wanted to have a good game and a good gaming experience with that person. So I met them in the middle. I did it recently at a tournament for Bot Action when I ran the New Soviets. There was a game which basically was over before it began because of the randomness of prep bombardment. And I really, really liked the guy that I was playing against. I've got a lot of time for him. And so we played a much more narrative game, and that was a lot of fun. But when someone is BMWing, you actually just have to resist any urge you have to pull your punches. And instead, you have to lean in harder. You have to lean in harder. You have to be ruthless. You have to show no mercy because you cannot reward that kind of behavior because they're doing it on purpose and they know they're doing it. Now, fair play to Bob in this one instance. He was getting a bit unlucky. Like if he needed to roll, he was getting a bit unlucky, but not constantly unlucky. You know, and he had brought an army which is orcs and goblins, which does involve a lot of randomness. So it was sort of understandable. Like, you're playing orcs and goblins, some of this is luck, and some of this is just the way your army plays. Like, you're impetuous, for example. You're impetuous, and you know, on a 4+, you just don't. On a 1 to 3, you just lose control of your unit. And in fact, it's got worse for you, you know, now. You know, benefit of hindsight, because a lot of orc units are low leadership, and this guy would have been failing even more of his impetuous tests. But you know, it's the nature of the army. It's a bit random and it's a bit unlucky. It's just the way it goes. But there was a few moments when, I think I had some thunderers as well. There's a few moments when my opponent just kind of lost his shit in the game. A good example was when he took like 5 Wolf Riders and ran them at my so I had an organ gun, a cannon, and some thunderers basically on one flank, and he ran this unit of wolves, 5 Wolf Riders down a flank, and you know, I shot them, but because we got the skirmisher rule wrong, and this was a legit mistake, by the way. Everyone got this rule wrong at the beginning of the edition. You know, because we got the skirmisher rule wrong, so we thought I was hitting on -1. I missed with a lot of stuff. And then it came to the cannon, and I just fired grape shot. And I think maybe what it was that my opponent thought that he had survived my shooting. So he was really, really happy. He was really pleased. He was gloating. He was like, those thunderers didn't do very much, did they? That kind of thing. And he's like, I don't think that organ gun's very good. You know, all that kind of stuff. And so it was at this point that I decided to just fucking give him the grape shot. And so he had these 4 Wolf Riders that were within 12 inches. And I unleashed the grape shot. And I think I got like a big 10 on the grape shot. And just fucking turned them into red mist. And he was like, don't you have to roll to hit? And I was like, no, it's grape shot. It auto hits. Oh my God, that's so overpowered. You shouldn't be able to do that. I was like, he said, is that a special dwarf cannon thing? And I was like, no, every cannon can do it. And he was like, it's ridiculous. So you can fire grape shots and you can fire cannonballs. And I was like, yeah, that's the whole thing. I was like, that's the thing. Like, you get too close to cannons, they're going to grape shot you. He said, well, what's the point? What's the point in fast cavalry then? Well, I don't see all that kind of, snorting, and all that kind of stuff. So he was very upset that these 5 Wolf Riders had been. I mean, bear in mind, what situation did he think was going to happen? He had 5 Wolf Riders facing down 14 Thunderers, an organ gun, and a cannon. Whatever happens, whatever the equation, they're not coming out of that. So I don't, it balanced out. If anything, I should have been pissed off because it had taken all of my firepower to kill these 5 guys. But I didn't. It didn't. Yeah. Anyway, that was one example. And then he had this moment where I charged he released his fanatics against my Longbeard blob. And so I had a unit of Longbeards with the king. and he released his fanatics, and he did pretty decent damage. But I had in the Longbeard block, I also had my Thane, who gave me a 5+ ward save. And fanatics are only strength 5, so you know he's wounding on 3s, and I've got a 5 at ward save. So basically, he releases the fanatics, and I just charge through them. I'm like, I don't give a fuck. And he's like, and you could see he just hadn't taken this into account. And he was like, okay, well, how far's the charge? And I'm like, well, I'm within 9 inches, just about. So it's going to be like an 8 or 9 inch charge. I can't remember exactly what it was, but it's good. You know, I've got all a 5 or a 6 on one of these dice to make it. And he sort of releases the fanatics, and then I charge him. I charge him anyway through the fanatics, which he just hadn't taken into account. And you know, I take a bit of damage, but then I just get into his night goblin and just beat the shit out of them. I'm not even sure if he might have actually tried to flee with the night goblins or something. I can't quite remember. But anyway, I get the long charge, and I just batter him, and I just kill all his guys. Oh, that was it. I charged him. He fled. And then in his turn, he fled again, but didn't flee very far. And then I charged him. He again didn't flee very far. And then I think I caught him to like kill all his goblins. It was something like mental. And he was just trying to play too cleverly. He should have just basically, because like, his goblins were in this like really long like column. I can't even remember like what the hell he was doing. But he tried to be too clever, and essentially what happened is, rather than just having the night goblins sit there getting chewed up by dwarves the entire game, but only giving up a relatively few points, he tried to be really clever with like fleeing and everything, and then it just ended up biting him in the ass. So he was very annoyed about that. He was very annoyed that the dwarves got him. But then on the other side, what happened is I basically took my dwarves and I kept addressing the ranks that I was really, really long. And essentially, he sent his due to impetuousness and some other bits and bobs. He basically sent the rest of his army into my long unit of Longbeards one at a time, until basically he laminated himself against my Longbeards and just died. And he was really, really angry about this. He was really angry. And at the end of the day, what had happened is he had split his forces. And he'd split his forces, and he'd split his forces, and he'd managed his forces very piecemeal, and but he was very put out. He was very put out. He was very put out. wasn't happy, and a lot of oh, this is bad dice. These are my dice, and all that kind of stuff. But at the end of the day, I think if he could, I think he could have won that game. He should have won that game, frankly. But I think if he was too angry to try and win the game. He just wanted to basically complain. So that was the first time that I encountered Beardy Bob, but it was not the last time. Oh, I forgot to say the thing about the terrain, but we'll save that. Remember, he moved all the terrain at the beginning of the game. Remember that. It then came to the next time that I faced Beardy Bob. And this time he had brought all of his... this time he had brought Orcs and Goblins again, but this time I had Empire. Now, this was pre-FAQ Empire. And so let me paint a picture of pre-FAQ Empire. They were garbage. Empire State Troops were widely considered to be some of the worst infantry in the game. Severely overcosted, severely undercapable. And the prevailing wisdom on how to win with Empire was to basically be Wish.com Bretonians and take shitloads of knights. So I turned up with my Empire army, which was 2 cannons and a Hellblaster volley gun, a steam tank, and 3 units of state troops. So, generally, not a great army. And my opponent turned up with orcs and goblins, except for this time, he still had a lot of unpainted models, but this time he'd brought more big things, because what had been learned by the community was that big monsters were very, very powerful. So he had like a giant, he had like a big spider, but he also had a lot of trolls. And once again, so when we met at the table, the first thing that he started doing was kind of having a go at me. Because I was like, oh, hey, man, how's it going, blah, blah, blah. And he went, you haven't got those dwarves again, have you? And I was like, no, I got Empire this time. He was like, good, because you got, I think you got these rules wrong in our last game. And I was like, we've not even started. And you're telling me things that I got wrong in the last game. So this guy had been stewing on this, which is very strange. And the thing is, he was saying things like, well, you know, when you go line hammer, you can't go wider than 10. And I was like, that's not true. I said, that's a rumor that's going around, but you can go as wide as you want. No, you can't go wider than 10. And I was like, you can go as wide as you want. That's why it's called line hammer. And a bunch of other stuff as well. And but bear in mind, this guy had been getting his skirmisher rules wrong a lot, and he had a few skirmisher units. So, he didn't point out any of the rules that he got wrong. He just pointed out like 2 or 3 things that I had got wrong, and the things that he said I got wrong, I hadn't got wrong. But I was like, oh well, we'll make sure to get it right this time, kind of thing. Apologies for last time and all that kind of stuff. But then we get to the terrain thing. So again, I turned to the table, and all the terrains were moved off the table, and I'm like, why? I say, oh mate, why is the terrain moved off the table? And he's like, because in the rule book you have to like take turns to place the terrain pieces down. And I was like, yeah, but the TOs have said that the terrain has been placed where it's meant to be, and the only thing you're meant to do is move the terrain back to where it's obviously meant to be, if things have been nudged with like trays and stuff. And the idea is that it's meant to be a hill, 2 hills, 1 in each deployment zone, 2 forests, 1 in each deployment zone, basically in the corners, and then there's meant to be a tower in the middle for the objective. And he was like, no, that's not rules written. Rules written, you have to, I won't do the voices. Rules written, you have to place the terrain. I will do the voice. And I was like, well, I'm going to get the TO over it, because the last 2 games that I played, we haven't done that. And we've just basically left the terrain where it was and nudged it to put it back into reasonable positions. So we get the judge over, and the judge is a lovely guy, but he's basically just, he's just a staff member that's running the event, but he doesn't play Old World himself. So he says, well, you've moved the terrain now, so just whatever it says in the book, just follow that. So we follow that, and immediately this guy, so I placed my first piece of terrain down, which is my hill. And first thing is he grabs a forest and he puts it right in front of my hill. And I'm like, I don't think that's right. And he said, well, I can place terrain. You place your piece down, I place my piece down. I was like, yeah, but I don't think that's right, because it feels wrong. So I said, let's check the rules for how you actually place terrain. And lo and behold, there's a whole thing about how you can't place terrain near each other. And I'd placed my hill so that it was it was within 12 inches of the tower. So that would make it hard for him to try and do exactly what he was trying to do and all this kind of stuff. He gets very annoyed about this, because basically he knows I'm going to put my cannons and stuff on the hill, and he wants to basically just fuck my artillery, because he was pissed off about the cannon last time, right? So anyway, he ends up, after his trick of taking the terrain off the board and then basically trying to fuck people's hills over, hadn't worked. In a bit of a huff, he basically just throws the terrain down. I'm like, you sure you want to put that forest there? And he's like, yeah, it doesn't matter. I don't care. And I'm like, are you sure you want to put that forest there? And he was, and anyway, he put the forest in a bad place. He put a forest in a place that basically wasn't gonna. He put it on like the very edge of the board, and I'm like, what are you doing, man? Anyway, you can't. I don't even think you're meant to be able to put it on the very edge of the board. I think it has to be like 12 inches from any table edges. But anyway, point is that he basically couldn't do his trick. So then he wilded out and basically just flung the terrain down anywhere on the board, kind of thing. And I was like, fine, I've got my hill. He hasn't diddled my hill. We're fine. So what happens is we then place our units down, and I place my units very deliberately because I've had a bit of practice in my empire at this point. And I put my 1 unit of state troops on the flank with the steam tank support, my now signature flanky stank. And then I put another unit of state troops in the middle, which can go left or right with my BSB and stuff in there. So go left or right and help out the situation. And then I have another unit of state troops, which is going to be on the left flank. And then I have my cannons, and my organ and my Helens volley on the hill. And my opponent just kind of threw his models down. He was very, very confident. He was very, very, very confident in what his units could do. He had been going on about how, Troll Horde can do this, Troll Horde can do that. This, everything, regen this, reroll regen saves and everything. And I was like, that's cool. But he didn't have like his entire army of trolls. He had like 2 units of trolls and a troll hag. And then the rest of it wasn't trolls. And I was like, well, I'll just kill the shit that doesn't benefit from your army rule then and get the points for it. That was kind of my thinking. But yeah, he sort of was bragging again about how unbeatable his army was. And I just sort of saw how, and Troll Horde does have some good stuff, but I think looking back at it now, anyone that thinks Troll Horde is OP, it's kind of laughable when you think about it. But he was stating these things very confidently, and I was like, they seem pretty good. Anyway, we get into the game, and I get turn 1 because he's brought loads of little units again. So he's like got like 11 drops, and I've got like 6. 3 units of state troops, if that. Yeah, 3 units of state troops, steam tank, characters, war machines. And I get first turn, and the first thing I do is just yeet cannonballs into, like, it just starts yeeting cannonballs into, I think it was like, he had like some fast moving stuff like chariots and whatnot. And he like deployed, that was it. He deployed like a small unit of trolls, but then that had like, he'd done it to like block off. I don't know if he'd done it to like screen the big stuff behind, but all it did is get in the way because trolls are stupid. So I was like, well, I'm just going to kill the fast moving stuff, and then I can basically like pick apart the slow moving stuff at my leisure kind of thing. So I yeet a cannonball into a chariot, and I roll the where it lands, and then I roll to see where it bounces, and I roll a misfire, and he goes, ha, it's stuck. So he knew what cannons did. See, this is the thing, he always claimed he didn't know, when things went badly, he always claimed he didn't know what things did, but he clearly did know what things did. All right, stuck. And I went, oh, well, I can use my engineer to re-roll that dice. He went, no, you can't. I was like, I can use it. I said, look, here's the rule. I can use it to re-roll any artillery dice. That can either, now obviously I'm rolling this as an artillery dice, so he can re-roll it either from when I'm doing the where it lands, or he can re-roll it from where it bounces. Oh, that's so overpowered. Oh my God. Like proper meltdown. This is my first cannonball shot. Proper meltdown. You shouldn't be able to do that. Like instantly, that's, so overpowered. I'm like, well, I said, dude, I might roll another misfire and then it sticks in the ground. I didn't roll another misfire. In fact, I rolled a perfect hit. I then rolled, I rolled to wound and successfully wounded it. And then I needed to roll a 5 or a 6. It's got 4 wounds, this chariot. So if I roll anything other than a 5 or a 6, it survives. So obviously I roll a 6 and just turn this chariot to tinder, which really upsets him. Now, this is my first cannonball shot of the game. And this guy, he's wilding out. He's crashing out. He's crashing out over Empire this, Empire that. And, you know, he's saying, oh, Empire is so overpowered. They're so broken. They need to be nerfed. And you know, this is the time when Empire were widely considered to be one of, if not the worst core faction in the game. And he's been going on about how overpowered Empire is. Anyway, I have faced BMW behavior before. Any lesser person may have seen my opponent's reaction and seen he's having a wobble and maybe have decided to pull their punches. I am not that person. So I immediately proceed to fire another cannonball into his giant, which I roll a misfire on the first dice, but I have another Empire Engineer, so I re-roll it. I land the perfect 10 to hit. I wound the giant, and then again, I roll max damage on the giant, doing 4 damage to it. That was my turn 1. My opponent... Now, I always believe... I have a serious belief that if you are negative, your dice will roll badly. The dice know. They pick up the energy. They know the energy, right? I've seen this too many times. If you start wilding out about dice, the dice continue to roll badly. So my opponent proceeds in his turn to basically not get any of his spells off, and in fact miscast, and then also fail like a pretty key... He plays badly, though. Like, he's deployed... he's got this troll hag, and it makes him less likely to fail stupidity tests, but he's not deployed his troll hag next to this massive unit of trolls. It's like half his army. So they just, like, fail the test and just go, and just don't do anything. You know, which, you know, if you've got a massive troll unit, you want to put the unit next to the trolls. They're going to make the trolls do as they're told, because otherwise they're leadership 4, and they're not going to do as they're told. Anyway, so he starts wilding out about that. And everything, basically, he sort of, once again, due to his own poor deployment, and his units not mutually supporting each other, because he had great confidence in his units, his army starts coming at me piecemeal once again, with Wolf Riders coming down one bit, you know, a few little bits moving here and there, but basically his army's just sort of floundering forward and doesn't really do very much. Now it comes over to my next turn, and he's moved his giant, his wounded giant, forward. Because of his poor deployment and failed stupidity tests and all this kind of stuff. And his giant is basically, you know, if I don't kill it this turn, it's going to get me next turn. So what happens is I fire my Hellblaster volley gun at the giant, and I'm able to like take like a wound off it, but I don't roll particularly well. I think this thing's got like 6 wounds left, so I take like a wound off it. But I remember I've got a pistol on my... I got a brace of pistols, or was it a single pistol? I can't remember. But I got a brace of pistols on my Empire General because I had like a few points left over. And I go, oh, I've got a pistol on my General. So I'll roll to shoot. So he pulls out his pistol, and he rolls a 4 to hit. He rolls to hit. He's hit on like a 6, on like a 4, because he's normally BS5, but it's over long range and he's moved. So he rolls to hit, and then he needs a 6 to wound. Now, the thing is with giants is they don't have an armor save. So if I get this wound, this giant just dies. And I'm like, oh, dude, it's only a 6. It's not going to happen. Why did I say those immortal words? So I roll the dice. Obviously, I get the 6. My Empire General pulls out his pistol, sights, you know, assumes the duelist pose, sights down, fires, and shoots the pistol shot through the giant's eye and kills it. Now, obviously, that's a really cool moment. So obviously my opponent responded by claiming quite loudly that it's overpowered that I can take pistols on my Empire Generals. You shouldn't be able to take those. Those should be only limited to your engineers. So at this point, I actually say to the guy, I'm like, dude, come on, that's a really cool moment. Like the giant striding forward, battered and bloodied and gored, gaping wounds in his body from cannonballs and hellblaster volley guns. He's bearing down on the Empire General's unit. The state troops around him are terrified, but calm under pressure. The Empire General pulls out an ornate pistol and hits the giant in the eye and kills it. And I'm trying to get the guy into the right frame of mind, but he won't have it. When his giant dies on turn 2, my opponent proclaims that he wants to concede the game. And I'm like, dude, you've not even had your second turn yet. I think he said he may have said he wanted to concede the game turn 1 after the chariot died and after the giant took 4 wounds. No, that was it. He wanted to concede the game in his turn 1 because he failed to get one of his spells off. And then I said, well, dude, you don't, it's like it's one spell turn 1. Then we do turn 2 and his giant dies to a pistol and he's like, I concede. I quit. I don't want to play. And I'm like, I'm not going to make you play, man. But you haven't had your turn 2 yet. What happens if you pass all your stupidity tests and stuff and you start surging forward? So he plays turn 2. And things are fine. Like things start moving forward and everything. But he's not playing very well. Like things are just, he's not playing very well. Like a big unit of trolls is scary, but at the end of the day, they're trolls versus a steam tank. And he hadn't given them great weapons, as far as I can remember. So they look really scary, but they can't really hurt the tank. So we come into my turn 3. And I put 2 cannonballs into his... Oh, no. It was his... In my turn 2, I put the 2 cannonballs into the Ragnarok Spider. And I'd already put 1 cannonball into the Ragnarok Spider. So it was on like 1 wound. And then in his turn 2, he charges in and I kills a Ragnarok Spider. I get a lucky 6 on like a spear or something. He was very upset. So he really wanted to quit after his turn 2. That was it. He wanted to quit after his turn 1. He wanted to quit after my turn 2. He wanted to quit after his turn 2. At this point, I'm getting sick of fucking trying to convince this guy not to quit. Because I'm like, in the nicest possible way, if you fucking quit, I'm going to have a better time. Because you're very unpleasant to play against. Obviously, I don't say that to him, but I'm thinking to myself, this is fucking wild, man. Like, this guy is wild and out. And it's all it's a disaster of his own making, frankly. But turn 3 is when he actually just goes, I'm done. And the problem is with turn 3 is because I charged my steam tank into his trolls. His Hail Mary unit is his big unit of trolls. And he charges his unit of... he brings his trolls forward. But, like, he just brings them into charge range of the steam tank. So the steam tank charges him. And wins combat against the trolls. Because the trolls basically can't hurt the steam tank. And the steam tank, like, runs over, like several trolls. And the trolls basically break and flee. I don't quite run them down, but I basically run them down like the next turn or 2 because they're on like leadership 4, so they just won't rally. They just will not rally against this steam tank. In general, I think they end up like the steam tank ends up chasing them off the board because they flee, then the steam tank declares a charge, which causes them to flee again. Then they don't rally, so then they flee again, and he's rolling really high on like his flee distances, so like they just flee off the board basically. over the course of, I think it was turn 2, turn 3, they basically flew off the board kind of thing. And yeah, I think that was turn 3, turn 4 kind of thing. And basically, I'm pretty certain he gave up turn 3. I can't remember exactly, but he just full on conceded turn 3. Like and it was very rude. And the funny thing about this entire ordeal, was that he was proclaiming that Empire gun lines were OP and that I shouldn't be allowed to bring that list. Now, in some ways, he is right. Empire gun lines are overpowered. They are. Especially now with the Arcane Journal. You can do it with 6 cannons. I'd love to see this. I'd love to see this guy's reaction to my known list, which is 6 cannons and 4 Hellblaster Volligans. He'd probably die of an aneurysm right there and then. He'd probably fucking go right there and then. I shouldn't laugh, but he probably would. And the thing is, I was literally running my entire gun line. My gun line was 2 cannons, a Hellblaster volley gun, and a pistol on a general. That was my gun line. That he completely crashed out against. Completely crashed out against. And, you know, I can forgive someone having a bad game. I can forgive someone for not being a good player. Of course I can. But absolutely wilding out, fucking losing your shit, being quite rude, and basically quitting in a sulk when you're a grown man over a game of toy soldiers when the entire situation is of your making. I mean, frankly, it was of his making before he even turned up. Because he brought a list which was clearly predicated on like a skew gimmick, and he didn't even have the goddamn common courtesy to even skew his army very well. You know, like at some point, you know, that might sound like I'm being very, very harsh and I'm being very, very cutthroat. And some of you are probably going to lose sympathy for me and gain sympathy for him. But understand, you know, this guy had built a list which he thought was going to bully people. Understand this guy had non-stop been bragging about how overpowered his army was and how it was going to munch my army. And the fact that his army list wasn't very good. I don't mind anyone bringing in a bad army list, but he brought, again, a basically fully unpainted army. Tried to build something overpowered, but does not even have the capability of... He didn't even have the capability of bringing an overpowered list. He tried to bring an OP list and just, like, failed. And then when his list just didn't basically autopilot itself, he wilded out. And he absolutely could have won that game. If you gave me his bad list and I put him in charge of my army and we swapped round, I would have won the game with his army. And it wasn't a very good list. He just basically threw his models down. He tried to cheese on terrain, threw his models down, badly deployed, expected his army to autopilot itself, and then just crashed out. Now, do you want to know how badly this guy crashed out? Because, you know, again, all of this can be forgiven. Because it was game 3 at an RTT. Now, look, it's not game 5 at a GT, but it was game 3. The guy, you know, could have just been tired and had a bad game and all that kind of stuff, all right? All of this could be forgiven. And I did forgive, and actually... I did forgive it. But something happened recently. Which has made me want to tell this story. And has basically made me lose all sympathy for this guy, and that's why I'm willing to tell this story. Because when I did the Taunt After Action report, I was extremely charitable. But, obviously I have to say, and then we ended on turn 3 because my opponent rage quit. Like, I was extremely charitable in the Taunt After Action report. Both times. In both Taunt After reports, I basically didn't mention his bad behavior. Apart from, I did say something like in the second one, I was like, my opponent did then concede. He really didn't want to play the game, and he was having a good time, and he was very tired and all that kind of stuff. So in 2 After Action reports, I was very charitable towards this guy and his behavior. But something happened recently, which basically made me decide to show no mercy. I say recently, it was a few months ago. I was filming a battle report at this venue where this had happened, and I was filming an old world battle report. I had Empire, and my opponent. I had an Empire which was similar to the one that I'd run against him, because it's kind of became my standard list for a time. Except for I'd swapped a few stages out for a bit of cavalry. And I'm recording this with my opponent, we've put ourselves into a corner, so we're not bothering anyone. And I walk in, and as we're filming, I notice this guy is playing his game on the other side of the hall. And I'm like, okay, I sort of noticed him in passing, but it wasn't a particularly busy place. I noticed him in passing, but don't really think anything of it. So me and my opponent of this battle report, and bear in mind this is actually quite an important battle report, because it was kind of like we were unlikely to get a chance to play again for a long time. And me and my opponent were filming, we're having a great time, everyone's having fun, it's absolutely brilliant, 10 out of 10, lots of fun being had. And suddenly, this guy comes over. Bear in mind, he has to come over to the other side of the gaming hall. I'm filming at the time. I'm doing, I'm doing the turn summary, all this kind of stuff. And he comes over, and whilst filming, just interrupts. Just starts like, it's just literally so I have to like stop the filming. He doesn't. He's rude. He comes over, and he's like. He basically comes over, sees the game. He's like, "Oh, you're gonna have to watch out for this guy." Talking about me, talking to my opponent, someone who's a friend of mine, talking to my opponent. He's like, "You're gonna have to watch out for this guy." And I'm like, "Okay, fuck's sake, I've got to stop the recording." I'm like, "Oh, hey man, how's it going?" Trying to be nice. "Hey man, how's it going?" He's like, "Yeah, well, I'm like, "Oh, you're not having a good game with it? It looked like you're having some fun." He was like, "Well, I'm not actually." And he turns to my opponent and says, "You're gonna have to watch him. You have to watch him." And I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, my opponent sort of laughs it off like, huh, yeah. Oh, by the way, I play this guy. My opponent is my mate. He knows me. He's played me loads of times. Do you know what I mean? He's like, "Oh yeah. He goes, "Yeah, you have to watch him and his rules." He's like, and I'm like, basically implying that I'm cheating and that I'm a cheat. I'm like, "Oh man, what's up? Like, did we get something?" Like, I said, "What's up? What are you talking about?" And he starts saying all these rules that I got wrong in our last game again. And again, there were 1 or 2 things that he was right on. There was a lot of things that he wasn't right on. And I'm like, "Oh man, well, we'll just have to, next time we play, we'll make sure we get it right," kind of thing. And he goes, "Well, I don't play Old anymore. After that game, I don't play Old anymore." He said, as long as he literally, and I kid you not, he said, "As long as there are players like you with armies like that, I won't play Old World anymore." And I just go, okay, well, it's a shame, because Old World's a really good game, man. And I was looking for, I'm really polite. Obviously, I've got to be polite because I've got a mate there. And I can't just basically be like, "Well, how about you don't be such a shit fucking player with a fucking toxic attitude, and maybe next time you don't build a fucking terrible list, and perhaps you'll have a fucking chance." But I don't say that. I think that, but I don't say that. What I say to him is, oh, that's a shame, man. You know, I was hoping that we'd be able to, like, have another game in the next tournament. You know, maybe you'll change your mind one day. He's like, doubt it. And basically goes back to his game. And the funny thing is that the guy that I was playing against, was like, the guy that I was playing against was like, I've seen him angry, but I've never seen him that angry before. So this guy, clearly he'd had problems with other people, but somehow I was the one that was like, clearly he'd had problems with other people, and for some reason, obviously, I was the one that was the I don't know. Clearly I triggered him the most. But I can tell you exactly. I'll tell you exactly what the situation would have been. I can tell you exactly why he would have focused on me for a lot of his attention. It's very simple, because other people, when he starts his BMW, they will start pulling their punches. And for me, when someone starts doing a BMW, I go harder, physically and literally. Because if you're going to try and ruin my game by bitching, moaning, and whining incessantly about every final aspect, if you're going to be fucking rude, frankly, at the end of the day, then I am going to basically just start playing as most efficiently and ruthlessly as possible, because, you know, I want the game to end quickly, and the easiest way to end the game quickly is to is to play it through as quickly as possible, essentially, by winning. But I don't mean it in that way. Just by, like, look, if he had been a nice person about it, maybe I wouldn't have gone, your chariot's fucking dead, your giant's fucking dead, your Ragnarok spider's fucking dead, and your fucking trolls are fucking dead. Maybe instead I would have played a bit nicer. Look at how I played in that Soviet game when Dan basically lost the game to the pre-game bombardment. Dan was a lovely chap who laughed with me as his key piece, his verbal vind, was destroyed completely accidentally. Because Dan was a gent about that game, I ended up basically giving up a sure, easy win and almost lost the game, because I played like a proper Soviet player, attacking on a wide front, sending waves of conscripts forward. That's the difference. Now, if Dan had done a full BMW, well, then that would have been a win. It would have been a very easy win. But Dan was a gentleman. So we played a good game and we had a good experience, and it was a fantastic match all round. And that's it. That's the story. That's the story of Beardy Bob, the guy that couldn't build a list without trying to cheese it, who wasn't skillful and I don't really want to say it like that. The guy who tried to build cheesy lists, tried to manipulate the rules in his favor, and who wilded out at the moment of any inconvenience, and who I lived rent-free in his head for a year, and probably still do to this day. There you go. That's the story of Beardy Bob. The tale of what's a good story for that? The tale of Beardy Bob and the Empire gun line. It's not even true though. The Empire, yeah. It has to be the tale of Beardy Bob. I wonder what did I call the other ones? Yeah. It's been a long time. I do need to do that one. So what? Yeah, the Ballad of Beardy Bob. Let's have a look. I guess I could just put it. I guess I could say, so I made a grown man rage quit Old World. Yeah. The Ballad of Beardy Bob. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. The one I've got, the worst GW I've ever encountered. Towel player tried to fight me in real life. I'm going to share this, so I made a girl cry. I forgot about that fucking story, man. What's wrong with me? I made another Eldar player cry. Yeah. Yeah. I think just, so I made an old world player. So I made an old world player rage quit the game. Yeah, yeah. So there you go. But the thing is, you know what, man? Serious moment. Like, putting the silliness to one side and the, you know, fuck you mentality to one side. I used to feel really bad for that guy. I used to feel really bad because I used to be like, man, like, you don't have those moments when you have moments of self-doubt, like, am I the cunt? Am I the problem? But the reality of the situation is, until he came over to me and was basically unbelievably rude in front of a good friend, he had my infinite sympathy. But the moment that he did that, I lost all sympathy. And look, don't get me wrong. I've had games. I'm no saint. There's been games when I've been a bit grumpy, but I've always made sure to reassure my opponent that it's nothing to do with them. Like, I'll give you an example, a very recent example. Last Old World tournament I went to, I played against Tomb Kings, where my opponent was basically playing Yu-Gi-Oh! With how much magic he was doing. And I was just watching him, I just basically sat there whilst he played Yu-Gi-Oh! For fucking 4 turns. And I just couldn't kill a single model in his army because it's mortuary cult. There's no interactivity, there's nothing I can do. And, you know, I'm not going to lie, I wasn't grumpy, is not the right word, but I was just sort of sat down, very obviously sort of checked out of the game. So I was checked out of the game. But I said to my opponent, and we got to turn 4, and I was like, look, mate, we can literally just talk out turn 4. We can talk out turn 5, turn 6. You're going to kill this stuff. I'm not going to kill any more of yours. You probably don't have the ability to get me off these 2 objectives. So we'll just call it there. And he was like, oh, you sure? And I went, dude, it's totally okay. Very, very good game. And he was like, are you, and he was like, I could tell that he was worried that he had upset me. And I said, look, look, Antonio, give me a hand. Shake my hand. Very good. I said, very, very good game. You played it absolutely perfectly. You played really well, man. I'm not upset in any way, shape, or form. That game was quite, there's nothing I could do in that game, but it's a tournament game, man. You won it fair and square, and to the victor go the spoils. Those are the exact words that I said to him. I said, to the victor goes the spoils, man. You played really, really well. And he did play really well. And he's someone that has gone from getting smashed every single game to actually winning games really consistently. And he's put the hard work in, and he's earned his wins. And he never bitched, and he never moaned, and he never cried when he was taking his losses. So I made sure at the end of my game that he walked away from that table knowing that he was in the right, that he had done everything right, and that I had been, a little despondent in the game, but I'd still had a really good game, and it had still been interesting to see what... It was a good game because I like my opponent. It was a good game because it was interesting to see what Mortuary Cult did. It was a bad game because I couldn't fucking kill anything. It was basically a waste of time me turning up. But that has nothing to do with my opponent. My opponent is sound as a fucking pound. That's me turning up with a fucking memey veteran infantry list. But I made sure that my opponent walked away from that table with a spring in his step, absolutely fucking sound. And when my opponent got his fucking like second or third place announcement, I was like, fuck yeah, man. That's a really, really, good job, mate. You smashed it. I was happy for him. Genuinely happy for him because he's put the hard work in and he earned that fucking win. He earned that fucking win. And that's the difference. You can be despondent in a game, but you have to make sure that your opponent walks away not feeling bad for winning. That's the important thing. Because we're all only human. We're all going to go through the roller coaster of emotions. We're all going to have terrible highs, incredible highs and terrible lows during wargaming. That's what's going to happen. And there's always emotions that are going to happen in the moment. I've had so many opponents that have had a moment of intense rage in a game. And at the end of the game, we've shook hands, had a beer, and it's been totally okay. That's how it should be. You should always forgive your opponent for a moment of intense emotion in a game, as long as they shake your hand and there's smiles all around after the game. That's the important bit. Yeah. That's the important bit, man. Yeah. So yeah, that was the tale of Beardy Bob and the old world drama. Yeah. What do we rate? Do you think it's worthy? I'm not going to do a stream highlight of it. I'm going to do it properly. Do you think it's... Well, I might do a stream highlight of it. Do you think it's worthy of a Tales of a Tournament Gamer? He did basically crash out. I think it's as good as any of the other ones that I've done. Yeah. But he's the only guy I've encountered like that in the last 3-4 years. They're very few and far between now. I think he went over to play AOS. So fucking hell. Those poor bastards. Yeah. There you go. Let's have a look here. We've got some super chats coming in. Jimmy Squid, thank you for super chat. Long and uncut version, just like MG's hog.
Day in the Marine Corps like a day on the farm.
I'm not going to say that.
Paycheck or fortune.
Oh, man. I saw that super chat come in when I was talking, and I made sure that I gave you the long version thanks to it. Yeah, I think it's worth just to show it's not only any old 40k tournaments, all games of that guy. Yeah, that's true. That's true, man. Have you seen him since? No. I don't know if he's... I haven't seen him since. And I've been to the venue in question several times since. Yeah. So, no, I haven't seen him since. Thank God. Yeah. Silent Warrior, thank you for the 41 member flex. X-Force, baby! Triple X-Force, baby! Yes! Daughters of the Motherland in stream discussion. Let's have a go, mate. Oh my fucking God, they look so good. Holy shit, man. They look great. Holy shit, they look awesome. All right. They look... Okay, they're pretty fucking cool. They are pretty fucking cool. Nice. Shit, man. That is... It's the greatcoats. It's the goddamn greatcoats. Excellent work, man. Very impressive. Really, really like that. Love the ZP guns as well, man. Yeah. Nice. Nice. That's cool. That's very cool, mate. The real guy, the best guy. Thank you for the super chat, man. If you remember me, I did the full speed paint Avaland army. I know you hate them, but I just finished my Cathay army speed paint into discussion. I refuse to buy a lantern, so it always loses. I do not hate Cathay. I do not hate Cathay in any way, shape, or form. I would prefer that the legacy armies came back first, but I do not hate Cathay in any way, shape, or form. I think they're a really, really cool army. I think that they're an army that you kind of need to... I just don't like the balloons. I think the balloons look stupid. It's that simple. But you don't have a balloon, so I like your... Oh my... Dude, how could I not like this army, man? Look at it. It's beautiful. Dude, it's actually gorgeous. And the fact that the Jade Warriors have looked like they're wearing jade is so cool, man. And look at the... Dude, how could I hate this army? How could I, in good conscience, hate this army, man? It looks sick. I did not even know that the Jade Warriors could take spears. That's awesome. I think the Cathay models look great. I think the ones you have painted look phenomenal. I think that banner is actually making me slightly erect. And I think that the Jade Lancers are cool as fuck, mate. Yeah. Wow, bro. Holy shit. I actually really like the Chinese sort of cutlass swords. They're really cool, man. Yeah, they're great. That Sentinel is amazing. Is that an actual in-game footage as well? Sentinel versus Dragon? I really like... If I was to collect Cathay, I'd have a couple of cannons. Probably two or three blocks of infantry. Cavalry unit. Sentinel. It's cool, man. Mate, you have done Cathay. That dragon looks amazing. You have done Cathay right. You've done Cathay right, mate. That's how Cathay should be done. That's how the writers of Cathay envisaged the army. Not 6 fucking balloons. You are the real guy. You are the best guy. You're a real one. And I mean that, mate. Beautiful army. You should be proud of it. And I would be honored to get... I'd be honored if I got to play against that. Yeah. Cosmic Drew! Cosmic Drew, thank you so much for the super chat, man. Finally, it's done. 4 linebackers are ready for war and in stream discussion. Completing my vow and sealing the doom of my enemy. So hobby update in stream discussion. Oh, fuck me, man. They look great. Holy shit, man. Finally, vow completed. All 4 linebackers now to ponder my next project. I'm looking forward to Project Paragon and Blue Team, getting them ready and named. I'm also working. Just got to assemble it and get the video of an update to the MG intro theme version 2. Just kind of an update that to the original. Dude, I would love that. I mean, I love the original, but I saw the great work you did with the updated 900 and is it 939th, 949th? The Krieg song. Apologies. And I thought that was really good. So yeah, I welcome all cosmic music. And now I possess 4 linebackers, 2 magnetised ready for war. Jet in the Axis will never see this one coming. I mean, holy shit, man. The linebacker fleet is peak. Oh, my God. The linebacker fleet is peak, man. They're going to look so good on the tabletop. Oh, my God. Look at it. Jenny, run! 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 Before they get you! Oh, shit, man. Oh, shit, bro. That's actually terrifying. You have to play like a 2,000-point game so you can bring all 4 of them. Linebacker core. Advance. Smash the line. I think you've done I think they look really good, man. Where is it? That picture right there, seeing all 4 of them in like diamond formation is so cool. Bazookas, autocannons, HMGs. Yeah. The front is all push fit, so I can swap into flamers. Nice. Yeah. I can't wait to get my next linebacker done. Dude, I just finished. Dude, this looks amazing, man. Seriously. I literally just finished my other linebacker because I did the transfers for it, Cosmic, to finish it off. So it's the same as you've seen it before, but I just put the transfers on the shoulders and put a name on the side of it. I did have a serial number, but I put the transfer in the water and then pulled the tab out. I don't know where it went. So I would like to get the serial number, but we'll see. But yeah, dude, I've got one linebacker, and I really, really, really want to get 2. And I've got enough. I've got 4. I just need to actually. Fuck me. 1 minute. I'm dropping a model there. I've got plenty. I just need to get them. I need to get them built and painted. Yeah. I've been. It's been kind of funny, Cosmic. I've been working on such a mixture of things, and it's like I've got like 4 armies like started, but none of them are completed. So I do feel like maybe I just need to be like boom 1, boom 2, boom 3, boom 4. Do you know what I mean? I do feel like I need to do that a little bit, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Cosmic, they look great, man, and I cannot wait to see the linebackers in action. So the big question is, Cosmic, the big question is, next 1,500 point game, how many linebackers are you bringing? I think 2 is a reasonable number. But you might, I mean, if you swap out your Sherman and a scout car, that's a linebacker right there. And then if you could swap another linebacker, you could swap the other scout car for a little coyote mech. Maybe. Oh, you're doing a 2,000 point game. Oh, okay then. Run, Jenny, run! The rail tiger's gonna have to do some fucking heavy lifting. Oh my god. It's gonna have to do heavy lifting. Holy shit, man. Pixie, what exactly is the setting of K-47? Is it like a what if post-war sci-fi? So that it used to be like that. Now it's basically it's an alternative timeline. Where basically in World War II, during the Manhattan Project, the Americans set off a test nuke, and it opened up a rift. Rifts are basically like warp portals, but demons don't spew out of them. They're a rift in time and space to another dimension. We don't know where they go and all this kind of stuff. And the Americans started like probing the rift and like trying to get, find out they could bottle some of the energy up from the rift and use that to power new weapons and stuff. And then what they did is they dropped a nuke on Dresden in 1944. So they dropped nukes a year early, not in Asia. That's where like the diversion. That's where obviously a key diversion from our timeline. And they thought that the rift that got opened up by the first nuke was a fluke, but it turns out that it's not a fluke. And so they dropped a nuke on Dresden, wiping it out, but that opened up a rift. So then the Axis got access to a rift, and then they've started developing technology from it. And then the Americans tried to drop a nuke on the Japanese, but it didn't go off. And so the Japanese basically did a controlled explosion and made their own rift. So basically, that explains why people don't just nuke each other in this timeline. Because if you nuke each other, all you do is give your opponent access to rifts, and rifts are incredibly valuable. So that's why that's how they sort of do the narrative legwork of explaining why America's not just fucking nuking everyone constantly. And basically, these rifts have now have the energy from them can be bottled up, and you can expose people to radiation you can expose people to the rift energy, and it mutates them into stuff and all this kind of stuff. And basically, yeah, World War II has basically evolved into Rift War 1. Yeah. And it's very, very, very cool, and I highly recommend you check it out. And because obviously all the new technologies go, and basically the Axis got access to all this new Rift technology, and it's allowed them to stop the inevitable collapse. essentially. And there's all sorts of stuff with the Axis now being run by a secret society, and FDR is basically the God Emperor of mankind, and all this kind of stuff. So, yeah, it's very weird and wacky and wonderful. It's grim, dark, grounded sci-fi, but it's very weird as well. So they don't shy away from the weirdness, but it's not high fantasy. Like, it's weird, but it's believable weird. It's full of pseudoscience and all that kind of stuff. They put the effort into trying to explain why these things have come about. And even though you know it's all made up bullshit, they put the effort in. Yeah. But all right. You know what? I think that will just about do it. I know, a sudden end to the stream, but I am trying to do better because I keep doing fucking 8-hour streams, and frankly, it is killing me. It is. I'm laughing, but I am laughing, but I've been getting extremely tired from the consistent 8-hour streams. So we're gonna do a 6-hour stream, and we're gonna call it that. Yeah. But everyone's like, no, Mordian, you need to do 7-8-hour streams. I can't. Like, I might do some big fucking streams towards the end of the year. You know, like see the year out in style. But the truth is, I do need to be making sure I'm taking care of myself. Yeah, I really, really do. And also, like, you guys, I'm doing loads and loads of stream highlights because I need to do the stream highlights because I literally don't have time to do recordings. And that's not good. I need to make sure that I'm streaming and I'm still getting the normal recordings done as well. Keep going. The Flare wills it. Or the Flare outro. Cosmic, thank you for super chat. I will happily play the Flare song to... Oh, that's not the right one. 1 minute. I'll happily play that as the outro. There we go. 40k hour stream. No. Wait. So yeah, we're going to wrap the stream up now, guys, and that way I'll have time to do lots of recording for your pleasure tomorrow. But gentlemen, I'm not going to rush off. I'm going to take a moment to say a massive thank you to all of you beautiful, crazy bastards, to all of you people that have gone above, that have not only joined today's stream, liked and subscribed and all that good stuff, but have also gone above and beyond the Call of Duty, coming in with all the super chats and gifted memberships and all that crazy shit. And I want to take a moment to do a big shout out because we had some really, really big supports tonight. So massive thank you to Yordi Boy for the $50 super chat. Big thank you to Welky Shitpost for the $20 super chat. Huge thank you to CB Cooper for the 50 gifted memberships. A massive thank you to Jenny for the 50 gifted memberships, and a huge thank you to Cosmic Drew for the Death Strike chat, or Riftbuster chat, and a big thank you to Fun Jacob for the Death Strike chat. Massive shout out to those guys, and can we get some big 07s down in the chat, because you guys have absolutely popped off in this stream, and it's been awesome. And you know what, guys? This is a historic moment. It's a historic moment. It is. Because today's stream was probably the first stream in a while where we didn't shit on GW or Warhammer 40k once. And we talked about 40k, and we talked about Old World, and we talked about Konflikt. We didn't shit on it. But we have to have that balance. We have to have the balance. We've got to have the rough with the smooth. We've got to have the good with the bad. And so we had a good stream today. And that means I can be as salty as I want tomorrow. No. We're gonna be, I think at this point, truth be told, I've got a few like stream highlights and stuff in the bank. But truth be told, there's nothing else that I can say about the Games Workshop situation. About the price rises, the petty practices they're going for corporate. I've said everything. At this point, there's nothing additional to say, and instead, the only time I'll really get salty or mention it is if you guys bring it up, or if they do something new that's particularly heinous. But I've basically over the last few weeks, covered all the bad stuff that they've done, but there's no point in repeating myself. So yeah, there we go. But I want to say just a massive thank you to all of you guys for tonight's stream. I think we've started off the week in such a great positive way, and I am really, really excited to talk about more Konflikt 47, more 40k, more bot action, more old world, and I'm really, really excited to just talk just more positively in general. I think finally, I've got all of the salt out of my system. And I know I've said that a few times before, but I feel it deep down now. I feel it deep down in the core of my being. I think I've got all the salt out of my system. It needed to come out. It needed to come out like poison being drawn from a wound. It needed to be sucked out. But I think it's all out now. I honestly can't think of anything else I want to complain about. Until, something new might come along, but I honestly can't think of anything else. So let's look forward to the good times. Let's look forward to the hype train. Let's just focus on what makes us happy for the time being. And that is Konflikt 47. So there we go. Okay. Cosmic, thank you for super chat. Games Workshop is opening its first strip club. Hey, that's a good thing, right? That's a good thing. Yeah. Cosmic, when you feel deep down in your core of your being, is that banana I put there. Cosmic, I love your banana. It has made me so happy. Also, thank you for the... No. Also, the obvious joke. But seriously, guys, no, thank you. It's been a great stream, and I'm really excited for tomorrow. And I'm kind of feeling a double hobby stream this week. We'll see. But I'm kind of feeling a double hobby stream this week. Maybe Wednesday, Thursday? Maybe. We'll see. All right. Gentlemen, thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. And of course, as always, I'll see you guys next time.
crimson robes, they chant his name. The god devours the stars aflame. Worlds are stripped to bone and wire. All feed the engine, the god's desire. No soul is spared, no code remains. The universe screams of dead on chains. The Slayer smiles as the void is fed. The great feast hungers through the living and dirt. Feast, my children. Feed the machine. Feed the god. The cog turns. ignites with crimson flame. Galaxies wail, calling his name. The cog turns slow, then screams alive. All that was dead shall be revived. Through steel and star, through bone and coat, the Flayer reigns on the ashen road. The great feast swallows all that breathes. Eternity choked in the god's dark teeth. The void is silent, the stars are none. Only the cog turns. The feast goes on. Forever they chant, forever they bleed. Cosmet the Flayer